Yes, brother.
So it's the mother, the aunts, the cousins, all of that. When I asked my wife at a time, I guess let's go to her grandmother. So her grandmother didn't work. And I know, Angie, you were saying, hey, you'll live in poverty. That is because of the American system. In places like DR, Thailand, Latino places, African places, once a grandmother gets to a certain age and she's raised her children, she doesn't work. Her job is to stay at home, fix the lunch. The kids come over, or her kids would come over, drop off the grandkids, and then she makes lunch for them. And every week she gets a stipend because
we used to be like that, Ronin. Yes. Fearless, we used to be like that. Correct. I'm from that era.
And so what would happen is you don't have to pay for childcare. One, you know that your children are being raised by someone who cares about them because it's the grandparent. And they're being raised by their family. So they're around cousins, extended family. With us, we don't have that type of bond anymore.
That's not true, Fearless. With all due respect, that still exists. My mom.
Sir, you just spent Thanksgiving by yourself.
No, I don't have kids. No, hold on.
And I'm not digging on you. No. But I'm saying how we lost that family.
No, hold on. My family still lives in St. Louis. My mom flew to DC to help the oldest of my sisters move into a new house where she has 2 daughters. So if it still does exist, if I wanted to have a kid and move to St. Louis, I would have that. If I had a kid here in Atlanta, my mom would still be 10 toes down flying over to Atlanta to be doing that stuff. So it would still, the village to an extent would still be there. But like I said, if I moved to St. Louis, it would still be there.
How many people have?
Can I interject real quick?
Well, 1 second. Chris, I know you come from a different family. How many people do you know in the United States that have that family?
That part.
I don't have the stats on it, but I think a lot of people have that. What you're trying to, it depends on who you're trying to say is involved, but everybody has got. I wouldn't say everybody, but most people do have grandma who have aunties, maybe even have some siblings, have a parent. It does not have to be sold as you have to move overseas to have a foreign family do that, which there's nothing wrong with it. That's beautiful. That was great that you shared that. But you have that here too. It's just that it's going to be a lot more expensive to do it here. That's all I'm trying. That's the only thing I'm pushing back on.
So does your mother work? I don't know if she's at the age where she works now.
Nope.
All right. So
before you follow up with these questions, can I, because you're doing a line of questioning. I just want to make a statement real quick.
Welcome, Ronin.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Honored to be on a panel with you, my brother.
I appreciate it, American.
And Angie.
So what Chris is talking about is absolutely true. My mother was present at every birth of my child. It didn't matter whether I was in Hawaii. Didn't matter whether I was in California and she was in the Midwest in Kansas. I flew her out. And she was traditionally 3 months to help with my wife and getting her acclimated to having yet another child in the house. With this particular wife, I had 3 children. So she stayed at home. So part of the discussion you guys had earlier, can you afford to have a traditional wife? Absolutely, because one of the points that Fearless brought up was the exact point that I had made with my wife at the time. She was working, and it was just randomly. She didn't need to. I made enough for all of us. But the amount of money she was making for childcare for 3 children, even back then, and this was the early 90s, pretty much what she made in a month covered childcare, and that was it. So you're working to help pay for somebody else to take care of our children.
How much was that, Ronin?
It was for 3 kids, $750 a week. Yes, exactly.
That's cheap.
$250 per kid.
Whoa, Angie.
Hold on.
What did you just say?
3. She goes, that's typical, and that's outrageous.
I said that's cheap.
It's cheap back
For
then
3
in the
kids?
90s. This is the 90s.
Yes.
Now we're talking inflation. We're talking a whole bunch of other things.
Wait,
so this
Angie,
is
what
when
does it cost
traditional
now?
value should be stronger, not weaker.
wait,
This
hold
is
on.
where men need to make more money so that the wives can stay at home and take care of the kids and instill their values in them. Versus
Ronin, there ain't no
working
more
twice
money.
as hard.
No,
Correct.
hold on. Run that back real quick. My ADD is flaring up. What was that number about?
It was
The amount of it
$750
costs
for
for
per
child
week
care.
for child care.
Okay.
250 a kid, and we had
A
3
week.
children. A week,
Okay.
yes. And we had 3
Times 4,
children.
that's 3 racks.
Right.
What is it now, Angie?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
He asked, "What's the current rate right now for child care per week?"
Oh my gosh. From what my friends have been telling me, it's through the roof. It's through the roof. I don't know. I haven't
I can
looked,
only
but
imagine. I can only imagine.
Married woman said near 2 in DC and 1.4.
I believe it.
in Atlanta.
I believe
that's
it.
an insane amount of money.
Yeah.
So
I believe it.
as adults, we need to be very responsible about who we're having children with.
That's not even the tuition.
Right. That's what I'm saying. As adults, we should be very responsible about who we're having children with and whether you can even afford to have a child.
Right. And when you can afford to have a child.
Exactly.
I think that's what you're
Well,
saying.
wait a minute, Ronin. What does that mean? Afford to have
No,
a child?
hold on. I'll tell you what it means, because the married woman said
Please break that down.
the married woman told me it verbatimly, as BA would love to say. Because I was like asking her when might be some times where you should deter having kids, and she said, to y'all point, she said y'all need to have a solid support system so you can have the ability to do things like date night and travel. That's speaking to the fearless stuff about having a family. She says you need to have your money up. Mm-hmm. Have a kid with someone solid, because even in divorce, you want your child to have a great mother and father. She lucked up because her soon-to-be ex-husband is a high-value man or whatever the fuck. But let me see. Hold up. I think that's it. But
now, Chris, it seems like you were starting to agree with what me and Ronin had said previously about waiting a little longer.
What do you mean?
Seems like you're going down that path.
Hold on. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. It pains me to wait, because you never know what can happen to you. You can get hit by a bus. That's what they say in the corporate world. Like, hey, no, don't worry, take your time off, because if you get hit by a bus, you're gonna replace the next day. Same thing can happen if you count your chickens before they hatch and say, hey, I'm just gonna plan to have a kid at 50 or whatever the heck. I think optimally you need to have it earlier. But what I'll say is this, to that point, my sister said it verbatim. She said today, I asked her, she said, there's really no waiting to be in preparation to be financially prepared to have a child. I wish I could have her on the stream, but I think she was trying to say is that you're going to be taking a financial hit that you cannot prepare, that you are not ready to be prepared for. So, and people said it to me in life too, is like, you could get like paralysis analysis and wait forever. But there's some truth to what y'all saying, but there has to be a splitting of the difference. I can't wait. I can't really afford, and I don't want to wait till 50. I'm 42 now to start a family. I'm splitting the difference. I'm saying 45. It's to be honest with you, Fearless and Ronin and the rest of everyone else, there might be a little bit of a delay on that. It might be a 47, 46, but I'm having my eyes on 45. And if I really should have done it the right way, Fearless, I should have been doing it in my 30s. Like I said on previous podcasts, I should have done it in my 30s.
I'm going to clear this up for you, Chris. So just so you know, when I responded to the question you stated, you were saying we waited too old and you said there was no benefit. When I answered your question, when I called in, I was saying here are some benefits to having a child when you're older, finance, things like that. But if you go on to listen to everything I have said, I said two things. The best time to have a child physically is when you're 18. 18 years old, physically the best. The second best time to have a child is between the ages of 22 and 26. That's why a lot of women go and say, hey, ring in the spring and I'm getting an MRS degree. If you have a child, right,
I didn't.
Right, that doesn't happen in the Black community. They get married at 31.
It doesn't happen, but that's one of the.
It happened for me. It happened for me. I was in that.
Yeah, but what happens is,
it did in my day.
No, but I'm saying yes. And usually what happens is, because a guy at 18, he could go to the factory and find a job that would support a family. Right. That's how that happened. You can't really do that now. Can't have a trade. So I say 22 to 26. And the reason being is you get married at 22. As a female, you got the most available upwardly mobile people in college than going to a bar later on to try to find a husband. Right. Second, you start to build wealth at that point. So if you get married at 22, you start having your children. By the time you're 25, you have a 30-year mortgage on your house. It's paid off. Your kids are through college. When you're at 50, now you've already invested 30 years in your 401k. Your children are out of college. You can start living a second life, very wealthy. Right. So that would be the best time. 18, 22.
I disagree.
Later on.
I respectfully disagree. I was married for the first time when I was 19. I was a virgin, blah, 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 to somebody that was 5 years older than me. So no, he was more like 3 or 4 years older than me. And it went to Hades. It did not work out. And I wasn't the only one in that situation. As a matter of fact, I think being married at such a young age is the worst thing that somebody can do because they're new to being an adult. I think the earliest that a person should consider marriage is maybe their late 20s, going into their 30s. That would be a more ideal time because this person knows more of what they want from their lives. They've lived a little bit. Ideally, they've finished school. They've probably did a bit of traveling and they know more of what they want. But this idea of clipping, snatching her up or snatching him up while he's young and getting started. Yeah, sure. It worked out for a handful of people, but for the majority of the people that did that, it was disastrous. And I was one of them.
I was a second. There was a lot of things I would love to do over, but I got married at 24, basically 25 the next week. And I was under that statistic of getting married at 31 for Black men.
My first marriage was at 22. Hold on. My first marriage was at 22. Lasted 6.5, almost 7 years. I had 3 children by my first wife. My second marriage was to a single mom, and that lasted 9 years, and that was 10 years later at 38.
I wanted to talk to some of the panelists tonight about this topic, in fact. First of all, I mentioned this on a previous panel. I think marriage is played out. And
I still am going to get remarried.
Me too.
And that'll be my third try.
Too late, Ronin.
I'm remarried.
I
don't believe that at all. I still have faith in union.
I told them. Fearless hasn't weighed in. Fearless, what you think? Marriage is played out? Yes or no?
He's married.
Yeah,
I know he is. I know he's married. I'm talking about anybody beyond y'all.
So I do not think it is played out. I think we choose the wrong people. We don't.
Is it too late for Chris? Is it too late for Chris, Ronin?
I don't think it's too late.
I think no.
Wow.
He needs to get off the pot. Get off the shit or get off the pot.
Correct.
Chris needs to get in the game.
More
aggressive in what he's doing and purpose.
If he wants to have a family, he needs to be purposely dating for that. And I don't think that he's doing that. He's kind of just wasting some time. There's a quote that you need to listen to, Chris. It says, if you're not changing, you're choosing.
What does that mean?
If your circumstances are where you're at and you're not changing your circumstances, you're choosing to be in those circumstances.
I got you. As I said,
the gentleman, I had a question for the gentleman.
I just want to marry one second. I'll give it back to you. I am changing. Every single person I've dated, even if I were to not date the married woman anymore, that there will be a drastic change after that. But to kind of piggyback on what Ronin said, is like, I'm going to get remarried. And as I told the married woman last week, and I said, I really don't want to get divorced again. And I'm going to make sure that I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen. It might happen. I'll have to live with that, but I don't want it to happen.
I'd like to pose a question to Chris, but I want to get to the question to the married gentlemen and those who have been married. Don't you think it's a little too late for Chris to have a kid? Because you got to figure when Chris is in his 40s, late 30s, there is a period in time for men where if you're still trying to make children in a new relationship, be it marriage or otherwise, you got to look at the fact that if you're 48, by the time that kid's 30, you're going to be 88.
Yeah.
Or 78.
American Live.
People are living longer.
Here's the issue, American.
There have been advancements in health. You know,
But
I think
Angie, you
I'll
still
say
got to
this
wear a
here,
diaper past
American.
70.
Well,
American Live.
I used to work at a nursing home, so I can kind of like tell. Generally speaking, people that took steps to take care of themselves earlier in their lives tend to fare better than, you know, the people that were sedentary, ate a bunch of junk food, really didn't take care of themselves, lived in high stress situations. Those be the ones that are wearing Pampers and feeble and can't take care of themselves. I used to work in a nursing home, so I saw it firsthand.
But
I'm one of them.
1 second.
I'm very energetic.
I want to respond. I want to respond to that real quick, and then I'll let y'all respond about it.
But I think there is a time in life, gentlemen, where you got to look at your children and think, if I'm going to have a kid, and if I'm 47, and when that kid's 30 years old, I'm 77. You know.
So you just got to work harder.
Well, let me help.
One of my classmates.
Let me
American Live. Let me
respond
to this.
Let me respond because it was a question about me, and I'll give it to y'all. We covered the last live, Richard. I think you were on it. We talked about advanced paternity age, which people estimate at 40. So I'm beyond the advanced paternity age. We talked about, a couple lives ago saying, men who are in their 40s, they're like maybe a 25% chance of increased risk of having children with schizophrenia, autism, and ADHD. I think at 50, it's like 56, maybe 40, 50. 45, 55% or something like that. So yeah, I acknowledge that. Like I have later, and what it hit me when I was 40, and on my 40th birthday, and I started doing the math, and I was like, oh, my dad's in his 70s. Oh shit, he had me in his 30s. I'm late. So I was like, he had me at like 30, between 30 and 32. So I was like, I'm late, and there's nothing I can do about that now. There's no amount of money. There's no amount of good deeds I can do to roll back the hands of time. If you got some PIM particles, if you got a time stone, let me know it. I'll go back. I told you I should have had kids with in my 30s. High key, I really should have had a kid with my ex-wife, and I would have been out. I might have been done, one and done. But it's like, yes, that's when I have kids, I'm gonna tell them, you should be having your kids. I think what my dad did, he did a really good job of saying, I said on one of these podcasts, don't have a kid early in life. And I think he meant like college and earlier. He's like, it will ruin your life. The problem is I OD'd on that, and I'm 42. So there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm saying to everybody else's point, like I do have to be intentional, and I'm trying to make sure it's not with just anybody. There's been opportunities to have it with someone on an ASAP basis, and I've kind of like said, no, I gotta take my time. I gotta take a little bit of time. I gotta make sure I don't rush into this. I don't want to just be a baby daddy. I could have easily been the one already. I don't want that. I want something to work. So I'll go to Kick at the Fearless.
All right. So you asked me previously, and I think Ronin knows, and I asked the wife if it was okay, about my Thanksgiving. And I said it was uneventful. The reason it was uneventful is because 2 days prior, I was in the delivery room. So I'm a person who is at 50 who just had
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, my brother. So
the things that I will say, and I think I've said them previously, what is the difference between having a child when you're older? One, you have greater emotional maturity. I don't think I'm as hot-headed as I was when I was younger. I've developed more patience where I can help my child out. I'm more financially stable. Before there wasn't vacations. If I wanted my child to look or find out about Rome or Italy, they had to do it in a book or go to National Geographics. Now I'm at the point where I can say, instead of us learning about Rome in a book, we can go visit Rome. I have more career stability. Also, I have a different perspective in life. As you get older, and as you look and say, I have less time on earth than I've lived, moments start to count more for you, meaning you don't let graduations or sport events pass you by, because those are monumental things in your child's life. At this point, you make sure that you are part of those monumental lifestyles, because those are really important in development. I think I strongly focus more on family than saying, hey, we sit down, we eat, we talk. All of those things become in. And now I do healthier life choices, because I know I have to live longer. So I can't just eat the same way I ate. I cannot just be sedentary and not exercise. There's certain things that I have to do. You know, as I grew up, it was do as I say, not as I do. And as I've gotten older, it's easier to say, now do as I do, because I can be the epitome and the example for a child. I think when you're younger, you're just kind of winging
Like
it.
that,
And,
brother.
yeah, you're just kind of going at it however you can. So just imagine if somebody told you, American Live, you have 1 week to live. There's certain things that are important to you and certain things you just let go. When you have a child, you think like that, to say, man, that's not really important. Or now this is important. I think that is where the mind shift goes, because at 20, I thought I had forever to live. At 50, I know that there are numbered days.
Can I say something?
One thing I want to piggyback and give it to Ronin. Most people, like I said, I'm 42. Most people my age have probably like a 8 to 10 or a 13-year-old. So to that point, Richard, I have lost about 8 to 13 years of being a father. Golden years. Not to say that life's over or anything like that, but like I'm trying to make sure that I have kids in a time frame that I'll be able to see grandkids, and that's not in danger yet. It's not. It's if I have kids in my 50s, it might be close, approaching some danger zones. But like I said, lessons learned. I should have had kids younger, and like I said, you're losing golden years that you'll never get back. I'll kick it to Ronin.
I just want to understand, where's the fear of having children in an older age? I don't know. Maybe it's me because I already have 4 grown sons ranging from 32 to 38. I have 2 grandchildren and they're in their teenage years. Mm-hmm. And even if I was to plan on getting married, which I am, hopefully within the next year, I plan on still having children with her.
Okay, this is a good question. I want to answer this.
I'm wondering, what is the fear and the paralyzation about having a child in a later year? Like Fearless has stated and backed up, you should be more emotionally grown up. You should be able to handle your responsibilities better. Yeah. You can impart a lot more wisdom when it comes to life, a lot better. And you should be financially stable in your later years. Yeah. So you're in a better position to actually spend more time with that child now than if you did have them when you were younger and you were still trying to grow your wealth, your resources, your assets, and you were out there trying to get it. You didn't have time to impart anything with your child because you were out there working.
Mm-hmm. You can't. So there's 2 questions I want to ask. Fearless, I'm sorry, I'm going to make you a little uncomfortable. How old is your wife? Because you're 50-ish, early
36.
Okay, so most guys, most guys are not going to be able to age gap like that at your age.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's be clear. So that's one of the reasons. That's one of the answers, Ronin, is the average man is not going to be able to age gap. I don't know what, almost 20 years, 16 to 20 years. Most guys won't be able to do that. Fearless makes $200K. He can get away with that, and maybe some other factors. But I'm just saying that's one reason.
Hold up, Chris. Let me say this, because I know you put that out there.
Okay.
When I met my wife, I quit my first career. I quit, and I had this mentality. There's a saying that says, there was a captain that went to another place to fight, and when he loaded everything off the ship, he burnt the ship, so he didn't have a way back. He had to live or die, and that's the mentality I have. So I quit my job. I saved enough money to pay mortgage for 3 years so I could go back to school. So when my wife met me, I told her I'm broke. I don't have nothing. This is it. Mm-hmm. And I had to make a lot of sacrifices at a young time. I guess it was older in the second career. So it was never about money. We didn't have. She just looked at it and said, I believe in your dream. I believe in you, and I'm going to follow you.
Yeah, let me add to that. So it could be, one factor could be to be able to age gap like that could be money. Another one could just be desirability. And I'm saying, like, for different factors, a lot of guys, if they wait till 50 to start, and the other one I want to throw out here before I forget is, you and Ronin are not new dads at 50. I mean, first dads at 50. You are new dads at 50-ish. So that to wait to be the first of a new first dad at 50, I just don't. I think it's ill-advised. I think.
I have a question for you, Chris. When you're done,
Go ahead and finish your statement, Chris.
Yeah, I have something to say too after everybody is done.
Yeah, go for it, Richard.
Have you ever been around snotty 1-year-olds?
Well, this is a good question. When I was married,
Wait, Chris, you as an adult with all of your human faculties will constantly keep a cold.
Okay.
They'll keep you dirty. They touch you. They snot and smudge and everything else that they experience as a 1-year-old, a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old. Have you ever been around toddlers?
I've been 3 cases.
Extensively.
Yes.
I was curious. I wanted to ask you that earlier.
So the first one's not extensively. When I was married, I had a godson. When we were married, at our wedding, our soon-to-be godparents, the parents of our godchild, the mother was pregnant at our wedding. So I was married 13 years. I got to see this kid, I guess 12 of those years. Got to teach him how to play. Got to remember when he was living in like a car seat or something like that. And he couldn't really crawl. I saw all those steps. The second example, I'm an uncle of 2 nieces. So I got to see them grow. And I think now they're like 6 and 8. So I got to see them, and I got to see them like on every holiday or whatever, get to play, smack them with pillows and play wrestle with them. Listen, a young child, them yelling, it rivals an apartment's siren. It is jarring. But so I understand. I understand to an extent, not the entire extent, of I got to passively look and see how does having children affect parents? I saw it ruin a whole relationship, a whole marriage. It is hard. I saw it change lifestyles. It is hard. Like I told you, there's one woman who I met recently. She said, "Do not have kids. Don't do it. It's not worth it." And she told me why it wasn't worth it. It's something I grew up and I wanted.
Could that be because of the man she chose to have those children with?
I asked her that.
I
asked her that, and she said no. She said that wasn't the factor. She thought about that. She said that wasn't the factor because it's just that. I'll try to come back to it. I'm gonna kick it to Angie because I don't want to like waste too much time. I'm trying to conjure up the thoughts of what she said that. Go ahead, Angie.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I forgot the question that was asked earlier on, but what I can say, and what I'm about to say, I'm saying it as respectfully as possible. I tend to step on toes, but I don't say what I say just for the sake of stepping on toes. I say what I say because it's the truth, but the outcome sometimes is some toes get hurt, and I'm not trying to do that, but that might happen. A lot of what's being discussed is kind of like anecdotal, and that's fine. It may have worked for you, whoever. Okay, fine. But what I tend to do is look at things from a much larger scale. What would help to be successful for everyone involved? Not every 36-year-old woman is looking to be with a 50-year-old man, respectfully speaking, and having a baby. A lot of 36-year-old women don't want to have kids, especially if they already have some. They're done by that time. So there's no guarantee that way it's going to work.
She was 30.
I understand.
Just letting you know, Andy, we didn't meet when we were 36.
What age did she meet you at?
We met like 11 years ago. So what we decided to do was do some traveling, see the world, do all of those things prior to having a child. Yeah. So all of that was behind us. So we had, been to 20-something countries. We spent actually American Live. We spent 6 weeks in Thailand as of this time last year. We were there prior to Thanksgiving.
It's beautiful, brother. It's a beautiful, sunny, 83 degrees. And I'm in Pattaya, right by the beach. It's lovely. Great
and wonderful. Yeah. But the reality, as great as it worked out for you, and I'm happy for you that it did, that's not going to be the formula for every single body. So looking at it from a much larger scale, we do, and I know you said it was like a pipe dream or something like that. No, it's not. We do need to have something implemented like the Nordic model. We are paying taxes in the society. Whenever you pay into something, you should be getting a benefit out of it. Or whenever you put any effort into anything, there should be a benefit that's coming from it. None of us wants to go to work, even if we have a business, and we just do it for free. Meanwhile, we're starving, we're without shelter. You understand? So for every effort that you put forth, there should be some type of tangible benefit coming back from it. And so for our tax dollars collectively that we put forth, there needs to be more benefits coming back to us. What's happening on a larger scale is that the benefit of our tax dollars, instead of coming back to us like it should be, is going to pay for weapons, is going to, buy out some businesses and so on and so forth. I won't get too far into that. But, and I'm not trying to sound political here, but I will say this because it was actually factual. When Kamala Harris was on her campaign, she gave dollar amounts. Now, I don't care who's running. It could have been Daffy Duck running. So I'm not bringing her name up to be political, but only just to point out that during the time of her campaign, she said $6,000 for new parents. That's $500 a month for parents that just had a newborn. Whether you needed it or not, sounds to me like you probably wouldn't need it as much, but we can agree that there are some people here that could have very well used that. For people that are looking to buy a home, $25,000 down payment. See, that was a form of our tax dollars.
50 racks up front. Yeah, 50 racks up front to start a business. I love that.
Exactly. That's what it looks like when our money, our tax dollars are coming back to benefit ourselves. So it's not a pipe dream. It's possible for it to happen. It's just that I think a lot of people respectfully.
I think it's a pipe dream in America, though. I'll say that to the panel. It's a pipe dream in America.
Hold on.
The reason I said it's a pipe dream is this. The reason I said it's a pipe dream is this. If we couldn't get universal health care, going to say we want to have our children taken care of is so far of a stretch. If we can't say, hey, it cost us so much money. I know you're in Patia. If you go get the same prescription drug in Patia that you get in the United States, you're going to pay $1 where I'll pay $150. If we can't get those simple things taken care of, I understand we could and what the optimal looks like, but we can't get the small things taken care of. That makes much more sense. So I don't think it'll be the larger things that'll be taken care of.
I'm in a so-called
as long as you have a pharmaceutical company.
Well, I look at it from the economic standpoint, and there is a study at the Yale School of Public Health that showed that if we had universal health care, it would have actually cost $438 billion less than what is being spent using tax dollars now.
And I'm agreeing with you. And I'm saying with all of that on the line where you're saying you can save money, they still aren't doing it. That's where I say it's the pipe dream.
They're not doing it because people are not putting their foot up in their behinds. And that's where the men need to man up.
We're not doing it because we have special interest groups that pay our politicians that say, hey, no, we have special interest groups that pay the politicians.
I said men in general need to man up. Yes.
And how will that
impact? You're being played for stupid, and you're out here struggling. A lot of men are, maybe not you specifically, but a lot of men are. You're being played for stupid. Politicians are playing in your face, and you're just taking it.
Angie,
that's part of the reason why the women are treating you the way that they are too.
But Angie,
why say man up when 50% of the women voted for Trump? Why is it man up?
50% of over 50% of white women, not 50% of women.
Only 12% of black folks. But
okay,
Angie,
so why didn't you still say women up?
The women have
you put the responsibility on us.
Been doing what we need to do. Every time we say something, we get pushback. So now it's at a critical point. How many times can we be blamed for everything? We've been blamed for eating the apple. We've been blamed for the downfall of what's his name, Samson cutting off his hair. How many more things can we get blamed for? At some point in
Are they
time,
blames? Are they
the
truths?
men
Here's
need
the
to
thing.
show up.
You can't use
blamed
the word
men.
blame
Nobody
when those are
blamed you. You
truths.
said
Hold
men
on,
need to
stop.
man up, and all I
Let's
said
use
was
the proper.
I
Let's use
said
the
what I
proper
said and I
women
meant
voted.
it.
Let's use the proper
All I'm
verbiage. Though. You
saying is
can't
you
say
said
blame when
men
that's a
man
truth.
up, and I'm
That's
saying
historical.
50% of the women voted for the person. Why not put the allocation on the women?
Oh, as far
You're the one that
as
took the blame. You
as
started
far
blaming
as the
men.
women who
No
voted
men
for
on this
Trump,
channel blamed a
they're
woman at all.
already being unfriended. They're already being, isolated away from us because they are deemed a danger. You voted against your own interests. So we are doing what we got to do on our end, but we can only do so much. We can always only do so much.
Hold on. Can I
At some point in time, you have to
Hold
get
on.
tired of it, and you have to be the one to go and contact. And when I say man up, I'm not speaking violently, but I'm just saying use the channels that are available so that you can get the resources that you need. Maybe
So
you don't need it because you have the income to cover it, but the average person does not.
I want to ask the panel.
And I'm a business owner too. So
Why don't you
either
just
way, I'm
leave?
okay too.
As the only expat on the panel, why don't y'all just leave?
Exactly.
Zed ain't from America.
I'm moving to the Philippines 2025 February.
Don't do it.
Why don't we just leave? I asked
I've
this
been
question.
overseas before.
For how long?
I'm not someone
Okay,
who's strange to living overseas. I've been overseas before.
For how
I
long?
choose to stay here
Yeah. Make sure.
Why? Angie,
Why did you
why?
come back?
because I want to.
Want to be close to our families. We love it here. If it comes
Yeah.
to it, Richard, I'll consider it. But right now, I'm not right at that point.
I
And
know
you
you're not
act
ready.
like, and overseas, no matter where you go to, you're going to run into issues. Yeah, it may be easier according to our American point of view in some ways, but you're going to run into challenges no matter where you
If I
go
can
to.
share with you, the only issues I've run into is that I barely see cops. Yeah, I don't drive over here, so no one pulls up behind me and I don't get nervous. I'm talking to us. I'm talking to ADOS and FBA, right? One of the most fascinating things, and I'm sure that both Fearless, Ronin, Angie, Zed has realized, is how different things are once you go live somewhere else. I'm sharing this with a friend of mine yesterday. And then look at America. It really changes your mind about America. And America, to me, from this little bit of year and a half I've had over here, and God knows what's going to happen next, but I'd rather shake the dice over here and anywhere else that I've been throughout America. I'd rather shake the dice and see how it's going to play out over here and move around if I need to, than to stay there knowing that I'm not welcome there. ADOS, FBA, you're not even welcome in your own country. Ronin, Fearless, can you help me out?
No,
Haven't you had better experiences in other countries, my brothers? Angie,
I can't say that I've had bad experiences here in America myself personally.
you're lucky.
I can take it either way. But I prefer to want to live overseas for a temporary time period because it's something I just wanted to do. Will I come back here and buy property in Texas and build here too? Absolutely. But most likely I'll be bringing back a foreign wife to do it.
Fearless?
I think if you can drop your capitalistic mindset where you put money first and being, money is a god, then it becomes easy. Then you live life.
Say that, brother.
I love overseas because I think I eat better. I exercise better. I live more of a stress-free life. So, in the future, that would be it. I'm blessed that I work remotely. So I'm able to travel probably 6 months out of the year, we're somewhere. So
for us, Fearless, how should that translate for us? For FBA,
expand on that a little bit.
Shouldn't that tell us something? Us?
It should, but like I said, we usually get trapped by money. That's what usually it is, that we don't want to give up the funds. things like that.
You wouldn't even have to. Ronin wouldn't have to. Angie wouldn't have to. Chris wouldn't have to. I didn't have to. And I'm not saying here or there or Kenya or Austin or any of these other guys talking about, hey, it's better, but it is better.
Well, like I said, I traveled in the Marine Corps extensively.
Salute.
I've gotten those feelings of feeling way more appreciated overseas. But I did it to honor my country. I will always love America. I'm never going to talk bad about America where I'm never going to want to live here.
Whose country, Ronin?
All of ours.
Right. Whose country?
It's Whose still house? All of ours. I don't care if white men have the perception they're running it, and that's all it is.
I operate from. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But at the end of the day, like I said, it didn't matter how much I traveled. I still love America. I feel like currently at my age and what I want to do in life, I've put off traveling more because I wanted to make sure my kids were grown. I wanted to make sure everything was stable here with my family before I left. So this is my opportunity where I'm not married right now. I can travel around the country, semi-retired. I'm stable. Yeah, February this year or 2025, I'll be out. I'll be living over
hit me up.
3. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to take those border runs until I get my SRRV there, which I will be applying for my my residency in the Philippines. But go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I operate from an internal, what's known as an internal locus of control, meaning that whatever comes to my mind, I'm gonna make sure that it happens. I'm not more of the external locus of control that whatever is happening around me is going to affect me and makes me and pushes me to make a decision based on those external factors. So to moving overseas, good for those that want to do that. Like I said, I've had experience overseas. I've traveled to many countries myself. Beautiful there. There are some things there that I liked. But what I did recognize is that not everything is perfect. Not everything is perfect. And probably if you went somewhere, especially in a nation that ranked higher on the United Nations Human Development Index, and you found yourself in situations where people saw you as a human being more and were able to carry on conversations with you more, well, that was because the people did things to make sure that their citizens were a bit more educated, a bit better off, that kind of thing. And when I say higher up on the UNHDR, I'm talking about like top 10, top 20. I think the US ranks like 21-ish. So we're talking about places like Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, those kind of places where maybe you did have a better experience and the people were nicer. Well, yeah, they live a better quality of life because they actively did things to make sure that everybody was going to be okay in their society. But I'm not going to sit here.
Norway. I think that's what he's saying. It doesn't have to be United States. Why not go to a Norway, Sweden, or those countries that are in the top 20?
Why are you guys?
You can if you want to, but
no, he's asking you why haven't you? Because you're saying that those countries, as you stated before,
know better,
offer the things that you want, that you like, the health care, the maternity leave, all of the things that you value. So why haven't you gone to the countries, to the places that you value?
Okay, to the places that I think have figured it out, rather. Because I also looked into the history. I believe that Switzerland or Sweden, one of the two, they were the last place on the planet where women earned the right to vote in the 90s. They were poor and they were backwards, but they turned it around. And how they turned it around was a process that has worked in other countries as well. So it can happen here. As a matter of fact, they got the idea from here originally. We were kind of already there, but it just wasn't like, there wasn't an exact name put to it. During World War II, when the men were off to war, and the women had to work the jobs in order to keep the economy going, that's when they opened up daycares so that women could drop the children off while they were at work. That's when they had like, let me think, they had like free lunches and this kind of thing. That's when they started it. It just wasn't a name put to it.
Wasn't the 40s, it was the 60s.
Well, in the 40s, that was the time of the Rosie the Riveters. So around that time, they did open up daycares in different places.
But that's when the grandmothers who were still able to have been retired, someone mentioned this earlier, could stay at home and take care of the kids.
The aunties kicked in and they watched the kids.
Exactly.
Other mothers went to work.
So no,
okay, but not everybody has a mother or auntie. Some people are orphaned. What about them?
Well, my mother was a foster child, by the way, and she lived in the house with an orphan where kids were taken to the home to live because the mothers were having kids out of wedlock because the fathers are overseas fighting in a war during World War II, and they were having kids, so they were giving those kids up for adoption. She lived in the house with 13 other children.
But the thing is, what you're presenting is that the grandmas and the aunties and other people can step in, but there are people that's back then. But what about right now?
Right now, it's a different society. Right now, mothers don't even want you to correct their children. Don't say shit to my child. Let's talk about that if you really want to go there. But at the same time, it's a different era. People have evolved. That's what I was about to say with family. Generationally, those things were traditional. Big mama, auntie could have an input in how the children were raised. It was a village raising children when I grew up. As it has evolved and different things have happened over the last 40 to 60 years, women have gotten so protective of their children. You can't address them. You can't talk to them. You can't correct them.
But you say different things have happened over the 40 and 60 years. I'm the type of person to dive into what are those things. And when I dive into one of
blaming, but it started off when they started breaking down the Black nuclear family.
When I go into what are those things, I go into it looking for a solution. Now I can keep pointing at the wall and saying that the wall is there and it's blocking us, or I can figure out a way to get around the wall. I'm the type of person that wants to figure out a way to get around the wall.
You can't do that when the society that you live in is an enabler of that thought process.
So wait, Ronin, are you trying
Which is why I was saying earlier what I said. I know
again, if you got society as an enabler, but how are you going to get the people that are being enabled to not want to take the help?
And I agree, Chris. I think I said this on one of the posts that your friend posted. I said, I don't even care if a woman has a child out of wedlock. I just don't want the responsibility of having to raise that child. I don't think my finances should be going to raise a child for someone else's irresponsibility.
But at the same time, you guys, specifically the conservative crowd, want to get rid of crime and you want things to get better on that front, but you don't want to help people who need the help to be able to get out of some of these circumstances.
But wait, on top of that, what if she was R-worded and then she's part of a religion that tells her that it's wrong to have an abortion?
The exception, the rule. You go way on a spectrum.
When they overturned Roe versus Wade, were there 13 and 14-year-old girls that gave birth to babies?
But how many of those? So you keep saying it like that's the status quo. You're talking about a very small percentile. Women.
No, I'm not.
You're going to tell me that women have the A word because they were R word, or was it that they just had a one-night stand that didn't work out? Which one is more prevalent?
What I am saying, because you said that the woman is irresponsible. Hold on. You can't direct what I'm going to say. I'll speak to the issue. I don't mind engaging in a conversation with you, but you're not going to control my mouth. You're going to get what you get, but I will engage you. Okay, so what you initially said was that the woman had the child out of wedlock. She was being irresponsible. Now, that skips over, for instance, a period where teenage girls were falling pregnant. And generally, when an underage girl gets pregnant, it's usually a grown adult man who sired the child. So if this girl was in that situation, let's say she was 16, 17 years old, some are have been 13 and 14, even younger, and she was part of a family that did not believe in having the A word, now you're labeling her as being irresponsible because she was forced into parenthood as a child herself.
Now you're
That's
labeling
what I'm getting
words
at.
in my mouth. I'm calling them both irresponsible. I'm saying that as a taxpayer, I should not have to pay for that child. That man who laid down with that girl should be responsible for paying that child. He should be.
How is he going to do that when he's locked up in prison?
Right.
Now, how do you keep going to all these extremes?
It's not
First,
extreme.
I'm not going to an extreme.
Now he's locked up.
I pay attention to the situation.
When did he
I look for a solution too.
When did he get locked up in prison?
Listen, let me put it like this.
Every woman that has a child that when she was 16, the guy's in prison.
He might not be.
If he was an adult, then he should be.
He's not in the picture, Fearless, one reason or another.
Yeah.
How do you?
So it's like you're trying to have the cake and pie and eat it too.
I'm not trying to.
You're against the A word, and that's okay. I'm not here to try to conduct your belief, but what I am saying is that that's the reality to deal with. If a girl falls pregnant against her will, especially.
How many women are falling pregnant against their will?
A lot.
Oh, give me a number. I need to know that number.
Yeah, I'm very serious.
Give me a number.
Why would I joke about something like that?
I'm not saying you're joking.
You can research it.
What you're saying.
But Fearless, at the end of the day, you don't want your tax-paying money, your tax money, to be paying for people on welfare, people to have, women's clinics. You don't want them to have. You don't want them to have any of that, is what I'm hearing from this.
I don't want my tax money to be paying for someone else's irresponsibility.
That's the thing. He's labeling it as an irresponsibility, but I'm pointing out the irresponsibility is on the adults in the situation.
You said one. Let's just say one. How many more children can she have that there's no father in the home?
Let me speak to
that.
No,
wait, hold up. I want her to answer.
No, I want to answer it first.
Let's give her one. But how many more children can she have? There's no father.
I'm answering that first. When I was married, my the grandmother who I was talking about a couple hours ago, who's cook her ass off, still can. She had, I want to say, 5 kids, and they probably all had different dads. It was so bad. I'll say this, and it's not necessarily. And like I said, it was so bad that in South Carolina, the children would know where their dads were at, but the dad wouldn't acknowledge them. The dads didn't help contribute anything. This was a grandma. This was a mother who was on welfare, and project housing, raised I'd say maybe 4 out of the 5, college educated, very self-sufficient, stuff like that. So there are really, and it helped me see, because that was really maybe the first time I got to see something like that. It was like there are really shining examples of people who are using welfare or using other entitlements, and actually there's something positive growing out of that. So you're not looking at
where was the positivity in that? Meaning, let's say she had the first child. Okay, she made an error. Whoever made an error. How many more children do we have to support by those people, 2 people making those same errors?
I'm saying,
I think the focus needs to be on the people who are creating these situations.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to.
I don't think the 13 and 14-year-old girl wanted to be R-worded on the side of the house in Mississippi and give birth to an R-word baby.
Purple narrative, and that's just not.
That's not a color purple narrative, sir. That actually happened. It's in Time magazine. You can research it. Now, see, this is part of what's going on. When people present reality to you, you fight back against it.
I'm not,
and things continue. But that's exactly what you're doing.
It's not the rule.
The problem is
it's not an exception.
It's
not an exception. Do you know people that deal with juvenile sex offenders?
The majority of women that get pregnant, you're saying, we're through the R word.
Do you know anybody that works in therapy or as a psychologist?
You can't answer a question with the question.
I can answer the question, but I'm helping you to understand something.
Hold on. Angie, we do actually do a Thursday night therapy session. Well, we do have a psychologist that comes on. So I would
someone who specifically works with juvenile SEX offenders.
Okay.
Well, not specifically that. No.
There you go. So
Why
you're
are we
going
bringing up?
off of what you're
Angie,
feeling.
Angie, you interjected a very extreme case. Out of everything we were talking in general, you went to a very specific extreme portion of the overall general conversation. So now you're making it very difficult to actually answer a question because you're going into a specialized area of the overall issue.
What Fearless, I believe, said was that a woman was being irresponsible by having a child out of wedlock. And I pointed out that there are a lot of women who were children who had children out of wedlock. So how is she being irresponsible when something happened to her? I wasn't trying to go to the extreme for the sake of making a point. I was trying to open your eyes up that things are a bit more extreme than what you think.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, Angie.
No.
If you told me that there was a 13-year-old who got assaulted, then I would say that is a crime. She was not being irresponsible. She was a part of a criminal activity, and in doing so, person should be arrested. All of those things should take place. Let's eliminate all of that factor. Now, what about the other people?
13 years old, 23
no,
years old.
not 13.
16 years old,
20, 18,
17 years old, 12 years old. There are a lot.
Down there. Anybody who is getting,
I don't argue facts. I'm informing you. There are a lot of people in that situation.
Okay,
that's where I'll end it.
Anyone who is getting a 12-year-old pregnant, I am not calling them irresponsible.
There is no reason for you to address this issue because it's not an issue that we can actually address. This is far beyond the breach of a general conversation in a room.
Let's say this.
There's no right answer to this, and it is not going to get solved tonight.
There is a right answer, but I'm just letting him know that things are a bit more extreme than what he thinks.
Let's take everyone that is under 18 out of the picture. Let's only focus on people who are over 18.
Okay, so
let's do that.
A 23-year-old woman who is with a man in a relationship, he bails on the child. She doesn't really make a lot of money. What is she supposed to do?
Wait, say that again, because you know what I'm going to say, right?
Yeah. Let's say a 23-year-old woman. She's
why is she having sex with him if she's not married?
Yes, this is a good point.
Because he lied to her and told her that he was going to marry her. It happens all the time. If you ask the people,
you don't marry before you carry. That's
Fearless. Black men only get married 36%. So that's not really an option.
Here's the thing. If you go over to another
clear about
country, that, and I know this,
let's ask you this, Fearless. At what age did you lose your virginity? Did you lose your virginity when you get married?
Young,
right? Exactly. Yeah. So
you did it with somebody's daughter.
Right.
No, and here's the thing my dad told me. Wow. You're going to have to be responsible for anything you brought. And I made sure that if I'm going to have sex at a young age, I'm not having unprotected sex. I'm not having sex where somebody says, hey, yeah, I might be on the pill, something like that. I'm strapping up every time. Right. And then when I went to college, I said, I'm not even going to have sex with a person that I could not envision as being the mother of my child. I mean, I don't want to have that one chick that was the one night stand that I didn't like or anything like that. I had to become more responsible. I couldn't put the blame on someone else.
Yeah, I get that. I subscribe to a lot of that. But I'm saying, Fearless, the average person, they're not all the same. Some of them literally, I want to be harsh, but I'm just saying a lot of them are extremely sexually irresponsible across.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If the women, let's just say the women, if
how many 40-year-old black men, Fearless, don't have children?
No. If all the women said this, if they said this, look, sir, I like you. You're a nice person. Until we get married, we can't have sex.
Yeah.
If a woman said that to every man, what would happen? Do you think?
I was that woman. I was a virgin when I got married the first time. I dated before I got married. And anytime I would tell guys that, it seemed like the first thing that they wanted to do was put their hand on my leg, put their hand on my shoulder and try to put their hand down my blouse, all kinds of stuff. And no, these weren't Pookies and Ray Rays. I don't roll like that. But I'm sorry to say, you're not a woman dating men.
That's it.
You are a man, in all fairness. No, so you're not seeing this side of things. You're not seeing this side of things, sir.
You didn't have a child at a wedlock.
Fearless, you're not going to be able to answer this question. She just basically said it. You're not a
No,
woman to be able to
she
understand
waited until
the
she got
point of
married. She
view.
wasn't
So
out
why
there
even
having
address the issue?
irresponsible sex with someone.
No, hold on. We got Fearless on the panel. Mister, I got to smash by the third date. You're not going to even stay with a woman who wants to save herself to marriage. Let's be clear about that.
Correct. If a woman told me, look, in order for us to go somewhere, I have to be married, then I have to move entirely different. That means I have to move with purpose. The reason a guy is out there having sex is because it's available. That's why.
That's not true. What you're doing is making it seem like men are not intelligent enough to be more responsible with their bodies. I'm so sick of hearing this. Oh, it's just the man. It's just the women have sex drives too. As a matter of fact, I would argue to say that men are like turning on the pilot light on the stove. It lights up very quick, but it can also turn off very quickly. Women are like ovens. We can go and we can go and we can go if we wanted to. It's just that a lot of the times we are okay with accepting what we agreed to. If we want to be with one person and be, just with that person, then we just keep it there. But nah, it's not because it's available. It's because they don't want to exercise any discipline.
I don't care if there's no discipline. The thing is, if you guys, whomever you have sex with, don't want to practice the discipline, don't make the responsibility mine. Don't make me financially responsible for you not practicing your discipline.
That's a very privileged point of view, Fearless.
Yeah, especially when men push themselves on women.
And let's be clear about this, Fearless. You're talking to someone with a silver spoon. I'm as privileged as they probably come. And I'm telling you, that's a privileged point of view. Let's just be clear about that. You are saying that because that's not your reality. But there are people.
Look, you know what? I dated this girl. When I was in college, I played football and I dated this girl. And what I asked her was, I said, why is it like you only attracted to ball players? She said, that's the only people that approach me. And I said, no, that's not the truth. The other men approach you, but you say no to them. You only accept a certain type. So that's what women do. They accept, they get approached by nice guys, all type of guys, but they only accept a certain type of man.
But here, I want to just,
and you can't be mad that certain type of man does that to you.
Respectfully, I want to interject, Fearless. You are on to something. You said if women did the Chirac route, and I think it was some poet wrote it. Who was the poet who did the thing where women, if they abstained and they I forget what the Chirac is built upon, but I'm butchering it. You're onto something, Fearless. The problem with it, Fearless, is that would work if the men were actually a mirror to those women and said, I'm going to go back to the Regency period too, and I'm going to hold myself till marriage. The men control the access to marriage. So it doesn't matter what the women do. It doesn't really have that much of effect like you're trying to say. No, it doesn't.
Can I step in real quick? I came back. I apologize for dropping.
My opinion, respectfully.
In your opinion, respectfully, but I wanted to ask the men on the panel and the men in the chat, how many of you have been with virgins?
Right.
And how fun was it?
Yeah, not fun. I've been with a few, and not
the full fun for me. I mean, we were both virgins. Yeah, we were both virgins. So I mean, my first.
Wait, I'm not talking about you.
You were a virgin a few times.
Who?
Somebody said they've been with a few virgins.
Yeah. That was Fearless.
I've been with a few virgins.
Why? No. I want to jump in front of this. Fearless. If you've been if you've been with a few virgins, why would you take the virginity when you think that virginity matters so much to get to marriage?
Oh man,
that's not how it works, Chris. In the real world.
And here's the thing: I would not. In the last person that I took it, I don't want to say I begged not to, but they kept. I was in. They wanted me to be there first because I had experience. That would be the reason. But to say that I was trying to convince them not to, because I had, I was a little older at that time. So I said, look, you need to wait until you're married. Wait until you have with someone that you want to be with and love. I agree. If I had to do it all over again, I would not.
Stop it, Fearless. Stop it.
You're saying if I had to do it all over
but you did it though. But you did it. You did it.
No. Here's the question.
Hindsight being 2020, but at the time he was a young guy. There was an opportunity there. Even though he told the girl no, she still pushed the issue that she wanted him to be her first. There are plenty of women that decide to do that every day because, one, just like Chris said, men control access to marriage. Women control access to sex. So she pushed him. She's basically saying, I want you as the experienced person to be my first.
So she forced him to get his manhood up and insert. She forced the flagpole to raise up the pole.
No, absolutely not.
Thank you.
Forced. You said forced. I said she chose. She chose, not forced him.
Sorry, chose.
For him to be his
Can I ask Angie a question?
You're saying as a woman doesn't have a right to choose the man she decides to lose her virginity to.
A guy has to comply with that, Ronin.
Well, wait. I wanted to ask.
It's not like, no, hold on one second. It's not like a spell when the woman says, I choose you, and you just happen to lay in the bed.
Are you a man?
Well, it is a spell.
Let me tell you how the story went.
Listen, are you a man? When you were a young man and it was hard and ready to go, and she turned around and said, I want you, are you going to say, oh, well, my morality is telling me no?
No, but I agree with you. Listen, when I was in high school, it was peer pressure. You got to get rid of that virginity. Junior prom, I lost that virginity. But I'm saying I also don't, and today in 2024, as a 42-year-old man, say this.
There's a difference. You're more mature.
No.
You're going to have a different opinion.
No, I'm saying
somebody that was your age is not going to have that same opinion.
Sure, you do change. You do mature. You do your opinions evolve. But what I'm saying is, married to your carry is. I agree with what Fierce is saying. It's great in theory, but to project that on all women is ridiculous.
Especially when you got guys behaving the way that some guys behave. That's what I'm pointing out. I want to deal with the issue, but blaming women is not the way to deal with it.
Angie, have you ever forced yourself on a guy?
They're projected on telling or being able to have to take a woman out on the first date. Ronin, are making them do all these things, right?
Ronin, if black men got married 70, 80% of the time, even 60, I could agree with Fearless. 36, nope.
Chris, do you think if women said no more sex until we get married, do you think that the marriage rate would go up?
They would go overseas like the scum of
There's going to be people that can't go overseas, but that was happening before. Do you think that the marriage rate would go up? That's the question.
No.
If women said we cannot have sex, as much as a sex drive a man has and he wants to be with a woman, you don't think that the marriage rate will go up?
That's already happened. That's already happened because like in the 60s, 70s, and in the 80s, Black women collectively, the Black community collectively was very conservative, went to church, went to Bible study Wednesdays, church on Sundays, revivals every 2 weeks in the summertime. And so what happened was that the thing was the spin back then was, you're not freaky enough. You're too conservative. So I'm going to go and be with somebody that does the things that you don't want to do. My grandmother was kind of like somebody in our community who people would come to when they had complex issues. Mm-hmm. You know, she was that ear that people can talk to, and she would come up with solutions and all that other kind of stuff. There are at least one in every community, and my grandmother happened to be one of those people. And I remember this lady, she was raised up in the church. She wore skirts that came to her calf or to her ankle. Mm-hmm. She wore long sleeve shirts or blouses. Church. Virgin when she was married. Her husband enticed her into doing an sex act. Now they're married. They're in the bedroom by themselves, you know, the oral type. And he turned around and said that she was nasty because she did it, and used it as a premise to divorce her. So what ended up happening is that time and time again, these holy and sanctified women were being left for the women who were not, by their husbands, who they were virgins for, who they cooked and cleaned for, cooked from scratch and all that other kind of stuff. Because the husband was looking at them and saying, oh, you're not doing it enough. So now here we are in 2024, and y'all are trying to flip up the game, respectfully speaking. You're trying to say, well, if you cut out all of that extra stuff, then we will be, you know, the guys that we need you to be. And I'm here to say, no, it won't happen. It didn't happen then. it won't
I
happen
can
now.
tell you this, Angie. If the guy's not already coming at you that way, he's never going to be that way. You don't practice to be a gentleman. You don't practice to be a man. You either are or you are not.
100%.
I agree.
So the women that are picking these men with these projections of saying, oh, if you do this, this, and this, then I'll be your man type of shit, that's bullshit. Because
No, it's not about the women picking it. It's about the men lying.
Again, remember, women have access to sex. So the man's either got a real good game or she doesn't have the wherewithal to disseminate whether that man's lying or not. What do you guys call it? Intuition?
The wherewithal would be the father in the household with her, raising her.
Yeah, but
because a lot of what
been raising families for the last 40 years. So to bring
because the father's abandoned.
No, that's like I said.
Oh, the fathers don't abandon?
Hold on. I told you this started off back in the 60s when they started breaking down the family nuclear unit. When they started bringing out social services, when the market went down in the 60s and they closed all the plants, the brothers had to leave the house so that the families could be fed. They chose to leave. In the 70s and the 80s,
men use social services too.
Let me tell you history. I'm 57. I lived through this. I'm not telling you from something I read. This is what happened.
I've seen it too.
So families could be fed because it was so desperate in the time. Look at Good Times. Look at the TV shows that were going on about those times. People were struggling, and the only way that they could get to eat was to have welfare. That was designed by the country so that you could break up the black family. We were the strongest unit. We were married by 80% back in the 40s and 50s. That disseminated in one freaking generation.
If I could say something to that, Ronin, Chris, if I could speak to that, because I've got 10 years on Ronin. That Good Times was not representative of the black family.
It wasn't.
Not the nuclear black family. It was a husband, a wife, a struggling black family living in the projects with a fat guy who never took care of the heat.
Yeah.
That was a different era. Right. And that wasn't, even though that show was very popular, let's accept the fact that that was a Hollywood production. Those were Hollywood actors. And I can tell you, even as a teenager, I guess in those days, when Good Times was popular, that was not representative of me or any of my homies or homegirls up and down the blocks of Philadelphia. It just wasn't.
You grew up in Philly?
Born and raised.
Okay. Yeah, I was in Germantown for about 7 years.
What part of Germantown? We need to talk, kid. I need your email. What part of Germantown? You remember Germantown, Shelton?
I was a kid then. Is when I moved there because my aunt was she was a paramour. She was actually taking care of kids overseas with some rich family. So my mom moved us down to her house in Philly, and we lived in Germantown for about 7 years before we moved to the Midwest.
Incredible part of town. But look, on some real talk, Good Times was not representative of black folks.
I use it as an example, America, just as a way of explaining that there was a major
George Jefferson, the Jeffersons, Jeffersons, and then later the Bill Cosby show.
Right, there was a major downswing on jobs, and that's when they started kicking in.
So I just did a Google system. I just did a Google. It said in the 1960s, 25 to 30% of black mothers were on welfare. So it was not, so it wasn't the whole population. It wasn't the overwhelming majority. It wasn't.
Nobody in my neighborhood was on welfare and would even admit that. I doubt statistics, Chris. I know you pull them up. You go to Google, but the black community.
Let me tell you what my mom
being on welfare was shameful.
But let's say this, America. You can tell me this. Were your parents hustlers? My mom kept the books for a numbers game and a bomb, and my dad was collecting money off of the Baltimore Pier for the mom.
I can answer your question this way: are your parents still alive?
My mom is. My father is not.
Yeah, my dad and mom are gone. No, they were not. They were never involved in any number game. They played the numbers.
My mom was. Yeah.
Well, but I get it.
But people chose different ways to survive.
Well, Ronan, there were like different schools of thought. Like there are some people who say that welfare was created to take the black man out of the home. There are people also from that time period.
I call cap one.
Yeah, there were people. There's women here in this channel's community saying welfare was there because the black man left That was why it was created. It was there
I call
because
cap.
the black man left.
I call cap on that one.
Yeah. How about you,
No,
Bill?
it's true. There were situations where men who had families will leave their families for days at a time, no food, no money. I know because these families the women used to come and ask my grandmother for help. They tried to stay with these husbands that weren't doing them right. This wasn't a
What year was
situation of they chose wrong. They were married
What year
and
was
they
that?
had children with the men, but the
But
men would just
you gotta
leave.
understand there's certain times. Okay, I'm gonna say
I'm going to say this. This is
Let me say
America.
this.
Hold on,
Well, what year was
Wait,
it?
no,
This
let
is
me
a-
finish.
let me
Let me
say this,
finish this
Ronin.
point. No, let me finish this point. In the 40s, you had World War II. Guys were coming back with shell shock. They were being misdiagnosed. They had mental issues from the stuff they saw. Now let's roll that forward to Vietnam War, Korean War, 50s and 60s. And who does the majority of the fighting beside our community when it comes to a war? So you got to understand there were probably mental, developmental things that were going on from these men coming back from the war, not being appreciated. Things happen. So it's not as cut and dry as you guys are trying to make it seem just by the letter of whatever you read in a record book or whatever. There were other things that were underlining that we were not necessarily in our community being treated for.
We had that same.
Reading a record book, I was telling you firsthand observation, what I
telling
saw
you
back
that even
then.
with that firsthand observation,
I take
how
that
many
into
of those
consideration, and you
men-
cut me
listen,
off to say what you said.
Listen, how many women had husbands that were in the military? Do you have that
Plenty.
statistical data? So then how
Plenty
do you
did.
not know?
So,
How do you not know those men did not
but why
develop
do they
issues
get a
because of
why
the
do they
military?
get a pass?
It's not necessarily
Meanwhile,
a
these
pass
women
when
were
they're sitting
tasked
there
with trying to
watching
figure out how to feed these
you've seen
kids,
bodies
keep a roof
explode.
over their heads.
Ronin, let her
Have you seen
finish.
bodies explode or anything like that? How are you saying that's a pass?
Ronin, let her finish.
Okay, maybe they didn't see bodies explode, but they certainly did endure black eyes and bloody nose and busted lips from these people, some of them giving it to them.
I'm
So
not saying they did
why
not.
does he get a pass, but the same woman that he was doing this to doesn't get a pass too?
Yeah, Ronin and Fearless, we got to be empaths on here. We got to be able to look, have empathy for both sides. I know y'all have
I
empathy for
understand
one
No,
that.
side.
my
And
thing was somebody
trying to be
said
one
that.
What are you
welfare
gonna
was
do when you are
administered
supposed to rely
for
on a
black
man to
people.
give you a paycheck? He ain't giving it to you. He's spending it on whatever. He's maybe an alcoholic. He may be on drugs. He may be spending it on women, everything else. And you got a house full of kids that are saying, "I'm hungry. I'm starving." And even you may have some kids, especially if they are boys. And I'm saying that for a reason, not to malign boys, but people that work with children understand. Gender specific behaviors.
Right.
Generally, boys, when they find themselves in a situation where they can steal or they can do something illegal, they're going to do it. So now you got this child that's coming of age and he's seeing that his sisters and brothers are starving, that his mom is having a hard time paying the bills. What you think he's going to do? He's going to get out there and start hustling. He's going to sell whatever. And you, as the woman, as the mother, as the wife, are trying to keep your house stable, but you got somebody that's supposed to be your partner acting up on you. What are you going to do? That's the reality that these women were faced with.
You're going to do
So it wasn't like they went to welfare. It's not like they went to welfare just so that they can get rid of the husband. They tried everything they could to hold on to these men until they couldn't no more. They were faced with a reality that if they don't act, then things are going to fall apart. So this idea, this notion that welfare took men out of the house is false. And for Reverend, I'm trying to scroll up and find it. Mr. Reverend Oman, I actually saw a video because he's saying that men never had welfare. Yes, you did. I saw a video where a man, I believe he was a widower. He received assistance to the point where he even had somebody to come in and cook food for him and his children. And it's a black and white video, and he's sitting down playing the guitar while the woman that's helping him to take care of his family that was supplied by the government is cooking food. So yes, it did happen. It did happen. It may not have happened as much as the women going to get in welfare, but men did get assistance too. That is a fact. I don't have a reason to make things up. Now, what were you about to say?
Somebody said that welfare was invented for black women because of men leaving.
But Angie, the fact is,
wait, is that correct?
Well, somebody else said it was
no.
Somebody said it was
no.
Well, yes, it was.
So
It was not invented just for black people.
I said that, yeah, but I'll restate that. It was probably more than just black people. Let's just say that.
There are more white people on welfare, always has been, than there ever have been black people.
Right.
So
am I wrong?
Question is,
no, you're right.
I know you painted this picture of like leaving and all of that. If that is,
I didn't paint the picture. I actually saw it.
All right, that happens. I'll give it to you. I'm saying everything you said was correct. Then why is it then in 1960 when black families had the highest marriage rate that we don't have that now?
No, they did not.
If it's the same universally, that means white men were leaving their white babies the same that black men were leaving their black babies.
Just even more.
Why is it that their marriage rate has not declined? Why is it only in the black community?
Just to be clear, Fearless, in 1960s, white people, I think, were married maybe 70% of the time. In the 70s, black people were married, like I think in the 50s, 60s. They were never at any point in this country. I'm still looking for the stat. Black people were never the most married people in this country.
Go back to the 40s.
I'll go back. I'll look right now. But go ahead.
At one point, we were at 80% because that's all we could marry. We didn't have no options. Black men always chose black women.
There you go. Now you're starting to speak to it.
Black women always.
I'm looking at it right now, Chris. It says black people were married in greater proportions than white people until 1960 for men and 1970 for women.
Right.
I'm still looking for it.
So what?
Okay, but it was our preference. It's still our preference to this day. Black men always prefer black women first.
So
that's never going to be a differential. No black man on the panel will ever say they didn't prefer a black woman first.
Hey, Ronin, my mother and dad were married until they both died. My brother's been married to his wife for probably 40-some years.
Man,
I got nephews.
I've always wanted that. Believe me, every time I've gotten married, I've only gotten married to want to stay married.
I ain't talking about you young people who get married more than once. Right. I'm talking about folks who, no matter how miserable the marriage got.
You struggled through it and you got
together.
No. That's bad for mental health. There are a lot of people that have been messed up as a result of that. Bad things happen in those households. Abuses happen in some of them. So this idea that you just got to struggle through. Why you got to struggle through? Why you got to why set up the struggle?
Because you stood before. Wait, if I could say, gentlemen, I'm curious to hear these answers from young people. Especially a young sister, as intelligent and as well studied as Angie is. Real talk, no smoke. But look, Angie, if you look at your grandmothers and your mothers, and even though they might have had some tough times with a man, why do you think they stuck in there?
Hold on one second. Before we go to that, Ronin, Fearless, I looked it up. 1940s, black people were married 59%, white people were married 60%. So I'll keep doing that research, but I'm just saying that's what I saw.
Keep going.
Thank you for that hot take.
Hey, Chris, Angie. Somebody was asking if the panel was open. I didn't know if you wanted to drop the link.
I'll drop
Young Diddy or Daidi.
Yeah, I'll drop it again.
Come up.
But Angie, what do you think marriage is?
Okay, you wait a minute. Are you asking me a question for me to answer, or you're asking me a question to ponder?
Maybe you'll ponder it later, but I'm asking you on the panel live. That's what marriage was. What's different about marriage that you just figure you can bail?
It's not about bailing.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get on the same level. At the base level, if a couple decides to go to the justice of the peace and get married like that, no wedding, no reception, just go to the justice of the peace and do whatever you do there. What you're doing is signing a contract that you are going to form a household together. So whatever decisions that either person makes can affect the other person's life, and people can be liable for, one another's actions. And so at the base level, no, hold on. At the base level, there is a contract. Now, the issue is what you're saying, if I apply the same logic to buying a house, or let me say buying a car, because buying a house may be a little complex for some listening in, respectfully speaking. Buying a car. Okay, you bought a car with the understanding that it was going to be in the condition that it was in when you saw it. But when it's time for you to go and crank it up, you notice that some things are missing. Are you going to stick with it? No, because that's not what you signed up for. Well, the same thing with marriage. Some people get into a situation where they're married, everything goes well, and then the contract is signed, and they show a different side of themselves.
You just compared holy matrimony, where you stand before a congregation in most cases.
I said it respectfully. I was comparing contracts. Contracts.
Marriage is a contract. I'm going to ask the panel.
At the base level, yes, it is.
Yeah.
There are rights.
A covenant, a contract, same difference. A covenant between you and God, supposedly, if you're a Christian.
You and who?
Not everybody is a Christian.
And we got.
That's why I use the justice as that's why I use the justice of the peace as an example.
And we got to take the stigma out of dissolving a marriage and stop saying bailing, because
hold on. So I want to ask Angie. So you
were asking me. I was in the middle of explaining something, and y'all are starting to ask me other questions. It seems like when I say something that you don't like, then you got a question. Hold on.
Let's start with that. Everything you say, I like. You're very smart. So take that out, that part of it. So if you could continue, I apologize.
Okay. So what I'm basically saying is contract, whatever the contract is, marriage, car, house. And by the way, a car and a house, those are major purchases that mean something to a lot of people. If something is wrong, then no one is looking at a person that has a lemon and saying, oh, you made a covenant that you got to stick with it. You just got to, bear with it. No, there's some recourse for you to take. Everybody recognizes that that's a situation that can affect your quality of life and do bad things to you if you stick with it. Same thing with a house. If you buy a house and you understood that mold abatement took place and you're finding evidence that it didn't, then there should be some recourse for that. Same thing with a marriage. I think that a lot of people have been frauded into staying into marriages where it didn't work out for them, where they were being abused, where the resources were being plundered from them, and all kinds of things because they were being guilt tripped to stay. I'm not the person to guilt trip people. So I don't tell people to stay in a relationship where somebody's beating and knocking on them or verbally abusing them or neglecting them or mistreating them in any other way. So
can I ask you a question, Angie, with the example that you gave? I don't know if you want to go with cars or the house, but let's do the cars. You said that somebody bought a car and it was a lemon. Usually, what would be the way prior to buying that car to make sure that you don't buy a lemon?
The example that I gave was something was missing from the car. Now, yes, you can take a mechanic with you to look over the car to make sure that everything is intact. But the example that I gave was that you were buying the car under the premise that it was intact, but when you received it, after signing the contract, something was missing. There is some recourse.
So it would have been smart, because you as a person didn't know nothing about cars, to take it to someone who was a little more knowledgeable on cars. Right? I
think you're missing what I'm saying, and you're wanting to drive it into a certain direction.
I know exactly.
I specifically said something was missing from the car. What I didn't say is that somebody blindly went in and bought the car naively and then started complaining.
A mechanic would know that something was missing from the car.
So in the case of particularly a woman that's getting married to a man, if you want to say that she should take the man to the mechanic, the mechanic that she would take the man to would be her father. But what happens when her father is not in the home?
Because she has a father, brother, other people. So what happens?
What if she doesn't have a brother?
In today's
what if she doesn't have an uncle?
In the days, then she needs to find.
We're talking about 2024.
Then what's going to happen is the same thing. She's going to buy a lemon, because a salesman,
as opposed to the community holding the men accountable that are doing this to the women.
Let me talk.
So you're saying women aren't doing anything to men at all? It's
lemon.
all the man's fault.
Yeah,
No, I didn't say that.
I want to come back to that.
Always sell you a lemon. So why wouldn't you, instead of buying a lemon, find someone who can vet that car for you? Friend,
Fearless, the notion of vetting is impossible. Let's be clear.
There you go.
No, you know why I know? Because when I've had girls and I brought them over my house, you know what my mom would say?
She ain't the one.
She ain't the one for you.
But that's you.
Right out the strip. Right, things that I could not see.
No. But here's the thing.
Hold up. How many people have you brought home that your mom or your dad or your sister said nope?
Let me make a terrible analogy.
Hold up.
Did
that ever happen?
Hold on. Let me make a terrible analogy. You remember those filters we had to wear the masks during the pandemic? Stuff still got in. Small, little, tiny particles still got in
to your face.
No. I'm just saying that filter didn't stop everything at every small amount of size. So I'm just saying the vetting to the same level, you cannot vet perfectly. You're doing due diligence, and that is an imperfect science. It's better than nothing.
It's not about perfection.
I'm agreeing with you, Chris. I agree that you cannot.
Not about perfection.
Yeah, it's not about
perfection. It's a part of that relationship that you got to put
her mother and father were married for 60 years before I even married her. She knew what a perfect family was and how hard it was to keep a marriage together for 60 years. Did that mean once I married her, she didn't change? No, absolutely not.
Well, I'm trying to get
people are going to change. You can vet until your cows come home, but eventually you got to pull the trigger and see if everything you thought was going to happen and you guys could actually grow and work through things together is actually going to be applied.
Well,
because it takes both of you to apply the things that you've learned.
I agree with that, but I think we have to also, I hate to say it, we have to throw away these legacy marriages. That was a whole different era.
And women didn't have their full autonomy then either.
Yeah.
How is it a legacy marriage when someone else who has been married, who knows about it, or a female who knows another female can say, that's not the traits that you're looking for?
Because in that time frame, the average
not
guy
that time frame that happens today.
No, I'm saying, and the marriages that Ronin was talking about, great grandmothers and great grandmothers, the average man could get a pension. The average woman couldn't get a bank account. There was a whole lot of stuff that was different. You don't see a lot of marriages today we haven't seen them yet because we haven't let that run out yet. But like, if we start to look at the averages of 40 years from now, most people are not going to be married 40 years or more. Let's just be clear about that.
I predict that the future
it's too convenient to get divorced.
It's going to prove you wrong, Chris.
And to Ronan's point, if we had no fault divorce back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, whatever, those motherfuckers would be getting divorced. Let's be clear about that. They wouldn't stay with them. If those women could work and get divorces, they wouldn't stay with those husbands in most cases. Let's be clear.
That's the other side of it too. And I also want to take an opportunity to dispel this docile, sweet, just went along with it woman of the past. I have an aunt that's over 100 years old and she still speaks her mind clearly. She doesn't have any dementia. And she was never the type to just take it on the chin. She tell you straight. And I've known older women like that were divorced way back when. I mean, these things that happen, that's just I'm bringing the angle of the reality, not a fantasy. I've been fortunate enough to know 3 of my great grandparents, and I have relatives that are in their 80s and their 90s. So I don't have to rely on a narrative. I see the real thing. And
my mom's
not just
81 right now. And I talk to her every day.
And not just within my own life. I know people outside of I've seen people rather outside of my orbit as well. And they don't fall into these roles that were just so packaged very well and neat. No, some people were as irregular as you see now. I don't want to say imperfect, but they were just human beings. They were human beings then, we're human beings now. And that's why I want to focus on what actually is going to work to make things better for everybody, as opposed to coming up with anecdotes and arguing over feelings and philosophies to get it done, when you can actually use data and use that to chart a better course.
I love the point of views of Ronin and Fearless, but the problem with our community is the men would fail every single other race if they behave like our men. That's just the bottom. every other race would be worse off if their men behaved and comported themselves like black men do for our community.
Chris, it's happening all over the world
about
right now.
black women, though. Then, Chris,
Say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
Would you say the same thing about black women?
No, because black women are the strength of the black community. It would enhance every other race. Yes, you want to focus on the sexy reds. You want to focus on
what?
Yes.
Never
Who
said
wants to
it.
focus on sexy red?
I'm saying
What?
He does, because when
Who wants
I
to
never
focus on
said
sexy
anything
red?
about Sexy Red. I don't even know who Sexy
I don't
Red
think not
is.
one
Okay,
black man
okay.
sitting on this panel is even thinking about sexy red.
Well, you
I
should.
don't know one of her songs. I do, but anyway.
She got some great songs. She's collaborated with Tyler.
It's terrible songs. All of her songs. are
No,
terrible.
great songs actually. But what I'm trying to say is
She has some great beat makers.
Since
The lyrics are horrible.
Fearless brought that point, black women are the strength of this community, the backbone of our families, not the men.
But Chris, men know that. Real men know that.
Okay.
Real men that are on this panel know
if we know that, then we know that any other race that had women as strong as ours, they would be better off for it.
So, Chris, I would assume that your position is that the enemy is within, and it's not.
Yes, it is.
To your point, Richard.
The enemy is without, meaning that there are elements outside of y'all's community that are influencing things that you might digest the way that you do, but when you step outside,
I agree.
8,000 miles away, you look at those things like, wow, black people ain't the problem.
I agree.
It's these other social elements that are creating the issues in our community. And let's look at media. If we want to go back, we had all type of black TV shows, Flip Wilson, Bill Cosby, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
We've had those opportunities. So we've lived past that moment and beyond and created even greater futures for ourselves. I think part of the dialogue that happens on these panels is a very nihilistic approach to the black community and why we can't seem to get up. But we have gotten up so much. Look at us.
Come on, Richard.
I posed a question earlier. Why don't y'all just leave? I promise you, if you did, Chris, you'd look at America from thousands of miles away and look at the news because you're still connected and you got family there and you want to know what's going on in the A.
And I hate to say it, I'm not saying against all black men. There are a lot of great black men. Richard, Ronin as a father, Fearless as a father. I might feel differently about them. I might feel differently about them as men as a whole, but OB, great man. I could go further, but I'm trying to say is to Richard, to your point,
Angie, great woman.
Yes, absolutely. She's
Zed, great woman.
She's a gem of YouTube. But I'm saying if you took all those black men and took them to other countries, they're going to ruin those other countries.
What?
No, we don't even have that power, Chris. You're wrong.
No, that's not true.
We don't have that power.
It's not true.
Understand that when you come to other countries, they got their own culture, language, food, the whole nine. When you get there, you're an outsider, and you will always be. That's one thing I learned about being in Thailand. I'll never be a citizen. I'd have to marry a Thai girl. I don't even find them attractive.
They're going to have wants. They're going to have desires.
I'm never going to be a citizen.
They're going to have desires.
The fact that if we can move overseas and see how other people are living with all the drama of racism.
Chris, would you say that black men and women have an influence in America, the way it's structured in its systems?
What do you mean? Go further than that.
Okay, we're 12% of the population. How much do you think we really affect America?
That's a loaded question.
Basketball.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the system. I'm not talking about the things we do great. I'm talking about
what I'm
the
saying,
system
brother.
that runs it.
Certainly not STEM.
Probably not very much.
Okay, so then why would you think, because we're going overseas and we're even less in those countries and population, that we would have such a huge effect on them? Or is it amplified by the media and certain people on social media?
We gotta get past the media, and we gotta start having conversations about the men. What I'm trying to say,
I'm stating facts.
You are the media.
What I'm trying to say, Ronin, is if we took all the black men off of America, put them in other countries, we're gonna see single moms rising and surging.
That's exactly what's happening.
Hold on. There are single moms all over the country,
absolutely,
all over the world,
absolutely,
without black men being associated.
Absolutely.
Philippines has a very high single mother rate.
Absolutely.
They don't
Thailand
believe in-
Sure.
has a
they don't
very high
believe in
single mother rate.
contraception.
Sure.
Well, they do, but they're Catholics, so don't use it.
Sure.
You can go to Ireland and see a high percentage of single moms. You can see that in
All
any
around the
Western
world.
society.
Sure.
All around
it's
the
not
world.
black men that are doing it. It's
No.
all men.
No.
I hear a lot of talking about other countries, but from what I'm hearing, I think we should just focus a little bit on America since that's where we all live
Yeah,
at.
that's what I'm
And
trying
in
to get.
America, we're in last place. We're in last in education.
We're in
We
last
get
in
locked
everything.
up the most. We're the last in
What's up,
income.
brother?
We're the last when it comes to our women being overweight. We're the last at everything. And I just find it funny that, we have this bravado when it comes to rap music and sports that we're big men on campus. But then we turn here, we're always saying, well, what did the woman do? Or what's their part in it? What does it matter? If we're leaders of the home, then we should be guiding those homes. And kind of like I've been saying in the chat, got to take the good with the bad. Like, that's part of being a man. That's part of being head of the household, right? Like, am I wrong?
Yeah, black women.
OB, how you hitting them, Big Daddy? I know
What's
you
going on, man?
I know you taking a trip.
Ronin-
You bringing your
Ronin-
clubs with you. How you hitting them, Big Daddy?
I'm doing pretty good, boss
I'm calling
man.
him Big Daddy, bro.
But hey, but Ronin and Fearless, I understand y'all trying to use the choose better, the purity argument. Black women don't have the ability. I mean, sorry, they don't have the luxury for that to just be as simple as that. Now, like I said, we've got to fix, and we have a lot of home cleaning to do of our own house. We got to do better with the
There
young
you go.
boys and the men to give black women. Oh, you got plenty of great choices. Just choose the best one. They're choosing from horrible choices, competing to try to find a good one. It's not that easy.
But it's the only thing I'll add to that. It's the same on both sides. If you go what the man is naturally attracted to, you can be conditioned to change what you're attracted to. But what you're naturally just attracted to through, conditioning of society and the TV, we got a small dating pool as well. I love to throw that statistics out there that 65% of black women are overweight. Naturally, most men aren't attracted to that because society tells us not to be attracted to that. So when you add in that 65%, then you add in the percentage that's in your age group that you're chasing, it's slim pickings. Basically it's all men chasing after the 10 to 15% of women who fit what they're looking for in their age category.
Yeah, that's true, and there's a lot of factors to that, like the fact that like a lot of black men are not in the home, leading those families to be led by, like I said, a matriarch, the power of the family, the black community. So they're under a lot of stress.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
I have a question.
Go for it.
You said that black women are the leaders. They're
Yep.
the glue that hold us together.
Yep.
That means they're raising the children. That means that they're in shape. So if they are responsible for raising the children, why are our children turning out the way that they are?
No, they're not responsible for raising our children.
No,
they're just
I'm
doing it
not
because
saying
we're
they
not
are.
doing
I'm
our
saying
job.
I'm using Chris's logic. Chris
But,
said they're
yeah.
the matriarch, that that's what they're doing. So
because-
my question is, if they are the people who are leading and they're the only person in the household and they're, the mother and the father, why is it that the children are turning out the way they are? According to you, they should be stronger and they should have their offspring should be better without
They
the man
shouldn't
in the
be
house.
strong. They shouldn't be strong when they're walking around every day, and then they look at other races and there's men in the household helping, and they can afford to eat healthy or not be overweight and not be called out by that. Then we have 4C hair, which is different than most, that costs more money than other races of women don't have to do with. Now they're stuck with raising those kids and trying to go get perms to fit in with what society wants, or go get weave to fit in what society wants. And then we turn around and kick them in the face and say they shouldn't be
I got
wearing
something
that,
to add to that.
which whether right or wrong, but yeah, those are the reasons for that.
I got something to add to that. Who's putting the GUNs in the hands of these kids? Who's putting the DRUGSs in the hands of these kids? Who are telling these kids that you don't have to go to school, you can stay out here and make some money?
That's
There
men.
you go. Because I've seen plenty. I've seen firsthand, and I know of too many stories, and I'm sure everybody else does too, of women that were working 2 and 3 jobs to keep everything stable. But especially with the son got influenced by the street, and the street sucked them up.
Women too, though. What about the
exactly
women? I've dated. My high school sweetheart became a stripper about a year or 2 after high school. So women are, you know, they're under the same conditions. They're influenced by that same exact thing. So it's not just men who, you know, fall underneath that. It's just a different game. We talk about the sexy reds and stuff, but all that is the female Jay-Z.
But who's committing the majority of the crimes? I'm talking, when I say majority, I'm not talking 51%. I'm talking about nearly 80% of the crimes.
And yes, they are. And when they
and who's promoting them to do that?
And when they interview those guys who are committing the crime,
statistic is a lie.
Did you grow up with a man and a father and a mother in a household? And they say no, because the majority of crimes are committed by guys who grew up with a single mother.
It's more like who grew up without a father.
Okay,
that's
grew up without a father.
But something I want to kind of go with, I think a lot of times on panels like this, the women a lot of times like to take a lot of credit for some of this stuff that is just because the way society is. I tell my wife all the time, when we go on a cruise or something like that, people are a lot quicker to walk up to her and talk to her of different races just because she is a female versus being a black male. And it's certain things she didn't see until, you know, we became married and walking around in certain settings or a corporate event or shit. Even someone just calling your phone, you know, versus hearing a black male voice and a black female's voice. So it is certain things that, you know, has to do with that. A lot of times we like to say, well, black women graduate at this higher rate, but I think there's reasons for that that's out of their control. But I'm still saying at the end of the day, black men got to take responsibility for black men. But I'm just saying at the same point in time, the way society is set up, it kind of makes it easier for black women to succeed. And some of that's on the good of us, and some of that just happens to be because it just happens to be.
I'm sorry. How is it that a woman that is responsible, she's a single mom, and she's working a job, and she's handling everything on her own, including caring for a kid or two? How is it that she is set up to succeed against a man who only may have to work 8 to 10 hours a day, maybe 12, and has the rest of his time to himself?
So I can give you one just from my own personal perspective, and I'm sure Fearless and Ronin and Chris can probably speak on this as well. And American Talk, just working in corporate America. A lot of times y'all women don't realize that they'll put a black woman in that position because they know it's a woman and overall it's dominated by men and she ain't going to run anything. So you're less feared. You know, it's a lot easier to be surrounded by 3 other women. You're the GM, then you got managers underneath the GM. It's a lot easier to control it if 3 out of 4 of them are women. You see what I'm saying? Versus another black man who might give him a little bit more pushback. Like those type of things do happen in offices. I see it all the time in corporate America. The men at the top hire the pretty women just to be in the office, just because it's eye candy and something to look at. Or they hire the pretty woman because when they go to other places, when they go to these big sales events, they think it just looks better from the dynamics of these guys will be googly-eyed over the women and not really pushing so hard on my thoughts or my ideas or whatever it is, the product that we're trying to sell. And those type of things do exist.
Why do you work at a place that treats you unequally?
To add to what OB said, it also ticks off 2 requirements to a corporation on a hire, to hire a black woman over a black man. 1, she's a woman, and 2, she's black.
I mean, that might be your experience, OB. I'm just saying my experience, like black women, and I saw it when I worked in healthcare, like they're extremely driven. They've earned those promotions that they're getting.
Thank you.
I've never questioned that one time. That's not what I said. I said sometimes, and a lot of times, when you go up, these white men who have the society structured in their favor, which we all know will literally hire the black woman over the black man because there's less pushback. That doesn't say that black women shouldn't get the success. It doesn't say, I'm the one I brought it up, that black women aren't graduating at higher rates. I brought it up myself that black men make the lowest income. I brought it up myself that black men get locked up at higher rates than anyone else. But none of those things take away from that. And it's something as simple as that. Like a white woman would dare not say what she said to me. Well, why do you work at that place? Because I'm a black man and I live in America and most of us don't have a silver spoon. And I work for one of the top companies in the world, probably the #1 company in the world. It's so large what I'm doing. It's in the IT field. When I'm in the logistics field, I can't even say the company's name. White women don't say that type of stuff to a black man. That is a put down. And that's some of the stuff that the black men kind of try to say.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Black women aren't so perfect either. You don't even realize you really kick me and put me down, and all I did was come on here and support you just because I say it's something that black men are experiencing in corporate America.
I asked you a question that you may have been uncomfortable with, but I didn't abuse you. I didn't kick you in your teeth. I'm sorry that you took it like that.
Well,
That's
you
not
said,
the
why
way
do
that
you work there? Why do you work
Yes.
where you work? I
Yeah.
don't think your job is perfect.
I don't have I own a business.
Okay,
And
then.
yes,
So you don't even work for it. So you're not even in corporate America.
Hold on,
That's my whole point.
Hold on. I have been in situations where people looked at my skin color and looked in between my legs in order to ascertain whether I was qualified for the position. And when I realized that's how they operated, I didn't stay there. I'm not going to be someone's victim, with all due respect. That's why I'm
everywhere
asking
in
you.
corporate America, though. I'm hearing
Well,
you, but that's 99%
if you want to tolerate that, then you go ahead and tolerate it. But I don't, and I won't.
I would say that it's baked in for women to be more driven. They have a lot more up against them earlier in life, and I think that is a factor. They're taking advantage of that in all facets of life nowadays. I can't speak.
So you think black men don't have any disadvantages in life at all? It's all against black women?
Who's that question to?
You.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying black people they have things.
You don't think that black men?
We
have it more
both struggle.
difficult?
We just struggle differently.
Right.
I go to schools, and one of the things they say is if a black male is, I don't want to say as out there,
white man and a black woman. Did you hear that before? My feelings. You heard that before?
What's that?
Repeat. The only two free people in America is a white man and a black woman. Have you ever heard that?
Yes. But I think Chris is saying that they don't have it harder. If you go to any high school and you are middle school and you
I'm not saying that.
No, but I'm saying you see a black child, they are already a black male. They're already stigmatized. Oh, he's too rowdy. He can't sit still. Anything like that. The white child,
he's just black planet.
Correct. At a young age, we're already sought at. Black men are already looked at as you're going to be in jail. You're going to be this. You're an aggressive person. So we get it from the beginning.
Right. But I'm saying, Fearless, black people in general had that.
I know, but you said that but black women have it harder.
No, I don't know if I said that. What I'm trying to say is
that's why I said it. What
I'm saying is black women, they have to have kids at a much earlier age than we do. They have, in a lot of cases, they have men who are going to bail on them when they have children. They have some things that they have some more earlier pressure where guys, I think, have the ability to kind of take a little bit more time, be a little bit less serious in dating. So I think I'm saying in all facets, women are just a little bit more serious.
Are we talking about 2024? I disagree with that. Talking about 1940s? Because we're talking about 2024. It's equal at this point. But in the 1940s, yeah, that was true because black women had to rely on men. They couldn't get higher paying jobs like they can now. But if we're talking about 2024, women can do exactly the same things we can.
Yeah, I didn't say they couldn't. I'm just saying that they're much more educated than black men, and that's not that.
If anything, Chris, I say they have it better. Hold up. No, let me ask you this. Let me ask you something, Chris. Hold up, Ronin. I think they have it better. Chris, if you dated a woman who was in the exact same position as you and made the exact same money as you, and you went out on a first date, who would pay?
Okay, let's have this conversation. This is good. I've been waiting to have this. Now, maybe someone maybe some fact check this for me. Black women are spending a lot on a date, just not on the date. They're spending to get their hair done. They're getting their nails done.
You don't think men have
exactly?
Hold up.
It blew my mind when I heard this shit.
That's sexist. Because men have to prepare for a date too. They got to get a haircut. They got to get their beard trimmed.
Listen, Ronin,
but how much is your expenses versus her?
Does it matter? You both have to prepare for the date.
Ronin, I would say it's more. Ronin, I'm agreeing with you. I would say it's more, Ronin. A car is a lot more expensive than getting your hair done.
The car upkeep, all
well,
that.
if it's a problem, then don't date.
So
if this is that's where it comes from, right here.
Now, when you equalize, everybody has to prep for the date equally, and expenses are different. Now it's if you don't want to do it, then just don't do it.
Let's just say this:
if you have a problem with mating behavior to be with a woman, then don't participate.
This is the part that I find funny. You got a military man on here. You got Chris on here who's in IT. I've seen Ronin's military pictures. I know Chris works in IT. He's had coworkers come on here. I've seen fearless degrees. I've showed my master's degrees on here, and we give you a different opinion of what we're going through. And you're saying, well, if you don't like it, just don't date. And this is some of what black men are trying to say the issue is.
Can
If
I
you
ask
can't
a
get
question?
along with the best of the black men that you got in your community, what the hell do you think is going to happen?
Well, look at the energy that you're coming with. I would
It's
love to
not
have
that
a
energy. It's
civilized
not, hold on. It's
conversation
not
with
that
you, but the way
energy.
that you come across,
Obi,
I'm matching the energy.
Ask a
And
question of
actually,
the
I'm
group.
being a little more soft when I'm matching the energy.
Obi,
Who prepares that hard for a date? I'm just asking. I know I'm
do.
old.
I know I do. I go hard in the paint.
Well, Chris, let's go back to what I asked you. And the reason you kept saying that black men
Word?
have it hard, or white, or black women.
I just want to give Ronin his flowers. Let's be clear, Ronin. Between me and the married woman, I spent probably tenfold over her ass. I mean, dating. Let's just be clear about that.
Oh, believe me, when I was growing up, when I was dating, man, I limos, nice dinners, flowers. I go all out. I was the biggest simp in the world, brother. Believe me,
Chris,
I've gone through my fair share of money.
So, Chris, you are still having to be a traditional man by paying first, taking care of things, but you both make the same amount of money. Why is that fair?
Oh my goodness, he's just saying.
I'm saying in general. So the scenario I gave is if you meet a woman at work that is on your level and makes the same amount, and you take her out, are you paying? And the answer would most likely be yes.
Yes.
So why do you think that is fair?
Let me be clear about that. It's not so much about fair. I love the question, but I think it's more about what those two people agree to do, or what that man wants to do. I don't care if that woman made 300,000 and I make 50. I still want to, pay for the dates. That's what I want to do.
So you get to be traditional, whereas she only gets the benefits, not any of the negative of being the woman.
What do you mean the negative?
What is the
Meaning
negative?
she gets the benefit, like she gets to get taken out. She gets to be the person who's asked out, and you get to be the person who drive her. All of those are the benefits.
Yeah.
Even though she makes more money than you, or the same amount, she still doesn't have to spend any of her money.
She's
you have to be the traditional
fearless. You did that for your wife.
Yeah,
he did it for your wife.
She's spending it, like I said, on the hair, the nails, the
hold on.
Let me be clear.
That's a non-factor. She's gonna have to do that anyway, bro.
Fearless, didn't you do that for your wife?
Here's the thing. If you took some chick out and you paid for her nails, her hair, you did her feet, you did everything, even bought her outfit, you think she's only wear that one time? You just prepped her for maybe 10 dates in a whole fucking week.
Let me be clear. Not the hair, not the nails. But
I'm just saying. But I've done that. I've taken a girl to the beauty salon, had her hair done. I did the whole Pretty Woman date.
Here's what I'm trying to say.
To a nice place and got her a dress.
This is a great convo. What I'm trying to say, Ronin, is this: there's no crying and courting.
Oh, absolutely not. If you're courting the right woman and she's not taking advantage of you, absolutely not. I don't have a problem with spending money like that.
That's why when Fearless said
that
he said
appreciates it.
When Fearless wanted to bring up, hey, you dated the married woman, look at all the money you spent. Listen, if I lose, I set the bar higher for the next dude. He's gonna be hard pressed to beat the bar I set. So I had a great time before, and I've had a great time. I don't have any regrets. But this is the way I want to show up. And the thing is this, Fearless and Ronin, if you try to split those hairs and say, hey, can you kind of pay this? Can we go this? Can we go this? You might lose to the guy in competition who's saying, you know what, I got this. I'm going to show this. I'm going to do it all myself. I don't want to leave that up to chance with the married woman. So I'm not taking any chances. Man,
Chris, I wish you would have listened to a show with this woman on there. And it was a person similar to you. She, and I'm not saying you are, she called her husband a simp. Her husband stepped up, took care of her and the kids. And she said, this is her words, I give it to the other guy for free. I make the guy that likes
the side dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's good.
And so what I meant to you to say was value yourself more, because you do, as a man who is in IT, you do not have to lead with your wallet. If you like paying for that and that is your choice, that's fine. But you do not have to lead with your wallet, pay for that, because there's somebody else who is behind you who is not paying for anything and getting those
still
results.
Getting the same treatment, if not better.
It's a speculation, and I just want
that's not true for every single woman.
We're not saying that.
I want to make it clear too. It's not just a married woman. I do that for every woman I date. Like every woman I date, I'm showing up the same way. Like I remember the woman in St. Louis. She was like, "Do you take every woman on great dates?" I'm like, yeah. I mean, why not? I'm not going to be partitioning and saying, "Well, this woman is a Waffle House. And this woman is a what is that thing where you get the deals on the Groupons?" Nah, I'm not doing that.
Now
I'm not doing that. No. What I'm saying is this.
I ain't never been on no Groupon date in my life. What the hell?
People. That's how desperate it is in dating. People are really doing that shit. But I'm saying,
oh my god, if you got to use a Groupon, you shouldn't be dating.
Well, it's kind of smart in a financial sense, but I'm just saying it's annoying. It's got to be annoying as fuck. But I'm saying, but people, you got to get it how you live. But what I'm trying to say is this, Fearless. What was your question so I can remember it?
No, in the beginning you were saying that
about the other guy who's doing less. Well, what I'm trying to say is this: if that guy beats me out doing less, then she didn't appreciate me for who I was and how I showed up. And I have to eat that. And I have to say, you know what? She wasn't the right woman in the first place. I have to just walk. I have to walk away. That's okay.
Absolutely not, honey. Men should be providers. It's the women that are the ones that are saying that we shouldn't have to provide everything.
And in American Live, you asked me a question, and I'm sorry, I didn't want to skip past it. I just didn't hear the question. You
what
said
about,
I did.
Well, Fearless, how would you feel like? I don't want to step on any feelings. If your wife, when she was dating you, said, "Hey, I'm just going to move on because someone else was just out efforting you."
Okay.
Someone else what?
Someone else was out efforting you and dating and courting. How would you feel?
I don't care. I don't. I'm not putting that effort in like that because if she's only because why would she be with me? That would be the question.
It could be emotional. It doesn't have to always be financial. It could be checking up on her. It could be
that's not spending money. That's a different aspect. And I always say that, Chris. So if you remember, I say on the dates, the first date you go on should never be about money. It should be about chemistry and getting to know someone. So I don't never leave with the wallet.
Yeah.
Can I suggest something?
It wouldn't be
I'm glad I had my dad
out spending me. Oh, that's good for him. He went out spend me. I'm not going to keep up with somebody monetarily.
Well, I'm not saying outspend because I know I'm the worst person to talk about that because I'm definitely going to be reeling myself back in. What I'm saying is this: I'm not going to be like, "Hey, married woman, after which date can you start paying for this?" And I just don't feel like it's fair for me. This is the second date. I'm just trying to let the vibes flow. I'm not trying to, hey, I'm gonna expense report. Can you just? I'm not doing that. I have the ability as a man to say, hey, you know what? Whatever's in my budget. If I feel comfortable doing it, I'll do it. If I don't feel comfortable with it, I don't do it. I'm going to make it very clear to the audience and the panel and the people listening on replay. I'm not letting a woman who I'm dating just yank me around and say, hey, I want to go to Nobu. Sorry. No, I'm not going to just do that. I'm setting the dates.
As long as you're setting the dates,
the question of the men on the panel.
Yeah.
But by the way, let me answer this question real quick. Dragonfly said something about they believe in 50-50. No, I take care of 100% of the bills when I was married. I didn't require my wife to work at all.
Yes,
Go ahead.
It's Richard. That's my channel. Please subscribe. But anyway, I'm Ronin, Fearless, and Angie, and possibly OB away from being at 400 subscribers. If you would please, at American Talk Live LA. Look, so for Ronin, OB, Chris, and Fearless, have you ever gone to a bar, man, back in the day when you was young and spry?
No.
Saw some nice, not a bar, but a club or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Saw a nice lady with her friends, went and bought that lady a drink with no intentions, like, let me buy you a drink, and walked away from her. Have you ever done that?
Been there, done that several times.
Right?
And then dance with her ugly friend too.
Word. Now that's some real playeristic type of hunting, showing that you're not desperate, thirsty, not one of them dudes. Like, I can afford this. Yeah. If you've been there, and I'm sure you have too, Chris. Like, let me buy you a drink.
I have not.
Wow, you should try that, man.
Not until post.
Very powerful.
Not until post divorce. I was booed up and before. I was.
It's very powerful, bro.
Yeah.
it is
Man, that's an
for
old school
me.
player move. You dance with one of the regular looking chicks in the club, and other girls are staring at you while you're dancing. And man, the next thing you dance cards full the rest of the night. Especially if you know how to dance.
Ronin, you got skills.
Bro, I was on the dance floor all the time. I had routines, everything back in the day, bro.
You ain't even a player, you're a coach.
Every time, man.
You Bill Russell on the bench, you know. And I know that Fearless, you're happily involved.
Yes, sir.
All these conversations, you know, when I step up to these, only this panel, I don't step up much, but maybe I'm going to join you and Ronin on a panel just to talk about some old school manhood stuff. I think if there's an issue, and somebody asked earlier, why are all the kids messed up? Well, you know, there's a lot of manhood stuff that doesn't get spread. And it ain't just us. It's white people too. Let me tell you something about Pattaya, Thailand. I was sitting with some white guys, a couple from Australia, like a couple of guys from Australia, a couple of guys from Belgium and, you know, France. They got women out here. They got issues. They got girls taking advantage of them, all up in their wallet. We're sitting out there sucking back some Leos, some beers, and they're complaining just like y'all are about America. You know, there was a song back in my day, love is just like a baseball game. 3 strikes you out. I think that was the Delphonics. Go look it up on YouTube. It's still out there. So it's the game of life. You can play it or spectate. It's the game of love. You could play or spectate. That's the beauty of the game. So the ups and downs of it all is charged to the game.
Absolutely.
But it really is what life eventually will get to once you start bending them curves at 50, 60, looking at 70, could hit it with a brick. If anyway, I'm hitting 70 with a brick, if anybody knows what that means.
Yep.
So it's just the game. You could play or spectate. And I think part of what we do here is some of the narrative of the spectation. You all sound like Howard Cosell. The men and the women. Ali goes down, Frazier goes down. You're talking about all these issues with relationships that are not even that complex. Because if slaves walked off the plantation in 1865 through 1867, when some white guy walked up and said, you're free, you can walk off the plantation. And those black men and women made it work and built Black Wall Streets, and we still got black billionaires, and we had a black president, we had a black vice president. I don't want to get into that. We're making progress. There's nothing wrong.
I'm going to disagree a little bit. I think me and Chris get into this back. What has changed is, and Chris, you don't like this term, the return on investment. Meaning, if I'm taking the woman out,
ain't no ROI in love, brother.
No, but
this ain't Wall Street.
Usually, what happens
is a different contract.
When you're saying back in the day, a guy would do something for his woman, and the woman, in a sense, would be doing something for her man. So we were compatible for each other. I was taking care of this, and you were taking care of that. So we were.
I just want to interject with all due respect. I never did nothing for a woman with any expectation in return. So I started this conversation about, have you ever gone to a place and bought a drink for a woman with no expectations? Have you ever taken a girl on a date with no expectations? So
but how often would you do that? Meaning you have a girl and you buy her Christmas, birthday, all of those gifts, you pay all the bills, and she doesn't do anything for you.
So many times, my brother. So many.
You would stay in a relationship like that?
It wasn't a relationship.
Yeah, but I'm saying a relationship. It's easy to do it one
But
off.
here's the thing,
I've done that in
I got to push
relationships
back.
many times.
Hold on. I got to push back on this.
Give me
a
the
little bit.
pushback. All the smoke.
Hold on.
Give it
I
to
got to
me.
push back on what Fearless is saying for a little bit. All right. So my expectation to my wife or the girl I was dating seriously, if I was doing everything with paying the bills, making sure she was well taken care of and all that, was in other actions, not monetarily. So
Wait,
whether that
with
be
her
more
giving other
emotional
actions?
support, whether it be the house things,
Yeah.
helping with the kids, rubbing my back when I've overworked or I've
Right.
had a second shift. There's
That's
other
what I'm
ways a
saying,
woman
Ronin.
can pay
That
you
was your
back.
return on your investment.
Okay, so kind of make that a little bit clear because it definitely sounds to everybody I think
No,
that's
not
listening,
monetarily.
it's
no.
about monetarily.
So I'll,
And it
so I'll give
shouldn't
you
be
an
that
example.
way.
Yeah. So I'll give you an example. If with me and my wife, I say, hey, if you can take care of 20%, I can actually be more productive. What does that 20% look like? That 20% may be like, hey, can you fold the clothes? I can pay for the trip, but can you please coordinate it? Can you find out where we're going? Can you put an itinerary together? So those are the things that are do not, let's see, how can I explain this? Those are the things that my time is not good to do. Chris, you've done this. You work in IT, and say they pay you $50 an hour. Yeah. For you to do a spreadsheet on Excel is not the best use of your time. Mm-hmm. Have somebody else do it. That's how I look at it.
There's an issue with that.
Is not doing something there. The best use of my time is doing something else. And if she can take care of that 20% that my time is not efficient at, I can be more productive. That is my return on my investment.
But you're talking about a full-blown relationship at this point, not somebody you're just dating.
But see, I'm curious about, and I know I kind of break conversations or whatever. Fearless, how would you deal with modern dating with a woman who said, "I'm saving myself for marriage"? Yeah, that's going against your principles, Fearless.
No. If hold on. See, here's the thing, Chris. It matters where I was at. If this was a woman that I said, man, I would like to marry, and she had the qualities, why wouldn't I wait? Of course I would wait.
Okay.
I mean,
but
shocked. See, here's what happens, Chris, nowadays. She says, I'm saving myself for marriage, but she's screwing everybody else. She's just not having sex with you. That would be the difference. Mm-hmm. And that's where I'm
I'm saving myself for marriage, but you already have 3 children.
There's an issue with the 80-20 perception, with all due respect.
Where the 80-20 thing come in at? I don't even remember that percentage coming up.
No, I said.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm asking.
Yeah, because what you were describing is what's called unpaid care work. And it's discussed at the United Nations as well as other organizations. There are 16 billion. I'm sorry.
I was asking Fearless if he had ever, wined and dined a woman and didn't have an opportunity to bed her. And my apologies for putting it that way.
He was mad. He was mad as fuck.
I whined. I can tell you where she came from. She went to HBCU at North Carolina A&T, Greensboro, North Carolina. I know her name.
I went there for a second.
Yeah, I spent some buku money on her. She was fine, and I never got to her.
It was a really defining period of my life in Greensboro.
Yeah, they was fine down there, brother.
I was taking. You want to talk about courting? I was taking Greyhounds back from Greensboro to Atlanta to go see my soon-to-be wife. That's what I was doing, and driving. But sometimes most of the time I was taking Greyhounds.
But here's the thing, American Live. So I have done that, but what changed me was when I was taking care of, or being that extremely nice person, doing all of that, until I started to observe the other side of it. And when I became the other man, when I was the side man, and I was like, man, this dude is doing everything for you, and I'm the one who you chilling with. Then it changed my perspective to say, it's not about the money that I'm spending, because the guy she's with is spending way more money than me. He's taking her out to nicer places than me, but he's not getting the same result that I'm getting. And so I said, it's not about, then I started to change up where I said, It's not about my money. It's not about this. I had to change up where I was at.
So you've based your perception on dating women on someone who had been in a relationship with two of you at once.
Oh, there was a time. No, not relationship with me. I was just a side dude. I was fine with that. I was the cleanup man. Whenever he would mess up, I'd clean up. It was easier for me because I was busy. I didn't have to deal. If the relationship person, they got to deal with the headache. They got to deal with the person always talking, complaining, all of those things he dealt with. I dealt with the fun part of her. He dealt with the headache. And I was fine with that because I was at a point in my life where I didn't want the headache. I didn't need the serious relationship.
I just want to make sure that it was clear, because where things began was, should the woman pay for half? And now what's coming out is that you were okay with being a side dude at one point. And I know you're just speaking right now about one, but it did happen. So I think there's a disconnect in applying this mindset to all situations.
No, where's the disconnect? So I'm not.
The disconnect is that if, okay, you got a man and a woman, they're both earning the same income.
Mhm.
Where the conversation started, or this leg of the conversation began, from what I gathered, is that the woman should contribute to some extent on the date.
No,
Because you all
let
are.
me correct you. What I was stating to Chris was that no matter if he makes the same or even less than the woman, he is expected to be a traditional man and have traditional values. And by having no traditional values, he would pay first. He would plan the date. He would go get her. Her money is obsolete, whether she made less, the same, or more. Men are still expected to be a traditional man, whereas the women are not expected to be traditional.
I want to unpack the women are not
But
traditional.
you were with somebody, you were the side dude to somebody.
That's not
traditional. And I can guarantee you that a lot of women don't want to have side dudes.
Okay, this one did. All of them did.
Well, she's one, and I'm not here to judge. How you live your life is how you live your life.
Be my wife.
But what I'm pointing out is that the expectation that, to make it seem like it's like a double standard, that's what I was gathering, and I could be wrong, that men are expected to be traditional and women are not, but you're with somebody who was okay with being irregular. Let me say irregular.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't, but most people, irregular means out of the ordinary, but then the ordinary is typically the majority. So you're applying a sense of how to handle things within a regular person, but it seems like you want it to be applied across everybody. That's all I wanted to point out. Like,
no,
you were dating irregular people, and
I wasn't dating her. I was just having sex with her.
I think Ronin.
I was trying to be polite with it. You were being intimate with her.
Yeah,
okay. That was all.
I think the problem goes back to Fearless. You're not keeping the same energy. You're changing. You're flipping. You're changing. You're flip flopping throughout different periods.
You're talking about when I was 21, Chris. When I was in college, I wasn't trying to settle down with nobody.
I was courting women.
I was married at 19.
I was a ball player. I was a Kappa Alpha Psi. That was the furthest thing from my mind. I was having fun.
Then I think you need to also preface these conversations with, I wasn't doing this, but for a little tiny part of my life. When you say, when you want to talk about Married to You Carrie, that's the Fearless from 50 to 53. That wasn't.
And I hope that anyone who listens grows up and gets mature and learns, because I had to learn and say, yeah, I wouldn't do that again, but that was a part of my life. If I had to go back and instruct myself differently, I'm gonna tell you this, if I had to go back and instruct myself differently, I would not have sex until I was married.
It's bullshit. Sorry.
How you gonna tell me that, man? I've talked about this on my show. And you know what I've said on my show? I said that not only, and I said this even when Zed came on our show, I said, as a man, we can have just the same problems. When a woman goes out and she is promiscuous, she develops problems. The same can happen to a man, where he becomes detached from a woman, where what happens is just like smoking marijuana. Marijuana got me high. Now I need some crack. Now, just exactly what Angie said. I need somebody freakier. I need you to do this, this, and this. That happens to me.
First, I need to clarify their fearless. Marijuana is not a gateway.
I know. I'm just saying. Meaning I need something else.
I need to clarify that.
I'm
not
chasing
a gateway
high.
drug.
So I'm chasing
You're
the high.
talking about your own addictions.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't even do marijuana, but I'm saying as a guy, you sexually may
You
chase
should
a high.
probably.
That's why you
You
get a
would
ball
know
player that says, "Oh, one woman wasn't enough. My threesome wasn't enough. My group." You get a P. Diddy sense where now you're chasing something.
Have you had a threesome?
We know he has.
Who hasn't?
Me. I'm still looking. I'm still looking. But I'm gonna be honest on this podcast. I'm gonna be honest. No.
Answer your
I'll be honest
question,
with the
Chris.
podcast.
To go back, I would have saved myself from marriage, because then I think it would be more pure with the person I'm with, and then I would share that experience with them.
Fearless in the multiverse.
Don't do that, man. Because if you ask me a question and then I answer the question, and then you're saying you're lying about it, even though I'm being vulnerable and stating what I would do. I have no reason to lie.
Let's say this. In the multiverse, Fearless, out of the millions of possibilities, there's probably one Fearless that saved himself for marriage. One. Let me move forward.
So you're saying if Fearless was a guy who smoked crack and did all of this, and then I said, "Hey, Chris, if I had to do it all over again and go back, I wouldn't do it." And you say, "All in the multiverse, you would."
What I'm trying to say, Fearless.
Why wouldn't I, Chris? Why? At what point wouldn't I not have learned my lesson?
You learned your lesson, but you weren't consistently that. You're saying if you could go back in time, but what I'm trying to say is, in my opinion, respectfully, that's not in your DNA. That's just not in your DNA. It's not in your DNA to have done that throughout your whole life. You made your choices, and you now want to look back and say, "I wish I could have done differently."
Because that's what everyone does. You Monday morning quarterback. Everyone, you look back and say, "If I could have made this choice different, I would have done this different. My life would have been different. I would have not done that." You said it yourself. I would not have gotten married at this age. I would have done this. I would have had a child earlier.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You say the same thing I just said. Why is it okay for you to do it in your multiverse, but I can't do it in mine?
I'm more consistent in what I say than you.
Wow.
You're not consistent. You still do the same thing.
You wish you would not. You wish you would go back and not have sex, but you also subscribe to.
I wish that I would wait until I got married. So if I got married, if I was in college and I met a college sweetheart and I got married, that would be the perfect scenario.
If I hit on that parlay, Fearless, I'd be rich as fuck. The chances of Fearless going through his life saving himself for marriage, I would be rich as fuck.
You saying you want me to wait until I'm 50? I'm not. That's how you're putting.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying you could have got married at 20, 30, 40, whatever. You were not saving yourself for marriage. I'll put money on that, and I would be rich as fuck on that hit.
No one saves themselves for marriage, Chris.
I just said I did.
No one saves themselves for marriage. Am I wrong, fellas?
That's true. That's true.
Ladies,
nobody.
I was married as a virgin.
She did.
I know you were. You're one in a million. So stop playing with us.
No, there are others too.
Hey, you're one in a million.
America. if I had married my high school sweetheart, then that would have been true. But she didn't want to get married.
No one saves herself for marriage. Stop playing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was just trying to give Fearless some shit. I don't listen. I hear you, Fearless. That sounds great. It's a great feel good score. I don't believe it respectfully. I just don't. And there's nothing wrong with that.
What don't you believe, Chris? That
you're a moral
if
man.
I could be with one woman, I wouldn't want to be with one woman.
That's a heavy crown to wear, and I just don't think a lot of people can carry that crown.
So can most men afford the traditional woman?
Go ahead, OB. I didn't hear you.
No, I was just asking because originally that's what this was titled. Can most men afford the traditional woman that they want? I'm just trying to get y'all's opinion on it because I feel like we're all agreeing with each other. I think we're all just saying it differently.
OB, I said this: if Jose and Manuel can stand outside of Home Depot and make minimum wage and have a traditional woman, I don't know why I can't.
What is Homies Hub talking about? Sniping somebody's stream?
He's thinking. I'm assuming he's saying that since we're restreaming, I mean, substreaming or whatever. What's it called? The
Simulcasting.
Simulcasting. He's saying maybe someone's getting more views than my channel, and I'm like, I don't care, dude. This is about putting fire content out. I don't give a fuck. This is a fire ass stream. I don't give a fuck.
The whole thing is everybody has
let me ask
everybody
OB.
has followers. So when you
OB,
simulcast, you expose each other to each other's list.
Yeah, homies.
OB, do you think that
So
money
get that.
determines whether you have a traditional woman?
What's up, Strictly Travels?
I agree. So to answer your question, I agree with what you said. I just think if we're going to talk about the Black community specifically, I think just for the most part, it's got to improve on both sides.
Oh,
I just think we're so influenced by like the woman's looking for the top 1%, the man's looking for the finest. But overall, I agree with you. Like it can happen.
But OB, would you not agree at this point in time within our own community, the only way to fix some of the things we're discussing is Black women have to kind of come to an agreement on their own? We can't, as Black men, influence what they're doing.
Wow.
Ooh, I don't know, because I feel like I feel like they are influenced a lot by what we're doing. Kind of like I said, my example was, I think like the Trippie Redd or whatever her name, I think she is just a female Jay-Z. I think the same stuff that influences the younger generation, I'm mid-30s of me, I think the same thing influences the women. And I think we're using rappers just because we all know those specific people. But I think, they're a product of that, just like a lot of us males are product of whatever environment we grew up in. So I agree with what Fearless is saying, but I'm just saying I think it's fault on both ends.
Okay.
And my example of that is kind of like how me and Angie got into it. Just that quick. And I think that's just really the dating area that we're in now.
Can I get back to my question about virgins? Wait, Angie, before you
brought
speak.
Me up. Okay, go ahead. But I'm gonna speak afterwards.
Thank you, Angie. I appreciate you. I keep falling in and out. I'm in Thailand. But look, the men on these panels, including Chris, me, Fearless, OB, and Ronin, we were virgins too.
Mm-hmm.
But
so let's talk about the virgin
with this one.
She got married as one though. That doesn't count for us.
Well, wait. But it's really, marriage is one thing.
Yep.
Being a virgin is another.
Right.
I was a virgin, and everybody on this panel was.
You want a pat on the back for that?
Say again?
I'm just joking with you. I'm messing with you.
Yeah, I do. Of course, I was a virgin. Some lovely lady had me first.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Some wonderful man had Angie first.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody want to?
He was a man.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
You said some wonderful man, and I was saying he was a man. He turned out not to be that wonderful.
Okay, but all right. Okay. But I'm asking, like, we were all virgins. I'm speaking from a human.
At some point, yeah,
from a human perspective, we've all been there, male or female. Let's kind of make this conversation, if it's possible, common amongst us all. We've all been virgins.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And ask Angie, was it all that fun? I've asked the panel, was it all that fun? Did you know what you were doing? What is the concept of virgin? And how important is that now that you're a lot older and you're out here living your best lives? I'm curious. It's really, truly an inquiry that will help me in my research.
Yeah, man, it's
anybody.
It's an interesting question.
I want to hear from Ronin. Ronin, when was you a virgin?
Okay.
Let's start with Ronin.
I lost my virginity at 17.
Damn, you was old.
How
about you, Fearless?
My high school
Fearless
sweetheart.
got pretty boy privilege.
If I say that, Chris gonna go off.
No. I want to hear this content.
Wait. Let me finish my story. It was the perfect timing. It was my senior high school prom. That's junior. A good time for a man to lose his virginity.
Right. I was the same age, but junior prom. I was an older guy.
Well, hold up. In a
I
car?
graduated at 17.
I started late.
In a car?
Wow.
Okay,
Did I have a
don't
card?
answer
Yes.
that.
Yes, I had a card.
Don't
But it
answer
wasn't
that.
in the card. No, it was in the hotel room.
This is officially Passport
thank
Bro After Dark.
Let's
No,
It was the hotel
Fearless,
room.
Fearless, we're not
I
judging
didn't
you.
do it wrong like that.
G-rated.
Fearless,
Well,
we're
Let's go
not,
to
actually, we
Fearless,
started off at her
G-rated.
house. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway,
Fearless, we're not judging you. You go, I want to hear this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like maybe 7th grade.
How old? I don't know the math.
Mark,
They're like
you were
12.
molested.
Okay.
Jesus.
Oh no, it was an older
Jesus
person.
Christ.
It was
you
you
were
were
an older woman?
Oh, see, I could hold up. See, I as a man, I couldn't say that. I wished I could, but I couldn't say I was manipulated by this older lady.
Yes, you were.
But I'm saying if I said that, then Andy
How
would
old
say,
was she? How old was she?
No,
now
I
let's-
wouldn't have. Actually, I would have said I've heard it several times before, and
Yeah.
more people need to speak out about it.
How old
Yeah.
was she? Fearless.
She was driving, so she had to be like 17.
Okay.
Angie?
She was married.
Would
At
you like to
19.
speak to that? Wow.
And I want to make something clear since Spotlight is on me for a second. When I saved myself, it wasn't because, it's a covenant to God. No disrespect for those who do. And I'm not trying to make it seem like that's a bad thing. But I just saw what was going on around me. And I was like, nope, I'm not doing anything unless I got a ring on my finger, because I saw what was happening to my classmates who were also teenagers. They were pop pregnant.
Women.
No. I was married at 19. So when I had classmates, they would have been 15, 16, 17, 18.
But I'm
That's
saying
who I was referring to.
they were female.
They were girls that were getting
Yes.
impregnated by grown men and abandoned. So for me, it was like, no, you ain't having no access to me until
I get
ring
what
on my
you're saying,
finger.
Angie, but
So,
you gotta
Angie, after
understand,
that-
women. Hold on. Let me finish this. Angie, I get what you're saying, and it's unfortunate these younger girls were dating older men, but that's hypergamy, and older girls always in high school were dating guys that were in college.
Mm-hmm.
So I get what you're saying, but the way you're saying it sounds like it's so much worse than what really was going on and what continues to go on even now. Younger
It's
women
human
always date up. They always are going to date the older guy with the money and the nice cars and all that. It's unfortunate, but at the same time, you're making it sound like it was some negative when she was very happy to do so.
It was human nature.
Okay,
I think that was your generation.
let me
though,
address
Ronin.
that.
Go ahead.
Let me address that. And at the same time, I'll address OB respectfully with what I'm about to say. Is what I'm saying making it sound worse? Or am I
What you're
showing you am I showing you what it really is?
Mm-mm. No, you're
You
making
see,
it
there's a
sound worse than
difference.
what it was.
I don't
you're
have
making
to
it sound worse than what it
exaggerate.
was.
It
I
may
think you're
sound
making it
worse to
sound
you. It may
Because-
sound worse to you because it's hard for you to ingest it, and that's okay.
No, we had to deal
No,
with it as
because
young
each
men.
time
We
you say
watched
it,
these
you always
young
say the
girls go
man
and
did
date older
something
men.
wrong. The
Wait.
man did this. It was
Wait.
the man's fault. The man got her pregnant. And it's like, well,
He's
where
the
was the
leader.
woman
As
during all this?
pertaining to what? A 15, 16, 17-year-old girl?
Okay.
Was she with a 15, 16, 17-year-old boy?
Are we going back to the hypothetical with a teenager getting a teenage pregnancy? Are we going back to that?
I'm
We're
just
going-
saying that every
No,
time she's speaking,
they're
it's
asking me
always the
questions.
man is doing something wrong. The man got her pregnant. The man beat her up. The man, it's every responsibility is the man.
But
Minimum
hold
wage.
I
on.
don't
If
think
if
Somebody
every
wants to
was
join the
true,
live. Chris, can you
then
drop
why
the link
would
real
I
quick?
say that men need to speak more about being molested as children by older girls and older women? Why would I say that if it's every time the man?
It just
So
happened
that goes back to what I'm
4
saying.
hours.
Am I trying to make it sound worse, or am I showing what it really is? Because if it's every time, then I would have stayed silent when I don't know who said it. They said they lost their virginity when they were in 7th grade. By my
Because I never
estimation,
heard you
you
say
were between
anything about-
12 to 14.
You keep saying the women, the women, the women, but I had not heard until 4 hours and a half anything about men. Nothing. You could have said,
I would
yeah, this
love to
happened.
have a
You could have said,
conversation
this
like that,
happened.
but when someone puts their head against mine like that, I have to match and respond to the energy. I would love to have a smooth conversation.
You could have said, hey, this is unfair. It's unfair that, if a young guy who's 13 gets an 18-year-old woman pregnant, he's still responsible for child support. That's unfair. You never said that. Everything was.
But I did speak to the fact that more boys or more men need to talk about when they were molested as boys. I did say something about it. Now, because I didn't frame it the way that you wanted it to be framed, doesn't mean that I didn't care about the issue, that I don't think it needs to be discussed.
4 hours and 30 minutes. That's what I'm saying.
Because the topic came up around this time. I spoke to it.
I would say this, Fearless. We didn't frame the conversations to consider those situations. That's the problem. So maybe next live we could talk about boys, situations where boys or men are at a disadvantage or are not really getting empathy that they deserve. I think that's the issue.
What type of empathy are we talking about here?
Well, he's
what do you need, Ronin? What kind of empathy do you need, brother?
Hold on, that's not what I'm saying. I'm literally asking the question, like, what are y'all talking about? I'm hearing rape stuff, and I'm hearing we're going to talk about empathy, so I'm a little lost.
Yeah.
Are y'all? I guess basically, let me be more direct. What I'm trying to ask: are you saying like empathy, like if a kid's in high school and he sleeps with his teacher, that we need to talk about that empathy, or is that what you're referring to as rape? Or are you talking about boys getting molested by boys?
That's what Ronin's talking about. I mean, not Ronin, Fearless.
That's another angle too.
Yeah.
There's both situations happening.
And all of that contributes to the chaos that we're talking about, which is why I said I'm cool with having a smooth conversation. But in order to have a smooth conversation, you have to be willing to keep an open mind and hear some things that are uncomfortable, but still true, with the mind of trying to figure out a solution to it. But if I say something and you don't like it and you think that I'm just saying it to cause that reaction and not saying it because it's true, then we're going to be fighting all the while. And we're not going to get anywhere.
Fighting, but here's the thing, Angie. We've had this conversation on our channel. We've actually had a therapist come in and address it with men that were sexually assaulted as children or younger by older women, and also a man that was assaulted by a man.
My first point, if my kids sleep with the high school teachers, I ain't got no issue with it. You did what we all wanted, son. That's how I'm gonna look at it. As far as this guy on guy stuff, I don't know. You might need to go to some real therapy. I don't know if this is the place to talk about it. YouTube. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying I don't know if it's prevalent enough to just have a whole full-blown topic about it.
It was just to open up the conversation so the guys that have felt that way and felt like they were alone, they would go and get the help they needed. So we needed to have the conversation with an actual therapist online.
Hey fellas, we got BA the DA in the room, in the courtroom today. What's up, BA the DA?
What's going on, everybody? I just wanted to tap in for a little bit. Shout out to the panel.
BA the DA.
Angie, shout out to her. But you did touch on a few different points, but if we're going to be completely honest, if we could take it back a generation, it's kind of like what Ronin said. You have a lot of high schoolers that go out of their way to date older men or grown men, if we go be honest about the whole entire situation, right? So this has always been prevalent in our communities. So we're not going to be disingenuous about it. So as he said back then and until this present day, it still happens. It's called hypergamy. They want the men with money, assets, and etc. That's just how it always has been. Now, back then, they used to call those AKA girls fast ass girls, right? But they don't get held accountable anymore because they want to put the accountability on the grown men, as in this situation, right? But how come the blame isn't on those girls when everything was in consent?
Angie, don't lose your thought. I just want to say really quick to hop in here before this go on too long. you at a high school messing with a high school girl, man, you on some rape stuff. I ain't never been to a school where it was common where grown
Yeah.
men sleeping, and if they did, we all knew it, and we all the guys who were kind of, you know, socially out there where they could communicate
I
with
mean,
other
come
people that
on,
wasn't
Bubba.
introverts. We
Being,
openly
come
said,
on,
like,
Bubba,
dude on
man.
some rape
This,
stuff.
come on, man. I know it's a very surprise taboo to talk about, but come on, man.
No,
You
I
gotta,
ain't.
you
I'm just
can't be
keeping it
disingenuous
real. Like, I
about it.
feel like I had a pretty good childhood. I played sports, so
Well,
I
that's
wasn't
you. I'm not talking
socially
to, I'm not,
awkward. So if we seen something like that, the guys on the basketball team, which most of the time are the football
okay,
team and the
let
baseball team,
me,
who
allow me
controls
to
the narrative,
rewind a
we would
bit.
be laughing. We'd be saying, "Why is old boy up here trying to sleep with old girl who in high school? He on some rape stuff." And they
Okay,
knew they were gonna
so,
get
okay,
clowned for
hold
being
on.
on some rape stuff. So
So
most
let
guys
me,
wouldn't move like that
So let me
openly.
rewind it a bit and let me just be a little bit more specific then in this case then. I'm not speaking in reference of an individualistic situation as yourself, okay? As you know me, I like to generalize. I make generalizations. So in this case, it was a very big taboo back in the generation to talk about, right? But when we talk about the fast ass girls, right, aka those 16-year-old girls in high school, they would willfully go out specifically and not date the guys that are in their age bracket, but who? Those thugs that's out there getting money, right? AKA. And as we call it today, hypergamy, right? Women like money, women like to be treated a certain way, and they like when money is being spent on them. It hasn't changed. It's just that it's been a taboo back in the day, and now it's a little bit more open to talk about.
I got to go with the comment section. So, are you basically saying it's okay to be a rapist? Because if you messing with high school kids and you're a grown man, you're a rapist.
Next
So,
Pretty
are we
much.
saying it's
conversation.
the girl fault
No,
for being fast to
no,
mess with a
no,
rapist,
OB, no.
Use that
Next,
word.
next. I
Say
mean,
grape
or
I'm
check
gonna,
grape?
I'm gonna,
Sorry,
or
grape.
cookie stealer
I'm
or
gonna,
cookie
I'm gonna
stealing.
go ahead and say, Ob, I think you have a little bit more intelligence to continue with a different conversation. I don't want to insult your intelligence or anything, but you were just talking to Angie about, hey, we can have a decent conversation, but we have to be honest about it, right? So just because I'm bringing up um honest taboos that has been going on in the past and it's hard to talk about, but you putting it on the table, right? So
Can
I'm
I
just saying,
be
I'm
a
just being
referee
honest
for a
about it.
second for the sake of, a smooth conversation since my name was brought up? I think
Of
what
course.
what you may not realize is that it sounds to us like you're saying that because it happened in the past and it was normal back then, that it's like a normal thing to do. And without realizing that girls were being taken advantage of. There are cases where girls were sold into marriage by their families to older men. It still happens in the world today. Um, in the context of the United States, there are plenty of stories of older men waiting outside of high schools for girls and taking advantage of them like that. Yes, these things happened in the past, and it wasn't. There weren't laws heavily enforced on it back then. But we recognize today that that kind of behavior is very devastating. We acknowledge the long term consequences of it, and we see the men that engage in that kind of behavior, older men dating and marrying and having intimate relations with underage girls. We recognize that class of people um, as being pedophiles. So it kind of sounds like you're saying that because it was normal back then, that it kind of should be normal today. And I don't know if you meant to say it like that, but it did
Okay,
come
so let
across that
me let
way.
me be very very clear then. So, I don't want to play the well. Let me think game. So, I'll try to be a little bit. I'll try to be a little bit more simplistic. Okay, so you guys are talking about the age gap, right? Okay, a younger woman and an older guy. That was the context. So let's keep it within that context. Okay, so I was just making a reference which was included in the conversation about high school girls and older men. Remember, the context is based on a younger girl, whether it being she could be 21, she could be 23, dating or going out with a 40-year-old, 50-year-old, whatever. The point is the age gap, right? That is the reference that I am making, that I had made. So I know that OB, he took it to the extreme levels, but nothing that came out of my mouth has said, hey, it's okay for an older guy to date a younger woman that's in high school. Nothing of
OB
that came out
wasn't
of my
being
mouth.
extreme.
Okay,
He was
wait, hold
reacting
on,
to what you
wait. Okay,
said.
I didn't, dear,
He
I
was
didn't
reacting to
cut
what
you
you
off
said. I'm being a
respectfully.
referee.
You don't have to be a referee. We're having a dialogue, me and you. We don't need a referee, okay? So in that context, I only wanted to make Ronan's point about as of today, we live in the present. The connection from the past and today is that younger women, no matter what the age is between that gap, they want to be hypergamous. Are we clear? Did I make
So, so
it
my
simplistic enough?
So my thing is, what Angie said, what Ronin said, I heard it, and I was just trying not to cut him off, but I was thinking, I ain't never had that at my school. But when Angie got to talking, it makes me think about on ESPN Plus right now, they got a 30 for 30 documentary. I think it has Dion on the covers. It's about the years when he played for the Yankees. That team was just the worst of the worst. Basically, a lot of things happened on field. One of the things that is discussed in that documentary is that one of the players was actually bringing his high school girlfriend to the games, and basically she was sitting in the players' wife section and everybody knew it. And I kind of forget about that. So when Ronan says that I believe that was a normal at that time, kind of like Angie was saying, there wasn't as many laws, it wasn't looked down on as it was today. But for me, I'm in my mid 30s. So when BA, and I know you're close to my age, I think I'm like 1 year older than you. So with that being said, when you
How old
say,
are
well,
you?
that's the normal, let's not act like it. I'm just like,
Wait,
that wasn't the
how old
normal
are
for me
you?
growing up. That was
Wait,
it. That was
sir.
all I was saying. That
So
didn't happen where I grew up.
how old are you?
I'm 37, man.
Okay.
And that never happened. Like I said,
Can I
I
ask
Okay.
remember maybe like two guys like
So
that. And I remember
okay,
them
so
because
my
it was
my
so
question to
different that they would
you,
do something like that.
no, I get that. So my question to you is that so out of everything I said, how did you respectfully fix your mouth to say that it sounds like rape?
Because you were saying don't act like, or you don't want to face the norm, and I'm like, that's not my norm. Now when she's speaking about it, I'm like, oh, okay, Ronan, that probably really was the norm, but it was a different times. That was it. So but what you were saying, it made it seem, so I don't know, maybe that was the norm at your, but from where I'm from, that wasn't my norm. So when I
So
It's
heard
the
that, I
way
was
you
just like,
framed
I've
it,
never seen
BA.
guys sitting out. Like, we
it,
would
it,
clown you if
No,
you
I
did
guess
that.
it's just the way that I know it's just the way that you guys interpreted it. Because no one else really interpreted it like that besides you
No,
and
we all speak English, and I was paying
it's
very
not
close
about
attention
speaking
to your
English, it's about the
words. It's the
interpretation.
way you framed it, sir. It was the way you framed it. You may not have meant to frame it that way, but you did. That's why I
what
stepped
was the
in and
framing,
kindly
Angie?
said, let me referee for a second
Okay,
and break it
can
down
I
to you what the
interject
other
since the
people
Did
are
anyone
seeing.
conversation?
else see?
Can
Did
can
anyone
I
else see it the
interject
way
real quick?
that Angie seen it? Go ahead, huh?
Let me interject real quick since it's based on the conversation I was having with Angie. Angie, what I framed the question was, and the statement was around the fact that through hypergamy and even in high school, a lot of the high school girls, in order to get their clout, they were dating older guys outside of the
Facts.
high school. They were dating the dope boys. They were dating the kid that might have graduated high school and went on to
The
college and played
seniors, the
football or
jocks.
basketball. They were still dating those guys, even though they weren't in the high school anymore. So it always was they were looking upwards,
Thank
not
you.
to the kids that were in the school. That's what the basis of the conversation was before it blew into this whole other thing. Women always look
So
up to date up. So when you were saying, well, these older guys are coming in and screwing these girls in high
Right.
school, it's those same older guys, the guys that they were dating in high school that graduated, went on to college, and they're coming back to still be dating that girl, or the girl that was looking at that guy. Now she he broke up with her boyfriend or whatever, and now she wants him. That's the way it was going. It wasn't something extreme like some 45-year-old guy coming to the high school to date a freaking high school girl. It was a guy in his 20s at the worst, maybe 30, but usually it's around 20 college age guys that were coming back to the high school and dating the girls. But the way you made it sound like it was an extreme thing to where the guy was way older than maybe college age.
But I think 20 is extreme. But that's the point that I was making. But I want to move past that because it's on one of them things that's just kind of like we all know where it's going, no point. We see where it's going. But Angie, what is your thoughts on that? Like on what Ronin? Do you think women are always just looking to date up? Like what are you saying?
Oh gosh. Okay. What attracts women is stability. And I think I'm not done answering it.
Okay.
I'm starting it and then I'm explaining it further. So women are attracted to stability. And what happens is that if we have a few guys that interest us, like we're not dating them, but we're just kind of monitoring them, then the guy that seems to have his head screwed on tight, wants to have a future, is making goals. I can ask him, well, what are you going to do next year from now? What are your lifetime plans? And he has an answer outside of, I don't know. Okay. That person is going to appear to be more attractive than the person who is the opposite of that. So in our eyes, understanding our situation, we typically are the ones on the side of things. If we're talking about marriage and children, family life, whatever, we tend to be the ones to take the hit when it comes to taking time off from work, to take care of family members, to take care of babies and all that kind of stuff. The reality is it takes finances, it takes resources in order to keep a family afloat. So part of why we are attracted to men who can show that they have the capability of providing that stability is because we're dealing with our biochemical, physiological reality of being a woman and what comes with it. That there may be times that we have to spend years out of work.
But
somebody got to make the money.
That whole word salad to say that yes, you're.
I'm not doing the word salad. Please don't.
But
do me like that.
Basically agreeing that it's an older man that's going to have that stability.
No, I'm not.
So
no, I'm not.
What are you saying?
I didn't agree that it was an older man that would have a stability.
Angie, I have a question.
You can have, hold on. You can have two people that graduate college and they're around the same age, and that man has stability within that relationship. So no, the two are separate.
Angie,
now, what is your question?
If women are attracted to that stability, why is it a lot of them get with the guy who is the Pookie and the Ray Ray and leave the guy they call the guy who is stable, the square, the nerd, the lame?
You're setting that up. You're setting that up.
No, it's a direct question.
Hold on, because I was never with a Pookie or a Ray Ray.
They leave them. They're not good. So if a woman, you just went through a whole characteristic, how she judges these men. She sits back. She looks for the one that's more stable. Then just prior to this, you're saying how these women are getting pregnant by guys who just leaving them, who ain't doing nothing. So I'm confused.
Okay. If you want to go back to the grown men going into high schools, I'm sorry. You were referring to it. You were referring to it
about younger women in general.
You were referring to it.
No, I'm not.
If you're going to come out and attack me from every angle, this is not a conversation. It's a fight. I didn't agree to a fight.
Words in my mouth. You just told him don't put words in your mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I am not referring to that. I'm saying in general. You kept saying that women, like you even used yourself. Hey, I waited, I studied, and then I got with this guy and he left me. I'm confused because in one standard, the men are bad and they're just leaving the women. And that's why there's welfare and, there's all of these things and there's not responsibility.
No.
That's on one end. But then on the other end, you're saying these women are waiting. They're judging the men. They're looking for stability.
No. And you can play back this video if the live is up, at the end of this video, after we're done. You can play it back, and I did not say anything exactly like how you just said it now.
So if a woman is looking for stability,
That's how you perceived it.
How is she ending up with Pookie and Ray Ray?
You asked me a question about what women look for.
But
I gave you that.
Looking for that, then how is she?
Then hold on. I'm not here to fight. If you want a conversation, I can give you that. But if you want to fight, then you can do that with somebody else.
I'm asking a question. I just don't want you to go off on somebody in high school.
No, you referenced it, and I brought it up because you referenced it. That's all I was saying.
3 hours ago.
No. You brought it up just then.
Okay, let's go with the question.
I listened very intently.
Let's go with the question I'm asking now. If a woman is looking for stability, and like you, she's looking at a man, she's waiting, how does she end up with a man who does none of that, who offers no stability?
Because some men lie.
Hold up. Nick Cannon has kids by 7 different women. The women. I
just answered your question.
Hold up. He can't lie because the 8th woman knows about the.
I said some men lie. Did I say every single man lie?
What about the men who don't lie? The woman gets.
That's on them. That's a different situation.
So why does a woman get with a man who isn't taking care of 4 kids, but she gets pregnant with the 5th kid?
Are you talking about? Okay, she knows what she's getting into. That's her.
Okay. Let me.
What you were asking me was based.
You would say that when I say
let me read the super chat so everybody can take a breath.
You would say that is the man's fault.
Fearless.
Hold up, Ronin. That's what she said.
How can I say that she knew what she was getting into, and then it means that it's the man's fault?
Stop.
You just want a fight.
Listen,
no, because
yes, you do.
Hold on.
I said previously, why am I responsible for taking care of those children?
Fearless, you're going in a lawyer mode. Hold on for a second. Let me read this super chat, and it's going to clear some things up. Just wait a minute.
Go ahead, bro.
$5 super chat from Darnell. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much. He says, there's no such thing as a stable 21-year-old man. Men peak at 30s, in their 30s. Unless he is a trust fund baby, it takes time for the average man to build. So when we were talking about the man that was coming back to the high school to date the high school girl, and you said, no, they can be the same age. This is what he's saying to you, Angie, that most men at 21 or around the same age as that girl are not stable enough to be stable men to have relationships with. And this is what we're trying to tell you.
You're trying to tell me that when I'm the first one that mentioned it in this live earlier on. I brought up the fact that I was married at 19 and I was disagreeing that 20-year-olds should get married and 18 and 19-year-olds should get married. So you just told me what I've already explained hours ago.
You were saying hours ago or just about 30 minutes ago when I made the first statement, you're like, old men are coming back to the high school. And I said, no, they were college age. But you said, hold up, college age people can actually be stable. And
no,
this man just basically stated.
No, I think I do. She might have said it, Ronin, but I do think I got what she was trying to convey. She was just saying perception, like how it's perceived by a younger person, how they can, kind of like someone is saying in the comment, the guy comes up, he has this flashy car, looks like he's going places, but he's really going around the corner. I'm just kind of paraphrasing the comment.
Especially the thugs, the corner boys. They're going to have the flashy cars, the nice clothes. They're going to have everything that looks like they're stable. But these men are not stable. They're not even men to me. They're drug dealers. They're not the same. They're not even the same class. But a lot of these girls are taken aback by what they consider clout. And that's what I brought up. They're being caught up by the clout of what it is in society now. They're looking at the cars. They're looking at these guys that want to be rappers. They want to be, D1 athletes that never really make it through college to even get picked by the NFL because the odds are so much against them. But these are the guys they're picking at 19 when they shouldn't be picking them at all.
So now we're out of the high school. We're at 19.
Some girls are in school from 17, 18, and 19. Maybe, okay, I'll go back to say 17. I graduated at 17. So, we can go back to 17. Some of these girls are making the wrong kind of choices without, like you said, the covering of a man's help with guiding them. You brought that
So
up.
their father is not at home.
It's not necessarily a father. There could be other men figures in the household.
Their paternal figure is not around.
What about an older brother?
I said paternal figure,
Yeah.
somebody who's filling the role.
Yes.
Stepfather, uncle,
Yeah,
older brother.
anybody.
They don't have anybody around. So that answers the question as to why
But
they
what
are
are
picking
the
them.
odds of that happening? They don't have
I grew
no
up with
men.
my dad.
Thank you. How many women actually grow up with no men? Not absolutely not one person.
I spoke to that earlier in a.
But what are the odds? Generally, it's not a normal thing for a girl not to have at least one guy in their life they look up to. They feel as a father, a brother, an uncle, somebody that they kind of cozy up to because they're replacing the lack of having a father figure in their lives. Let's be truthful about that. You guys look for at least one person in your family you can do that with, because that's something you guys are missing.
I feel like we're all saying the same thing. I think we're in agreement.
Kind of. But I'm gonna ask you, OB, because I think maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I see the world entirely different. My initial thing was that I did not want to be responsible with my tax dollars paying for a woman or a man who have children and don't take care of them. So whether it's the man fathering some children, the woman having the children, I don't want to be responsible for their irresponsibility.
And that's part of where the issue is, because you're framing it as irresponsibility. And when I tried to explain things to you earlier, it became like a battle.
No, because
it's like you're not seeing the other side of the situation, and you think I'm fighting you when I try to explain it. So you're making the same.
No, if 100 of those people are pregnant, how many of those are the R word? Let's take all.
If it's okay for a college age or older guy to go into a high school and start dating a girl, and it becomes her fault, not his fault for being with somebody that's underage, but it's her fault because even though she's still a child, and even though she doesn't know enough about the world around her, because her only world has been her household, her parents, whatever, her community, she doesn't know the full extent of what she's doing. She may know that she shouldn't do it.
Frame her as a child, not an adult.
Correct. You keep going to
16, 17-year-old. You 18, said you were 17 when you. I'm starting with. You keep moving the rug. See, here go the fight. When I try to explain stuff to you, here come the fight.
If anyone is.
I'm not here to fight.
I am not even putting them in the equation. They're not even in the.
But we were talking about them earlier. You said that you were 17 when your grand. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I said if anybody is having sex with someone who's underage, they should be criminally charged.
Sir, I'm not here to fight.
18 and above.
I'm not here to fight.
You keep saying somebody who's 12, 13. I'm not saying that.
So you're saying you're not here to fight. So it's just your argument. Things happen. So it's good to have some government assistance when people are born in unfortunate circumstances.
I haven't been able to. I haven't been able to express anything because the minute that I go into my point, here comes a fight. I thought this was a mature conversation.
So you just tell us. I'd rather you get it off your chest so we can hear it.
I was in the process of getting it off my chest.
I'm sorry.
So you're calling it they're just being irresponsible. Okay, fine. Have that point of view. But the reality is you have to accept that if it is okay for an adult to go and be with a teenager who's underage and create a child, that is going to cause a problem that the rest of the community has to deal with. Angie, so in order, I haven't finished. Let me finish. So in order to deal with the issue, you have to understand where the root lies. So nobody wants to pay for a child that they didn't bring into the world. That's not fair. But if it happens on our watch, it's going to be an issue that we deal with. Either we're paying for them, either to make sure that they come out okay, or we're going to be watching them rob us when they come of age. and terrorize us as criminals. So in order to avoid all of that, we have to nip the issue in the bud where it lies. And it lies with the people that are older and pursuing those who are too young. I know that every man on this panel right now, at least I want to believe this to be true, that if a 17-year-old girl who is underage to you stripped down naked and said, "Take me as I am," you would say no.
This is not the conflict. You always keep going to someone under 18. I've eliminated that. If a woman
No, you eliminated that when I started talking about it as a way to move the goalposts.
We are responsible for.
She doesn't like the fact that older or young, well, those women like older men. That's her problem. That's all it
I don't
is.
have. Hold on.
BA.
It's not about like
anybody underage. Let's eliminate. You keep going back. I'm telling you right now. No one under the age of. If you are under the age of 18, we'll take care of you. I give you that. We're not having sex with no older man, with no younger woman, nothing. Everyone
you're saying it now
is over 18.
You're saying it now, but before you reference them as irresponsible.
So what do you
that's why I spoke to it.
I'm gonna let you have it. I'm just trying to, so we're not going back and forth. So what is your thoughts? As Fearless said, he's not talking about underage. So if they're not underage, what is your thoughts?
Okay, my thoughts. I'm going to give what I feel is a personal opinion based on psychological development. Excuse me. I had to take a drink. I've been dealing with a sore throat. Sorry. I feel like there is a difference between an age gap relationship between a 19-year-old and a 30-year-old, and a 30-year-old and a 41-year-old, even though they're both situations, both scenarios are 11 years apart. Because a 19-year-old is new to adulthood, doesn't know much, and so is vulnerable, easily able to be taken advantage of. So for a 30-year-old to come to her, he's been an adult. Like if adulthood starts at 18, he's been an adult for 12 years. He's more savvy. Okay. He can take advantage of her. We would hope that things don't happen like that. But the reality is, you go to any divorce court, unfortunately, you see that things don't necessarily work out the way that we wish they had of. So I think that it's better when people are closer in their age and stage in life for things to work out. And yes, women do tend to go for men that are better off financially. But again, like I said, it's because of stability.
So you in agreement, Fearless? Sorry. Go ahead, Ronin. Sorry.
Can I ask, with the $5 super chat from Darnell, he's asking a follow-up question. Fearless, according to the DoD, CDC, and several university studies, 20% of women are rape victims. How does the panel feel about Romeo and Juliet laws? Are you guys familiar with those at all?
I believe so, yes. That's when you have a situation where the girl is, or rather one person maybe 2 or 3 years younger than the other person. Okay, so here's how I feel about that situation. That's when you're dealing with a situation where you may have a 16-year-old with a 19-year-old. I personally have a problem with it. I wouldn't want any of my 16-year-old relatives getting with a 19-year-old, because even at that stage, there are differences. But the reality is it does happen. For me, the Romeo and Juliet law is to say that this person shouldn't have to register as a SEX offender for the rest of their lives, because psychologically, they're kind of in the same age and stage with one another, even though one may be 16 and the other may be 19. They're still around the same age range. This is not a situation where one is 16 and the other is 25 or 30. You know, that one should be RAPE. But I don't think, especially where there's pregnancy and all that other kind of stuff, you're dealing with people that don't understand the full magnitude of what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't think
Are
my
you,
question was ever answered.
before
So
you go into that, can I respond to the
Hold on.
super chat?
I'm just going to ask OB and then you can ask him. OB, my original question is, two people, I don't care the ages, over 18, have children. Why should me as a taxpayer be responsible for their children? And if I'm responsible for the first one, so the woman is 20, she has one with a deadbeat dad. Am I responsible for child number 2, 3, 4, and 5? Why isn't that man responsible? Why am I responsible for their
I agree with
irresponsibility?
both of you. I think y'all are both right. I just think it's the world we live in. So I agree with Angie. Sometimes it helps to, kid had nothing to do with it. Nip it in the butt, maybe keep them from robbing you down the road because you gave them some opportunity through, your tax dollars that were given to them to put food on the table. And I agree with you. Like, it ain't right to have to take care of someone else's responsibility if you didn't commit the crime, but you kind of got to pay. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I agree with both of you. Like,
Can I speak to something real quick? When it comes to tax dollars, we're talking about macroeconomics at play with the government benefits to, if you're looking at what's called a circular flow model, within economics, it's like a flow chart from different sectors. Households are one sector, the foreign market is one sector, businesses are one sector, the government is one sector. So what we're discussing right now would be what's known as benefits from the government to the households. So if we're paying taxes into a pot, a collective pot, that means everybody is receiving benefits. So you will be receiving benefits too. And we see it when we go out onto the road. The fact that there is a road there for us to drive on, that is taxpayer funded, and everybody uses it, whether you are a multimillionaire, whether you're a pauper, you're able to use the road. So it's not a situation where your specific tax dollars are just going to go specifically to that one situation. It's a situation more so, and I'm just being realistic, that we have a
So
pot of
publicly
tax dollars.
allocated.
Yes, and we're using economies of scale to benefit everybody. So it may be a benefit in keeping a person from being homeless and hungry on one end, and it may be a benefit to you on lowering your health costs, but everybody is benefiting. So it's not a situation where you're giving and not receiving anything, and this person is just getting and not having to contribute.
I don't understand the correlation, but okay.
I know. A lot of people, macroeconomics is abstract for a lot of people unless you take the courses. I get it. But
I have a master's. I've taken it. I guess my thing would be is it's like saying I keep paying for my auto insurance, and my auto insurance keeps going up because there's other people that are driving without insurance, and they're being irresponsible and keep having accidents. I'm kind of tired of them. At some point they need to have their license taken or their car taken or not be able to drive.
okay, let's go with that analogy. I'm with it. You're absolutely right. There has to be something in play to stop that from happening. And that's also what I tried to present with the situation of the person that's having multiple kids out of wedlock. You have to deal with the root cause of the issue. And it's not by pointing fingers, you just have to actually do the work. So essentially, we're saying the same thing. In terms of automobiles, yes, if you're in an accident, your insurance rate is going to go up. And if you're in another accident, then what's going to happen is that private insurance companies are going to deny you coverage. And then you have to apply for it through the state. And if you don't pay that, you can face other penalties. So, yeah, that's how they deal with it in that world, because it is a valid thing. We don't want someone who doesn't take driving seriously enough to continue to have accidents and drive up the rates for the rest of us that do take it seriously. Well, on the flip side, we certainly don't want someone out here just randomly having kids left and right, left and right. We have to deal with what is causing it. And usually, and you don't have to take my word for it, you don't have to believe me, talk to social workers, talk to people that deal with juvenile SCX offenders, talk to people that have to deal with victims of RAPE, especially those who are child victims. Consistently, what is being seen is that there is an element, unfortunately, I'm just saying it because it's true, not to rile anybody up, there is an element of older men at play. So that needs to be dealt with. Now, before anybody says anything to me like I'm trying to just malign the men, bear in mind, I also said that more men need to talk about when they were inappropriately touched when they were boys. I said that too. All of it needs to be dealt with.
Let me address this question that somebody said, and maybe I can help sum it up. I think it was Femi in here. He says, I guess he thinks his checks would be bigger if taxes were not going toward food stamps. No, Femi, that is not what I'm saying. When we first came onto this program, Chris was saying, man, it is expensive to have a child. You were saying it's expensive to have a child. Child care is very expensive. So when I go to plan to have a child, I have to think of the expenses. That limits the amount of children I have because I know I have to be financially responsible for them. If somebody else is financially responsible for the children that I have, meaning I can get vouchers, Section 8, food stamps, then I don't care how many children I have. I can be irresponsible. So that's where I say when it comes down to, if we do not give food stamps, healthcare, all of those things, someone thinks twice about, hey, well, you know what? Maybe it's not great for me to have children because there's no Section 8. There's nowhere for me to live. There's no food stamps. There's no backup. And it might not be financially responsible for me to do it. And I'm going to take a second chance before I put myself in that situation because I have to do that. I'm a person who has to pay taxes, pay for my children. I don't get those substance. So I can't just say I want to have a boatload of children with whomever. I have to be more responsible because I'm financially responsible. And in anything you do, when somebody else is flipping the bill, you pay more, you become irresponsible. And I'll say it like this. I've taken girls out and even girls, guys, whomever, and they want to know when I got the bill, they went from, hey, I'm getting this chicken salad to, hey, I'm getting this lobster. That's the nature of people because somebody else is flipping the bill. When you go out and your company takes you out, you order two different things. That's what I mean.
Are you done? And was anybody else going to speak? Because I have something to say to that. But if someone else wants to speak, go ahead, and I'll go after
go
you.
ahead. I'm clear. I'm good.
Okay. I'm the type of person I like to look at data and go by it. And the U.S. ranks number 21, basically, on the United Nations Human Development Index. And there are a lot of people who have who approach this type of a situation with the kind of logic that you presented. And you're welcome and free to think however you want to think. I'm not here to try to change your mind, but I am willing to present something different to you in case you didn't know it. The nations that rank higher on the UNHDI are nations that have strong social safety nets for all of the citizens, regardless of what they got going on. So what happens is that the people in those societies, when compared to us over here in the US, those people tend to be more educated. They tend to be wealthier. They tend to be more innovative when compared to us. Switzerland, was it Switzerland? No, it's the Netherlands. I'm sorry. The Netherlands got somebody to walk again after 12 years from a spinal cord injury that he had back in 2011 or something like that. Because what happened, you don't have a bunch of people that are working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. They have affordable housing. they have universal health care. All of this is taxpayer funded. It's not communism. It's not socialism. None of the nations that are the top 20 on the UNHDI are communist or socialist. They're all capitalistic in nature. Well, a mixed economy, to be honest with you. So yes, you may have a minuscule amount of people that are going to mooch. There are people that have a poverty mindset that are scheming and scamming. You can't avoid that. But what the numbers show is that when people are given the opportunity to do better in their lives and contribute more, that's exactly what they do. So their numbers, like their income numbers, are maybe $90,000 a year. But with the $90,000 a year that they're earning as an income on average, they also have universal health care. They have free education up to the doctoral level. They have, affordable housing, those kinds of things. Whereas over here, our average income is in the 70,000s, and we don't have universal health care, even though we could, and it would actually be $438 billion cheaper if we did. So I hear what you're saying. I hear the logic that you're presenting, but what I want you to understand, based on the data and not my opinion and not my thoughts and feelings, but actual numbers, the numbers are suggesting the opposite of what you're saying is going to happen would happen. It shows that the more stable people are, the more inclined they are to want to improve their lives. We kind of saw that during the time of the pandemic as well. When people got stimulus checks, what did they do? A lot of people started businesses. A lot of people went back and finished education. Some people focused on exercising. They were doing a lot of things that were in alignment with improving their lives. They weren't just sitting up and mooching.
Then why is the average length of stay on welfare 13 years, including repeat spells?
Because right now what welfare does is just barely gives you enough to make it. You have to be poor enough to qualify for it, first off. And they just give you enough to make it. It's hard. Poverty is difficult.
I know, but you were saying that if you help people out, that they should get off of that. And I'm saying, no, sometimes when you help people out, they use it as a crutch.
The number of people who want to do that is small in comparison to those.
No, this is the average stay. So that means they've taken the average. I'm looking at the numbers now. The average stay on welfare, including repeat spells, is 13 years. So it's not saying a small percent does it. I'm not saying blacks do it. I'm saying that is the average of people who are on welfare.
What you're saying is that because they spend average 13 years on welfare, that means that they're milking the system. I'm saying that's not necessarily true. There could be other factors at play. And it is looking at those other factors that will determine the real reason why. But
can you name some of those factors so we can't be so vague?
I'm up walking around, sorry.
I do know this, that there were people, and I have a friend of mine who lost his job, and he was looking to get unemployment. And he was probably going to chill and get unemployment as long as he could until it ran out. When they denied him unemployment, you know what he started doing? Oh, he started trying to find a job as fast as he could.
Well, that's him. That's one person.
Right.
Usually people are going to do that. If you don't have
that's not true.
A way to do it, you got to find a way to make it work.
Fearless, the question is, what was his job? What was his career? That's one thing.
He was a six-figure person,
right?
Well over 6 figures.
Okay, and the people who are on welfare, not six-figure earners.
No, you have to be poor enough to qualify.
Now, I will say this, Angie. So you don't think I'm just disagreeing with you? I do agree that the way that we spend money is not correct. We allocate things to the entirely wrong thing. Where, like I said, it's so stupid for somebody to have to go to the emergency room to get health care when we can have universal health care. You know, the things that we spend money on is so dumb that we are paying the prescription drug companies to do all the research, and then when they find a cure, they're charging the U.S. government double what other governments would pay. I agree with all of what you're saying. The way we spend money and allocate it is wrong. What I'm saying is because our Congress people and the people in government are paid by these lobbyists, money is the root of all evil. And so it's going to be very difficult to change that because that money influences how those laws are written. That's the problem.
The difficulty is in how much work people are willing to do if they're going to make collective action and do what they need to do, because this is a government of we the people. So when they campaign to us, it's like they're giving us their resume, please hire me, and we hire them by our votes. So
but
we
Angie,
have more power.
We hire by votes, but who gets voted in? The person who spends the most money. How do you think they get those donations? It's not the common people. It's the people, it's the companies and the corporations that are funding those people to put them in place. So yeah, we the people want to vote the people in, but we don't pick a third party. We very rarely pick the grassroots candidate. We always pick who spends the most money. And if we don't like that, why has Mitch McConnell been in for I don't know how long? I'm in Texas. Why do we still have Ted Cruz? We don't like
something
them,
about it.
but they spend the most money. They
do
get
something about it.
I'm telling you the reason
You
why
only
you
have
keep
so
saying we're
many
going to
votes
do
that
it.
you can do anything about with. So when somebody spends the most money in their de facto name, a known name, it's been plenty of studies that if there's a known name, they're going to vote for that known name right off the bat, regardless if they agree or disagree. When they go into the poll, they're going to forget half of the things they want to, and they're just going to start ticking off boxes. And the people they know their names is familiar to them, repetition, psychology. They're just going to pick that name, period.
Correct.
Well, and that's why I've always taken a position that I'm going to be okay no matter what, even though I tend to vote blue. Although I don't care, I just want somebody that's going to do the job, but I tend to vote blue, full disclosure. But it's because when it's time to make the rubber hit the road, hardly anybody, I should say, is willing to go out there and do the work. You have the power to switch things around, but you have to put forth the effort. And part of that is educating people on what it is that they can do, which on my channel in particular, I always scream about the Nordic model. That is the solution. But if you have people that feel like it's not going to work, then it's never going to be implemented.
I think you have a $10 super chat. You didn't.
Yeah, I have a $10 super chat from Darnell, and Darnell says, "Why are you responsible for my glaucoma treatment? Why did you pay for my rehab and alcohol abuse? Why are you responsible if I'm careless with the Pro or 304 or catch something? Thanks." Well, usually what happens is if you pay into the system, I have no problem with you pulling out of the system. Nothing wrong with that. You served in the military. You served your country. You worked. You paid into the system. There's nothing wrong with you getting something out of the system. I don't have a problem with that. Not at all. I'm talking about the people who don't pay into the system, who just take from the system. You put your life on the line. You went overseas. Yes, sir. We can pay for all of those glaucoma treatments because you had skin in the game. That's all I want is just somebody that had a skin in the game.
But hold on. If you're talking about a woman that has children, and let's say, okay, let me set it up in a way that is favored.
Mm-hmm.
She got with somebody, she was 25, she got 2 kids, twins, that she had at 24. And she was with a guy that was 27. Things didn't work out. Neither person is bad, but it just didn't work out. But she's the primary caregiver of the children. Are you saying that she's not doing anything to contribute to the overall economy of the society?
Oh, no. See, here go the thing, Angie.
I'm asking.
I have no problem in this woman doing this. She needs some supplemental income. For instance, she's working out there and her work or paycheck does not provide enough or do enough to do something. I have no problem with the government stepping in and saying, hey, you know what? Let me give you a voucher to cover the part that you can't. Nothing wrong with that, because she's actually trying to contribute. She's not saying, hey, somebody else take care of it. She's saying, and you would know this, Chris. This is the very slogan for HBCU. I'm not asking for a handout, just a hand. Nothing wrong with that.
Let's say she doesn't have a job.
Well, why wouldn't she have a job? What's she doing?
Because I set it up. She had a set of twins at 24. Now she's 25. So she got 2 1-year-olds walking around.
I'm paying for the voucher for the kids. Now why does she don't have a job? I just paid for the voucher for her daycare. You think I'm gonna pay for the voucher and have her sit at home? Hell no.
Do you think she's sitting at home? Just sitting at home, and that's it?
If I pay for the voucher for the kids to go to daycare, she should be working.
That's gonna be a huge bill. Fearless.
No, see, the reason why I'm asking this question is because the reason why I'm guiding you here, and we are having a conversation. I'm not trying to fight you, but open your eyes. There is a huge misconception about what women contribute in the form of unpaid care work. It is work, and it's valued at over $200,000 per year. And if you were,
but if her kids are going to daycare and they're in daycare for 8 hours, what do you want her to do, Angie? Is she not bettering herself? Is she not going to school to get an education?
She may be going to school.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Hey, you are doing good. That
but
means,
you're paying for that too.
Because people you say, hey man, you going 20 hours a week, or you got part-time credit hours, you bring those in, and as part of you getting your voucher is you show us that you are passing in your school. I got you. I take care of you. You are contributing to society to better yourself. Nothing wrong with that.
But even if she wasn't doing anything, like she had a C-section and she had to be out for a few months.
You just said, hold up, that wasn't your scenario.
I'm asking.
You said that she was married and this is a year later. Now you changed it, moved the goalpost.
No, I'm not trying to move the goalpost. I'm presenting a different scenario.
Okay.
Because right now we're just being straightforward. I don't have. Listen, let me make it plain and clear. Hold on. Pause. Let me let you know who I am. I don't need to manipulate you. I don't need to come up with something extreme or exaggerate. What you see is what you get. So you can put your guard down. I'm not trying to tumble you up. Okay. What I'm doing is, for the sake of the chat, for the sake of the audience, and maybe even you too, is present scenarios. Because I don't think,
all right,
you being a man,
I'm ready.
You being a man, you don't see everything from our side, which in all fairness, me being a woman, I don't see everything from your side either. So
give me the scenario. I'm ready. Andy.
So I can't present that to you if you think that I'm fighting you and trying to manipulate you. Okay.
I'm not. I'm ready for the scenario.
So you got people that can't work for whatever the reason. I just tried to throw a scenario where maybe she had surgery and she's still healing from it, but she's not working a job doesn't mean that she's not working. She's at home with a set of twins.
That's temporary. I mean, I just had a child, and because of the complications with my child, I'm physically unable to work. Why would I punish her for what she physically cannot do? I wouldn't do that. Because
the way the conversation was going is that you have to contribute. And it sounded to me.
But hold up,
I could be wrong.
To contribute. That was never my scenario. My scenario was someone who just keeps having children. They're not working. The man isn't doing anything. He's out doing whatever. Nobody's going after him for child support. And they just keep having children, getting money from the system. That's what I said. Anytime you contribute to the system, of course you should be able to get back. And if that's a temporary,
and it's called unemployment, it already exists.
But it's taxpayer funded.
So is welfare.
Exactly. I mean, it's a system that's already there to exist. So I mean, what is the fight over?
I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting. It's not a fight from my end. I don't fight over facts.
These scenarios that you keep bringing up, there's programs that already exist based on which state you live in.
Right.
But he's given his point of view on why some things should be covered and some things shouldn't be.
Let me bring
And
up
that's what I was
I
addressing.
guess the question is, Angie, how long should a person who is an able body be able to collect welfare?
Listen, let me bring up a finer point before you guys get all into the minutia of this. The point is, and you keep bringing up random scenario after scenario after scenario. Women have 90% of the program set up in the system for themselves. There's not too many systems out there for veterans, for men. It's harder for them to get into these systems than it is for women.
What do you mean there's no programs for veterans? I'm a veteran.
So am I. And you're a female veteran at that. So it's a little different for males.
My dad is a veteran too.
I understand that. And how easy was it for your dad?
He got his benefits.
It took him a while.
It takes everybody a while.
Nah. Because women already start off with the state benefits way before they get into the veteran system.
I know somebody that works for the VA, and this is what they do
now. And I'm talking about back then. If your dad is, if I think I know where your dad was, he was in Vietnam, right?
Regardless, he's a veteran. I try not to give too much.
You already know the Vietnam veterans had a harder time even getting their benefits than even the veterans that were coming out from Afghanistan. It's a totally different system now than it was then.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But the VA has always had issues.
And what I'm trying to relate this to is women have systems that are in place and you keep using them and saying that there's an if, and, then but. It's still a harder struggle for a man to do those things.
And look at the chat. She says, "What help do men need from the system?" Man, that's crazy. It's showing like if you're a man, you get no help from nothing. You on your own.
Fearless, I do want to throw out that there's at least a handful of states that have welfare caps. So to answer your question about keep having kids, it's to stop that.
Have caps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's
which states. Can you name a few, Chris? If you don't mind.
It's happened about 10-15 years ago because it was a thing where women actually were having kids and teaching their younger kids to have kids in order to have the welfare system help take care of this.
It wasn't that simplistic.
But it was a roundabout way of how people got their younger girls out of the house. They were impregnated. And then they were also getting on the system as well.
It was not that simplistic. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
There's a whole news thing they have on video right now. If you go back to the late, I want to say 80s, they interviewed young girls. They said, would you want to have your father, your baby daddy, live in the house with you? And they say, why? We don't need to have them in the house because we
young girls at what age?
They were in their teens. It's a video that they put out through a news agency. But they already have been taught that system was better than having the boy in the house. It's my point.
It wasn't that simplistic. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, let me help Femi out because she says, what help do men need from the system? Well, Femi, the majority of the people, and you can say this, Angie, that go into war are men. Those are the people that suffer PTSD. Correct. So they come home, they need help from the system. They need medical help, mental help. Also, the majority of accidents that happen on work are men. So when they become disabled, they need help from the system. I mean, men need help from the system. I think there is one domestic violence shelter or organization to help men where there's dozens and dozens for women. So what you're saying is men also suffer abuse, whether it's physical abuse, mental abuse, emotional abuse, and we don't have a system to go to. That is why a lot of guys say we suffer in silence because we don't have a system.
That's not true. There are shelters for men, and you did mention that. The suffering in silence is not because women have more benefits. It's because the society put pressure on men to be silent about any type of abuse that they're enduring, especially sexual abuse or domestic violence. So the issue is not women having more benefits. The issue is that men need to have more attention paid to those issues. And bear in mind, I am the same person that said well over an hour ago when somebody said that their virginity was taken at about 7th grade, that there's something wrong with that. I'm the same person that said that. So that's like a false equivalency that you're making. Everybody needs some type of benefit. And just because women are more outspoken about what we need, women are quick to
Do
communicate,
you understand why you are
is
versus men?
because
Because men are told to be quiet and not to complain. Even
who
as
told the
children,
men to be quiet? Who
women,
told them?
young
No, the
mothers would
society
say,
did it
"Be a
too.
man, be quiet, don't cry." You don't remember that? You
Yeah,
never heard your mama tell somebody, some little
That's
boy that?
patriarchy.
yeah, that comes from
But
men.
that's a woman saying that. How
That's
can it be a
patriarchy.
woman saying that to
That
a
comes
kid?
from women too.
Do you
Don't
want to
say
fight
just
me
men.
over it, or
No,
do
no,
you
no.
want to accept what it is and do
Ronan,
something about it and move forward? Which
yeah,
one do you
Ronan,
want to do?
Ronan and Fearless, you're
Because I'm
right.
the
Say
type
it,
of person that addresses the issue
Andrew,
and
hold
do
up.
something about it. I don't go around
Because
pointing at the wall and saying, there go the wall, there go the wall.
Hold on.
Andrew, just because you say it doesn't mean it's set in
Ronan
stone
and
that that's the way it
Fearless,
is.
Ronan and Fearless, women do
You
say
can,
that, but that's I
thank you.
forget what kind of
I appreciate you
hold
being
on.
honest.
No, hold on. I forget the term of it, but it is misogyny through men and women.
Correct.
It's
I'm not saying
internalized
it's,
misogyny.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
it
not
is.
saying that it's
Yeah.
not, but it's programmed in little boys from the age of being little boys. They
Sure.
should not complain. They should suck it up and deal with whatever pain or issues they got to in silence.
Well, we should change that, Ronan. That's why channels
Absolutely,
like
we
ours
should change
exist.
that. But you can't ignore the fact that it's been taught and it's still being taught.
Sure.
No one is ignoring
And Chris
anything.
is not
You
helping
dismissed it,
whatsoever.
Andrew. You totally dismissed it until I made a point of it. So
No one
yes,
is
you did
ignoring
dismiss it.
anything. You just didn't like what I had to say
No,
that
you
is going to
dismissed
take
the
to
argument
resolve the
altogether.
issue because you need it to be in a reference from something the woman is doing wrong to the men. And I'm telling you, it's not necessarily that. Yes, you all do need resources in your own way. That's fair. Everybody wants everybody to be well, but this is not a situation where the women are the cause of the issue. This is what the issue is. You didn't like hearing that because you need women to be at fault in everything that's wrong with the men.
I just
I
want to
do
say
not.
something. I just want to say something real
Absolutely not.
quick. Fearless, you need to do some Googles. The welfare queen stuff is not statistically really significant. I just want to let you know that you're pushing racist stereotypes. That's not really
Yeah.
true.
When I say, wait, I said welfare queen. What did I say?
You're trying to focus on welfare queens. You're bringing the welfare queen argument to the table.
But welfare queens doesn't have a
Wait,
race,
what was
though.
my welfare queen argument? I don't know what my welfare queen argument was.
Right.
You were saying women would how many at some point women can continue to have kids and take advantage of the system. You were using the welfare queen argument.
No, what I said, what was the average length of a person on welfare?
No, you
Why don't
brought
you
that
Google
up.
that?
No, you brought that up. You said 13 years. We didn't challenge that, but I'm saying you also were trying to.
I mentioned that. That wasn't Fearless.
Okay.
That was me.
Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
see, I don't even know what you're talking about, Chris. You want to come
Right,
after me
Chris,
so
that's
bad.
just your interpretation.
No.
I mentioned
Ronan,
It's not
I
factual.
mentioned that some mothers are teaching their younger daughters to also not to rely on a
Abuse the
man
system.
and to abuse the system. That's what I brought up.
All right.
Chris won't admit that, though.
I just got the wrong person mixed up.
It's
but
okay.
It was said. It was
It's
said.
okay. I know
Right,
we
so
both
just
look like we're
try
bald
to
headed.
pay
We're both
attention
light
But
skinned.
how old
socially.
was the mother
Hey,
at the
we're
first time she
both
gave
light
birth?
skinned. And most, come on, we know
It
that
doesn't.
most women in the system are very young when they first get in the system, and they grow up right
Who
along with their
sired
children in
the
the system.
child at her first birth?
Probably some
Because
young man in the
that
neighborhood.
is a factor at play.
Absolutely.
And you can, if you want to ignore it, that's fine. Because see, I've been all over
Nobody
the
is
United
ignoring anything. I said you're
I've
absolutely right.
okay. Just know I've been all over the US
So
and
what?
I've seen places, I've seen the difference between places that have the attitude that it's all the woman's fault. They tend to be poor, less educated, being gentrified out of their areas, and I'm talking about rural areas in particular, versus those that take a different approach. It's more complex than just, oh, she's teaching her to be on welfare. No, you got to take other things into consideration.
Then why is it generational? Meaning, why is a grandmother, mother, and then a child? Why is it generational if they're not teaching that? This is just a question. Don't know.
You're going into psychology. I think Zed could better answer that. But my take on it is if you have a woman who was 15 when she gave birth to her first child, but she's 30 years now, what happens is that at 15, giving birth is a very traumatic experience. You got to look at it. It may be uncomfortable, but let's look at it from the perspective of a 15-year-old that's pregnant and giving birth. First of all, she's already being shamed and from the society for being pregnant. She could be blamed for her pregnancy, even though it could have come as a result of.
Did you just say women are being shamed for being pregnant nowadays? In
I said,
2024?
What was this a conversation or is this an argument?
No, I'm asking. You just said shame for being pregnant. That's what I thought I heard you say.
I provided an example of a woman who gave birth to her first child at 15.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I also went on to explain that it is a traumatic experience because when she was pregnant with her first child, she was probably shamed and shunned. And she went through that. Plus, she went through the changes to her body. So what happens when someone is dealing with trauma, there's this thing called compartmentalization that comes into play. And especially with trauma that deals with any type of sexual abuse, there is an element of that person that's trapped at the age where that trauma occurred. Now let's talk about that for a second.
Can we pause? Wait, before you progress any further. Can we pause there? Okay.
Right, I do want to ask something. Go ahead,
saying, what years are we talking about a 15-year-old being shamed? With everything that's going on in the media, TV, the way they're teaching these young girls to do whatever, drop their twerk, do all these other things. You're saying girls are being shamed at 15 and it's a traumatic event for them to give birth? In this day and age, that's outlandish. I'm calling.
Your question was, how is it generational? Now, I'm not going to fight you to give you the response. If you want to hear it, I was trying to give it to you.
I just asked you, what years are you saying that a 15-year-old, and it can't be in 2024 because that's impossible, that a 15-year-old feels shamed for having a child?
So specifically, what year are you referring to? Is what he's asking. He just wants a year. That's all. Just a year.
It's not a shame to have a child at 15. Not now.
I don't know if we can say that confidently.
So for sure, what year? Just a year, okay? Not an explanation. Go ahead, Angie. What year?
I'm going to explain it the way that I intended to.
I know, but
and then we can go from there.
You can explain.
No, because if I continue to do that, then I'm going to be interrupted every point along the way, and I will never get my point across.
It's just a year. That's not complicated.
I said I will conversate. I won't argue.
Yeah,
we're not arguing. He asked a direct question.
I understand the scenario that you're cooking. All I'm saying is, what year?
Thank you.
If you understand the scenario that I'm quote unquote cooking, then explain trauma, compartmentalization of trauma.
If you don't understand, as far as being in the military, that we are taught to compartmentalize all the traumas and everything we deal with, as far as being a military veteran in a war zone and have to compartmentalize your guy getting shot next to you and still having to complete a mission, you must be insane that you don't think I understand what compartmentalization and trauma all have to deal with.
And she's still not going to give the year.
You don't, because if you did, then you will be explaining it from a psychological standpoint.
So Angie, may I
you gave an opinion.
What year were you referring to?
No, I won't be disrespected. I thought I was in a situation where I was explaining something to you that you wanted to hear.
Oh, I'm absolutely.
But it became a game. So I politely bow out.
I understand.
Okay,
I'm around people that don't want to solve anything, so I bow out.
Yeah.
No, that's an easy scapegoat. It's an easy cop-out.
I'm not escaping because my mic ain't muted. I tried to explain a situation. Y'all don't want to hear it, and y'all don't want to do anything about it. But you want clarity.
He just wanted clarity to stay on the same page. But if you don't know, then that's all you have to say.
He could be writing down notes.
Hey,
And what's
I take
wrong with
notes.
that?
If I flipped
He
on
could
my
be writing
camera
down
right
notes.
now,
I write
I
down
got
notes when you
notes.
talk.
I got notes.
Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, so Chris, this was the thing at hand. As she was explaining the scenario, the only thing he wanted to do to stay on the same page as her was just a year of reference so it can correlate. But she failed to do that. And my question is
No,
why?
what you tried to
It
do
was
was
just, it's not what
frame
I'm trying to
it.
do. I'm not trying to frame anything. We are all trying to stay
Yes,
on the
you
same
did.
page as you are.
BA.
That's
Yes,
it.
BA.
you did.
I
Because what he
Wow.
said was,
You guys
what
are,
year was it? It
this
can't
is
be now because
amazing.
15-year-olds are not being shamed and shunned.
They
That's
sure
what
are
he
not.
said.
Okay, so can you give us a
That's
different
true though.
year if
hey
it's not this year?
No.
Sorry.
BA. Let's just go to closing thoughts and let's end this.
Yeah, because she can't justify it.
No. That's not it. Who wants to start?
No,
The
I'm
male
not the
feminist
one. You're
always
showing
wants to put
yourself
on this
more
cape.
than I'm showing myself. You are showing yourself way more.
Fearless.
Yeah, because
Understand that.
I'm honest.
Fearless. How about
And Chris
I
always
can
puts on the
close whenever
cape.
you want. I can go first.
you?
I do think that just to go back to your original topic, I do think that men that are not wealthy can be traditional. And what I mean by traditional is just being a provider and helping out the family. It does not necessarily mean that there are set in stone gender roles that have to take place. Don't do that. I watch my daughter probably more than my wife watches my daughter. On the other hand, I do think that somehow we have to come together to be more responsible. And in order to do that, we're a capitalistic society. And as long as we stay a capitalistic society, money rules over everything. So until you take a lot of the money out of our decision making and use our heart instead of our wallet to make some of those, these decisions will never change. Companies are going to be all about the money, and it's going to be very difficult to make those changes. As guys, hey, we need to maybe start to be a little more vulnerable, be able to open up, be able to share our scars. Maybe that might help us more in the future. But until then, when women want us to be 50-50, they want 50-50 in pay, but still want us to be traditional. It's very difficult to do so for the men in society to be the only ones that are traditional, where the women are not. That's my closing statement. Thanks for letting me on, Chris. Appreciate it.
No problem. Who wants to go next?
I volunteer.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
BA, you're next.
Nah, I'll go last.
I was
Appreciate
going
it.
to say Angie for last, man. She's the female on the show.
Oh, ladies first.
Or ladies last, I guess it would be.
Oh,
But Angie, you're welcome to go. You don't have to wait. I'm sorry. I was trying to preserve you to the end, but if you'd like to go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sure. Opinion, it's going to take more than opinions to resolve anything. You have to be willing to look at the data, look at the stats, and accept things that are inconveniently true, whether you like it or not, if you really want change. But if you fight it, then you're going to remain in the same old spot. From the data, it shows that a society works better when there are more benefits from the government to the society that are taxpayer paid. We have at least 10 different nations on the planet that incorporate those benefits into their society, and their people are more educated, healthier, wealthier, they live longer, they have a better quality of life. Norway is one of those nations. For the 7th year in a row, they rank number 1 on the happiness index. And also nations that tend to want to run more pure capitalistic, what you're asking for is a third world nation. And for those areas that do that, what happens is that there's a huge class divide where more people are highly educated and highly wealthy while others are left behind. And the issue with that can be, especially in a technologically advanced society like the United States is that you may have someone who cannot function. About several years ago in Utah, there was a situation where a gentleman who may have been considered a lost boy from the FLDS stirred up a vat of tea inside a restaurant called Dickie's Barbecue, not realizing that the sugar that he stirred into it was not sugar, it was actually lye. That's because somebody before him put the lye into a sugar container. That can happen when you have people who are not educated enough, who have not been exposed enough. And it was very accidental. But for a capitalistic society to exist, you will find these kinds of things. You will find situations where every road is a toll road. Even sidewalks may be a toll road, and you won't have any public facilities for people to enjoy. So the answer to that is still a mixed economy, but also one in which there's a Nordic model type of benefit for the people. And I'm not advocating for socialism or communism. Monaco is the richest nation on the planet, and they have universal health care for their people as well as other amenities. The average person there makes buku money. So on that note, I will end by saying that if we want better, we have to be willing to accept whatever those inconvenient truths are and deal with them as is instead of fighting them. If you fight them, you're just going to stay where you're at. And that's all I have to say.
Ronin.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay. Just a couple key points based on the fact of the conversation tonight. Can men have a traditional wife, and can we afford it? Especially black men. First things first, black men can afford to have traditional wives. It's just the question is, can they find them here in Western civilization? And I'm not just talking America. I'm talking every Western civilization worldwide. And it's not just black women. It's all women. The conversation has to lean towards, can our community fix itself? And that would have to lean toward females holding each other accountable for the choices that they make out of life, and not trying to hold other people accountable for their choices and point the finger. You know, some of the scenarios that were brought up tonight weren't necessarily realistic or reflective of what the general community is experiencing. They were serious hypotheticals one way or another. But at the end of the day, if the finger pointing doesn't start going back towards yourself and you keep pointing it opposite of yourself, half the situations within our community will never be fixed. And we can argue around Robin Hood's barn about who's doing what and who's not doing what. Instead, you start looking at yourself and starting fixing yourself, our community will stay broken. What am I playing?
Appreciate it. I don't think I have too much to say, but to answer the question, can people have traditional wives? I mean, in my honest opinion, we need to get rid of that as the standard. We need to get rid of that as the stigma, because I feel like a lot of men feel less than if they aren't able to achieve having a traditional, quote unquote, traditional family. Do what works best for you. I mean, Ron made a great point. Like this, if you want to go overseas to get a traditional family, fine. But that has nothing to do with, the women have nothing to do with the fact that you couldn't find that in the States. That was your choice. There's other factors at play. I think we talked about a lot of other things. We talked about other problems in society, and it's like I agree with what Angie's saying. It's like we have to have some uncomfortable conversations. And what I've been talking about for years with my red pillar best friend is like, it's going to get to a point where a lot of conservatives say, that person should pull themselves up by their bootstrap. This person should fix their own circumstances. What he classically says is the black community needs to kind of fix their stuff themselves. It's not going to happen without assistance and some grace. So, like I said, it's going to to solve some of those problems that we talked about. It's going to get uncomfortable, and you can't just say this is not my responsibility. Because on one hand, they want they don't want to provide for certain programs, but on the other side, they want to see a safer world. They want to see more education. They want to see more kids. They want to see more things, but they don't want to support those things to happen. So I'll end it with that. BA, you're up.
So the topic at hand, I mean, it's not really rocket science at all, especially when it comes to a traditional wife. Can a man afford it? I think that stigma comes more from an American mindset. I say that because I've traveled to a few different countries. I'm not an expert, but within these local communities, that whole traditional wife conversation doesn't exist. It's just their customs. Is it hard to find in traditional countries? Not at all. Is it difficult to find in the United States? Absolutely. But they don't have a price on them. And I know that's more of an American thing, and I'll always refer back to the American perspective because that's how you tend to look at things. But no, anybody can find a traditional wife, and there is no price as long as you guys are happy. You guys support each other. Traditional, modern, who gives a shit, man? If she cooks for you, cleans the whole shebang, she enjoys it, there is no price to it. She makes you happy, you make her happy, and enjoy your life, And these types of conversations, I know they're mainly more focused within the United States territory, so they really don't pertain to me. But I do enjoy, the entertainment and et cetera. And I hope for you people that tend to would like to stay in the United States and accomplish those things, I wish you guys the highest and the most best of luck. And when it comes to, government assistance and et cetera and things like that, yeah, take all the help that you can get because, our ancestors worked for free, so the government has a debt to pay. So I don't knock people that extract large amounts of money from the system. I support it 100%. But yeah, but as far as you, Chris, I know you like to try to get a lot of support on your decision making, especially when it comes to your dating life, and I've picked up on that. And there's not a problem you trying to get advice from crowds like this panel as of tonight. But it's time for you to put a ring on it, man. Like what are you holding back, man? You live in Atlanta. I don't mean to put the spotlight on you, but it's like, damn, like you said, you damn near 45 years old, my brother. And Atlanta is full of it. But I mean, I could dig at you like, playing the field, but the women, they want children and they're on a time limit, that biological or their reproductive system is on a biological clock. So you got to stop playing, man. You got to stop being so selfish, man. Stop playing the field. Just put that ring on it, man.
All right, appreciate it, everybody, from joining the panel and staying on as long as y'all could. There was definitely some good conversations in here.
One last thing.
Go ahead.
And this just goes out to everybody. Don't let anybody shame you with any type of tactics on who you decide to date and who you like, and if you want to, build a future with or et cetera. And I know I'm giving a shout out to Angie because she brought up the whole age gap thing. Well, in Latin America, it's not a taboo. And I say that because it's very casual out here. But I know in the States it's always been, within our customs that it was a taboo. You only should date, no more than 2 or 3 years or et cetera. Well, in different countries, they tell me the hell with your customs, you know. So for anybody out there, don't really don't worry about that, you know, whatever makes you happy, you know, if it's within the law, okay? So that's it. No shaming tactics. I hate that shit.
So BA, that means you support me dating a married woman?
Huh?
That means
No, because that's against the law.
Wow.
Hey, I support you dating a married woman. My only thing is, no, I don't have any problem with that. My only thing is when you say that you have these goals and these wants in life, and I'm saying that your dating does not align with your goals. That's where the issue comes at.
So Chris is a natural homewrecker in that case.
Oh shit.
Nope.
Just because it's normal doesn't mean that it should be. There was a point in time when slavery was normal.
What do you mean? I'm not understanding the correlation.
Yeah, what is the normal part?
Right. I didn't understand the relevance.
You said that in Latin American countries things are normal. So
as
I'm
far
saying
as the
just
age
because
gap, so to specify specifically the age gap. So I know you said like 2 or 3 years or whatnot, but I mean they don't really discriminate or make it such a big deal in Latin America.
Should
I mean,
Angie, should we normalize dating married women?
Ooh, that's a good question.
that is a situation that he explained very well, that she's going through a divorce.
Exactly.
She's not a married woman living in a house with her husband. They're separated.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So it should be separated.
I appreciate Angie putting out that.
Angie put on the cape.
I appreciate Angie.
No, I'm not putting on a cape. I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, I appreciate Angie.
Why is it that when I disagree with you, I'm putting on a cape, but when I agree with you, it's okay?
Me. You just gave a justification. You didn't disagree. Not at all.
Yeah, not Chris. Let's take Chris out of the equation. I'm talking about in general.
Hey, so first and foremost, I appreciate Angie for putting that disclaimer out. Ronin and Fearless's audiences might not know what I mean by dating a married woman. I mean a woman who's going through a divorce. The
point is she's married, Chris. You always try to make a justification to wiggle yourself up out of it. She's married.
She's divorcing.
Correct.
Wow, which is in the present tense, the continuous present tense.
But also to Chris's
she's not divorced.
To Chris's credit, he's also admitted that what we had said earlier in another podcast about her not being ready to turn around and get married right away, get back into a serious relationship right away, was also true.
Sure, and I expected that. The same thing was true when I went through a divorce. I wasn't ready to be getting married.
Me too.
Within 6 months.
Point is, you shouldn't be dating currently married women. That's the moral of the story.
No, you can go out and get to know people and not take it too far.
Exactly.
Not everybody has sex on every day.
Different.
Listen, what I'm saying is as she's going through her divorce.
That sounds terrible, bro. Just stop.
No. That's true.
Stop.
No, BA. We said this in a
real question.
Before we go ahead, Ronin. BA, I understand it sounds terrible. If I was hold up. If I was on a panel before I went through my divorce, I would have said the same thing. But when I went through, I said, you know what? The hell with the judgment. I'm gonna get out there.
Wow.
I'm gonna get out there and start dating. So anyway,
but
I was just saying,
why not hit on a single woman?
Because she is a very special person. You might not see it. To you, it's a woman is a woman is a woman. That's not what it is for me.
I got you, bro. Hey, do you, brother? Only God can do it.
Chris.
Yeah.
Without giving too many details.
Yeah, go for it.
How long did it take for you to get through your first divorce?
Mine, I didn't have kids. She has kids, and it's kind of hit some snags for her that we were talking on a date last weekend, and she was saying right now her soon to be ex-husband's lawyer is like AWOL. They can't get in touch with her. They've been trying to just get past the mediation outside of mediation, but they just can't get in touch with that. But mine, so if you want to go to mine, I filed in March. It was probably settled in June, May. It wasn't final till December. And that was
right, because you got to wait 3 to 6 months after.
No, I don't think in Georgia you have to. I think I don't think there's any kind of like period where you have to be outside the home. But the thing is, like when it was settled in June, it only takes about a month for that decree to be final. It took like 4 or 5 for me.
Yeah, but mine was pretty quick too.
Chris, can you put up Femi's?
So I was just curious why I was taking her. So I understand about the kids.
But yeah, she has kids. Say that again about the kids, Ronin. Sorry.
Yeah, I said I understand. Now that you bring up kids, the minute you bring up kids,
I want to ask. If
there was property involved or whatever.
No, I want to ask one question real quick. I want to ask one question real quick to the men on the panel. If Megan Good was going through a separation, are you saying you're gonna not?
No, I'm not hitting on her. She's married, dude. Okay, how did you sleep at night, bro? Like, hey, Chris, you are a home wrecker, bro.
I'm snatching that.
Chris, I've done the reverse.
Hold up, Chris.
I
just want to say the reverse.
I had a chick that was get ready to get married and she wanted to get with me. I did do that. But
hold on, but Chris, why would you snatch her up in a heartbeat though?
Because Jonathan Majors or who the next actor, Michael B. Jordan, might be waiting in the wings, being like, you know what, I'm gonna try to get.
She is not that high demand.
Whoa, that is disrespectful.
You see what Femi put, right? You see what Femi put?
She is the exception to the rule.
Please don't be Fugazi. Please, brother.
What are you talking about?
Fugazi, you know, Cooley, the guy who.
Well, I know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Because he says he's the exception to the rule. His wife is the exception. His girl's the exception. He's the exception to the rule. Don't be Fugazi.
I don't know. Just for me, I just couldn't go by just thinking about dating a married woman. I mean, that's just me though. Everybody may feel a little
don't knock it till you try it. That's all I'm saying.
Nah, brother. I can't get put on like Chris, brother.
I'm shooting. So I'm good.
I mean, ain't that still kind of like cheating? That's still kind of like cheating though in a way.
Ronin, everybody's not dating a Tyrone.
Hey, here's the thing. Here's the great thing about mental stress. He could be the most calmest person in the world, and one day just have a bad fucking day. And then he could just say he had a moment of temporary relapse or insanity.
Dan, this is not.
And he wanted to take that out on you.
No, let's take all that out. I don't care about that. Chris, here's the thing.
Dan, I don't know if you're a follower of Fearless.
No, that's mine. He's my troll. I claim my troll.
No. I'm just gonna say Fearless and Ronin. Please educate this man about how I've been courting this woman and being.
Wow, you've been preying on a married woman. That is crazy, bro.
Dan is my troll. I officially claim my trolls. So he is my troll.
Chris, I don't care if she's married. It would be different, Chris, if you had a child already with your ex-wife.
Facts.
And you didn't want children.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What you're saying is your goal is to marry and have children. Mm-hmm. That's where my issue comes in, is because your goals and her goals don't really align immediately.
And he still wants her. I think that's like his adrenaline. That's like his.
You have to get divorced, then you got to get married, then you got to. You're talking about years down the line. So if that's 3 or 4 years, now that puts you even older starting point. So you're gonna be like me. And so I'm just saying maybe you need to go where your goal align.
Yeah.
And like I said, it would be no problem if you already had a child and you didn't want any more children. And she's like, hey, when I get a divorce, we can even date or go out. Then there's no rush on anyone's part. But you're under a time factor.
Right. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I've had a great time with her, and it will prove in time if it needs to go and if it can go the distance. If it can't, we'll know probably easily next year. But and we're okay with that. Like, we're gonna see what things can be, and if they're not aligned, if they're not staying, if we're both still not having a great time early next year, we'll make those hard decisions, and I will make me personally, I will make adjustments accordingly to account for time and things like that. But like right now, like I said, I've arrived at the point where having a family doesn't have to necessarily be biological.
Oh,
I just want to. Let me tell you something.
I just want to be happy, and I want to be in a successful marriage and have a family.
Today is Thursday. What's today? Thursday. So was it Thursday?
December 6th, Friday. It's Friday.
Today's Friday.
So maybe 8 days ago. I can't do my math very well
Mhm.
now. When you see the birth of your child and they take the first breath and you cut the umbilical cord, there's a different connection that you have. I understand that you may want to be a stepfather. Nothing wrong with that if that's the route that you want to go.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know there is a different connection that you share when you when you're holding your
Wow.
child.
I hear you on that. And listen, I've always wanted to. And listen, having my own kid would be great. That was always the dream. But I look as being a divorced father, not father, a divorced man. I don't want to go through that again. I want to. The married woman and I went on a date last weekend. Went to go see Tonight's Conversation. Had a ball. And we had chopped it up afterward. And really needed to chop it up for we should have done this months ago, 6 months ago. But we kind of. I think we both kind of appreciate the fact that we have both gone through a divorce. Both been married, so we know what this is about. So I'm like, I even said to her, I was like, listen, I could go have a kid with someone who's never been married, and you don't know if that person. Those people don't know what marriage is like. When you date someone who's married, they know what marriage has been like, what it was like. I think the only thing she kind of said, and I'll leave it at this, is like she was like, it's kind of interesting that we both kind of pulled the trigger. I mean, but like I said, like I'm taking my time. I'm not rushing into this because I don't
Chris,
want.
do you want to read this super chat? Because
I skimmed it.
Chris, I do have a question. And this may be personal for you, Chris.
Go for it.
I know that I'm just going to reinstate wherever I may say something wrong. I may be wrong. Your ex-wife was your high school sweetheart.
Yeah.
You dated in college, and then you married for 13 years.
Facts.
Why is it that during that time you guys did not have children? Because your vetting phase was kind of over, meaning you had already met her through high school, and then you met her through college. So the marriage was just the icing on the cake, meaning you wouldn't have to wait. And you're fine if you don't want to answer that. I'm just curious as to why.
Yeah, it's like there's definitely some stories of mine that are Patreon worthy. That's kind of like that's a whole podcast in itself. I don't. But I will say this is like on one front. I've said on recent podcasts like I regret not doing it. But I think the best way to kind of explain it was like, even though we loved each other, I'll still love her to this day. She's a great woman. I had a great wife. I was really blessed to have a great wife, but we weren't able to really work well together. And that wasn't out of, lack of love. It was just kind of different upbringings, different chemistry, different, wanting to do things a different way. And that kind of had an effect on both of us. For me, I was kind of like, as me not seeing us really work well together, I was like, I don't see how this is going to work with 3 if it's not really working efficiently with 2. So the problem with that was I took too long. One, I should have been in therapy. So I was dealing with those thoughts my whole marriage. She was dealing with things, I think we got to a point, Fearless, where we were really kind of like masters at coasting. We both didn't want to quit. And
you think you got married because it was the expected thing to do?
No, like I at the time, no, I don't think that was ever the case. Like this was my person. Like I said, like I missed a lot of experiences growing up because I was booed up throughout the end of high school, senior year, throughout college, really just all throughout, damn near my majority of my life. But no, I didn't. Like it was, maybe let me say it like this. When I was in college, I was engaged. Toward the end of it, I was engaged, and she brought it up to me saying, "Hey, we've been dating like a handful of years. I feel like my life's on hold. I want to take it to the next step." And I said, I don't want to go out there and date other people. This is my person. And 2, like I tell people today, I'm like, or all the time, I'm like, if it was left up to me, I would not have gotten married in 2028. But 2008, because I was like, but I said, let me look at this. This is my person. I said, we'll be able to grow together. What am I going to really gain by postponing this? And I didn't just do it because it was the right thing to do. Me and her were like really aligned. We both wanted families. We both wanted to have. I mean, in terms of we both want to be married. We both want to have children. It's just that it's heartbreaking, Fearless and Ronin and everyone else, when you're that couple on Married at First Sight, that it's not for lack of trying, but you can't get it off the ground, and everybody else is like, you know, we're happy, listen, we're ready to get married, we doing this, we doing that, we did it. And like, it wasn't for a lack of trying, it was just like we just couldn't really. It was like oil and water working together, and you know, married a little bit young, we weren't in therapy. I was a different Chris. Very.
What made you say yes?
Well, maybe you say yes because I love that woman. I love that woman. I never, not once thought about, hey, you know what? Maybe we need a break. I want to date some people in college. Never, not once. I was booed up 100%.
Okay, so if you loved her like that before, then once you got married, what changed?
Man, that getting married, marriage is, it hits different, and it hits different.
I don't agree with that.
It hits different because when you are a younger man, and I got married, I graduated college in May. I was married in September, and I remember when I got engaged, and I was talking to my ex-wife, fiance at the time, and I was like, hey, you know, could we kind of like postpone this wedding maybe like a year or so? She was like, nuh-uh. We've been dating for a while, several years. We're not waiting anymore. So I was like, okay, I got it. So no, like I married out of love. Like I tell people on these podcasts, I could not justify it, but beyond that, I was like, I know I'm young. I know I'm not ready to get married. I know I could use a couple of years to pay some bills, to get some experience, to kind of even have my own place. But I said, you know what? I could also do that with her. And this is my person. This is who I believe to be my person. So I don't know if that was answering your question, but like what changed is like you start moving in with a person. And like I said, I want to preface that with marriage is beautiful. I was blessed to have a beautiful, a great wife. But there's ego that comes into it. Oh. There's, like I've said previously, like we weren't able to.
You be telling your chat, man, what's up with the colorist thing?
Huh? What?
Is he a colorist?
I didn't say anything about colors.
I don't
know. Sorry. She might be talking about my red pill best friend, who is kind of like a colorist. He is named Chris too. But yeah, there's ego because like when you're now living with someone, and I think the best way to say it is when you are single and you're dating. My life is my life. Your life is my life. We intertwine when we go on dates. We're even though we're booed up and we might not leave any space to like breathe, it's different than living under the same roof, paying same bills, or you paying the majority of the bills and having to merge each other's lifestyles. When I was single, when I was dating her, going to Morehouse, there were no expectations of like vacations every single year. You're in college. There's no car notes. There was none of that. But when you start working, it's different, and you start living together, it's different. Now you have you got some of those expectations of like, hey, now y'all been married for a couple of years. When are you gonna have kids? And you got careers and stuff. It's just different. Like I wish I was going through therapy then. I was the oldest of my family, so I didn't really have any examples of like anybody I could really reach out to and say like, hey, you know, I'm going through this, you know,
So you guys didn't have the same goals?
No, we had hold on. She's talking about the maths, MA's Married at First Sight. I'm just saying in general, Fresh Progress Wellness. I'm just saying every season has got at least one or two couples. Yes, there was a tumultuous Chris on Married at First Sight, but I'm just saying. So
you guys didn't have any same goals?
No. The goals were the same, but I'm just saying when you.
I just don't get the hesitation. I mean,
right? How come it didn't work out?
High school sweetheart and I got pregnant. I dropped out of college to go in the military. We were supposed to get married. She changed her mind. Fine. You know, within 2.5, 3 years, I had already got another girlfriend. I wound up getting married, and she was my first wife. We had 3 children together.
Yeah,
I don't get the miss when it comes to actually having children. If it was discussed as something you both wanted and you both loved each other,
or even living together, what was the miss?
There shouldn't have been, you know, that should have been a whole situation every night.
What was the disconnect? living together.
The disconnect again. We're going into like OT with this. Like this needs to be a whole nother podcast. But it's
No,
just
you can make it short. Just keep it brief.
Like I said, like it was just marital stress, struggling out the gate, not really able to kind of find one voice. And
struggling with bills? Like, what do you mean? Like,
no, I'm saying
give
like
an example.
I'm saying struggling in terms of.
Oh man, that's funny.
What? Hold on. What?
Struggling with what?
I'm saying struggling with like working together, like direction on how to do things. Finances could be one. That was a major thing to tackle.
Like paying bills?
No, just like the setting the lifestyle. That's one thing. So
yeah, the first few years can be like that. The first few years can be like that in a marriage, where you're two different people coming from two different backgrounds. You're two different genders, so your approach to life is going to be different, and you're trying to.
The fun part. The first couple of years should be fun. I don't get y'all were too
But
busy in y'all heads.
But Chris,
there's some adjustment that happens. That's just the reality of it for most people.
Chris,
even people that have been together for decades will say the same thing.
I've never had
it can be fun. It can be fun, but you will have moments of misunderstanding and trying to understand one another.
And the thing I think
but what type of lifestyle, Chris, did you want and she wanted?
No, the thing that has to
that it didn't work out.
The thing that has to be thrown out too, Ronin, is even though we have different temperaments, I'm kind of patient but a hothead. She's kind of like very social and a hothead. We were both hotheads, and it was kind of like just butting heads and not really able to. It was too many chiefs, I think, is what was going on.
Exactly. But Chris, what kind of lifestyle though did you guys want to live though? That's the question.
Before you answer that, Chris, this is where, and I thought you were talking about this. When I talk about traditional women, this is what I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
Because when I came in and I lived with my wife, we're together. She said, "Here's my money, here's my finances. You control it. You pick out where we go. I follow you." That's when I feel that someone is being traditional. That she's allowed me she's given me the responsibility to take care of all the bills, to make sure that, hey, maybe this lifestyle that we can't take 3 vacations, maybe we can only take a vacation every other year. Yeah. I have to be the chief. And when
sounds like a child though, like you're taking care of a child, just in my opinion. Go ahead though.
No. What he was saying is there was too many chiefs, not enough Indians. In any corporation, there has to be somebody who sees the vision and leads the way. And when you have,
but that still kind of sounds like a child though, like you're taking care of a child.
No. And when I agree with that, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's just it makes your boat float, but it that doesn't work for everybody.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want a woman that's just you could do everything and let's both put in some input.
Yeah. The woman has an input, but at the end of the day, the man should be the one pulling the trigger, because here's the thing, and y'all can tell me I'm lying or not.
I mean, I just kind of hate that I'm the alpha male, so it's this way. It's a hell of lame.
Sitting down is about having a conversation and saying, "Hey, this is the direction we're going. These are some of the ideas I want to do in order to get to the goal that we're trying to reach." And then there's a discussion. If you
and if she disagrees, would you take her away?
Listen, if you can agree on every point, eventually somebody's got to pull the trigger in order to move down the road.
And if she does, we have a problem with that.
Listen. That's on the man to do. Now, if the woman takes the choice and you allow her to go ahead and make the choice, the first thing that happens when the woman is wrong, she turns around and looks at you and says, "You let me make the decision."
Nah, that's on an individual basis. Every woman's not like that.
No, they do it. I'm sorry, they do it.
You can't generalize like that. My brother orders the type of women that you ran into personally.
Most men will tell you a woman will blame you for allowing them to make the decision. Sorry, sir. That's the way it is.
I don't know. That's kind of subjective.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
That's all subjective. I can't generalize on that.
Yeah, I can be done all the time.
However y'all want it. My wife came from a place to say, if I'm going to marry you, I've already vetted you. and I'm relying on you and trust you enough to make the decisions with the
None of
family.
y'all gonna agree. Of course not.
So of course it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean she does not have an input. She has input all the time. But when there becomes a final decision to say, all right, we need to make this decision, I have to make that decision. Because not only do I have to be responsible for the outcome, I'm responsible if it doesn't work. Because if what I do does not work, she doesn't look at me as the leader that I should be. No one will follow someone who is giving them bad advice and putting them in bad situations. So I can't make bad decisions. I have to make decisions that are beneficial for not only for me, for her, and for the future of our family.
I mean, to keep it real, I just really, I just think the whole, male versus female type, dominant type situation is foolish as hell. And, and I'm not knocking anybody when it, hold on, wait, brother, and it's nothing, it's not a personal attack on, for those who want to be the alpha male, I got to be a leader. Like, that shit is hella dumb. Like, if she's better at doing something
I'm with
than
that.
I am, like, for example, with me. Just hold on, brother. I know, hold on. I'm giving my personal take, right, on my personal example. So, okay, me and my fiance, we live together, right? She does certain things better than I do. I'm still capable of doing these things, but she's better at doing things better than I am. So I let her lead those tasks, right? Now, other things I'm better at doing than she is. So what do? I lead with those tasks. It's not like, yeah, well, you know what? I'm better at doing all these, so just let me take care of everything. Like, nah, she's better at doing some things, huh?
VA, if you ever worked in a corporation,
I don't want to know. I don't want any metaphor when it comes to this situation, man.
I worked in a corporation. Chris, you worked in a corporation.
Congratulations.
The CEO makes the decision. That does not mean he knows anything about the finance, the IT, any of that.
I don't want to be the CEO. I want to have a partnership, not me.
I'm with you on that.
I don't want to dominate everything. That shit just crazy, bro. It takes less stress off me.
Yeah.
Like, shit, most of the time I want her to.
When you split your bills, you got $50 in the bank, and she wants to do something with the 50, and you want to do something else.
Say it again.
You got $50 in the bank.
I'll let her do something with that 50. I ain't tripping. I know I'm gonna get it back eventually.
I'm letting the financial counselor make
that 50 means you don't eat because she wants to get her nails done.
Oh, come on. You see, that's an American stereotypical way of looking at things.
This is the decision that we make. You can't have a partnership. There's no company that says, hey, we're just partners and everything is 50-50. We make decisions on that. There has to be someone. That's why there's a president, a vice president. That's why there's a CEO. Someone has to be not only the leader to go somewhere, but they also have to be the one who's responsible for the downfall or the rising.
Well, I'll say this. While I agree with that, there's other approaches. Like, you can have two people kind of working together and
right.
Consensus.
Dictatorship.
But what I'm saying with that, Fearless, is the two people, regardless of how they're leading, there has to be respect to both people and transparency to both people. There's been situations sometimes where people who want to be the de facto leader, they're like, I'm going to lead and don't worry about it. I'm not, and there's no transparency. That's not going to work. That's going to create animosity. So, like I said, it was.
But what you're saying, Chris, is you're saying that I elected myself as leader.
No, I'm not saying that.
I elect myself, or was I elected leader?
Let's hear me out on this, because I was talking to my ex-pool teammate. And we were driving home. He was telling me how he was having some issues in his marriage. He's much older. He's probably in his mid 50s or whatever. He's Muslim. He was telling me about his second wife, or maybe third wife. He was talking about how his wife now has a kid from another marriage, and this kid, might be he seems to be he's got going through some problems. He's not on the right path and stuff like that. He, I think he's tried to live with them sometimes, and he didn't obey the house rules. They kind of like kicked him out. Now it seems like he was on he needed a place to stay. His friends wouldn't let him stay with them, and he wanted to try to live with him and his wife. And he was like, no, I'm gonna be. He leads his household kind of like what you're talking about. He said, no, he's not coming over here. He's a knucklehead. He's not gonna. He didn't obey the rules. And she's like, she's saying things to him in a sense of saying, well, I forget how he said it, but something to the effect of like, let's at least see this out. Let's try to figure out some type of solution to help him out. He's kind of saying he's a man, leave him alone, he'll figure it out, figure it out himself. And I was telling him, you know what? I understand you want to lead. And he said verbatim, the woman's feelings don't matter. If you bend towards the woman's feelings, that's going to lead you straight to hell in a handbasket. So let me go. And I said, I was trying to talk to him. I'm like, man, I get that you're trying to lead like this way, but you know, I forget how I was saying, but I was just like, I think in my opinion, I think you need to kind of consider her feelings and try to find some solutions as a team. I know
what.
Well, let me finish. Because I'm like, that head honcho, you're the first and the last say so. You make all the decisions. That is for some people, they have a very low emotional intelligence, and they're not considering the feelings of other people. Is what I'm trying to say. So and that's like I said, and that got this guy jammed up. I don't know what he's at, where he's at with his wife, but I was like, hey, you need to go back there, make that a happy home, happy wife, happy life type of deal. Like, hear her out at least. What's the problem with trying to hear her out and maybe work this out as a team? So that's all I'm saying.
There are legal liabilities too.
I have no issue with him hearing things out.
Yeah.
But I think what happens sometimes is, and I'm sorry, Angie, if I say this about women, sometimes their decision is based on emotion, where his might be logic, where he says, you know what? I don't want this kid back in my house because their behavior is affecting my other children that don't have that. So I don't want that behavior, even though I may love the child and I may want them to be with him, but I don't want that behavior to affect my other children. Mm-hmm. And so I have to make and that's what men have to do. We have to make hard, logical, unemotional decisions sometimes that people don't like, but those are the hard decisions we have to make.
Logic and emotional is not a gendered thought process. Men can be emotional and women can be logical too. But this whole man of the house, leader of the house, blah, blah. The issue that I find with that is, at the end of the day, both parties are legally liable in everything that they do. So if a contract is made of any type, depending on the state that you're in, especially, even if the man is the head of the household, quote unquote, if there's a debt or something like that, the wife may be liable for it too, even though she's the submissive type. And that's where there's a bit of an issue with that approach. I'm not here to tell people what to do with their lives, how you live your life is your business, but I'm just pointing out where there may be an issue that arises.
Is your husband, is he African? I thought I heard you say that one time.
I don't like to expose too much about my lifestyle. I like to stay as anonymous as possible.
I'm only saying, I think you stated it before. That's the only reason. I wouldn't have come with Africa just out of whole cloth.
Jump to the point without having her clarify it. Let's jump to your point.
I'm just wondering, if he is not American, how does he approach a traditional style? Because usually people who are not American have different traditional systems that they see.
Everybody is not a monolith, that's for sure. And our style of making decisions is more like consensus. What is the best approach to the situation altogether? It's not a situation of, oh, I know better than you, you know better than me. As far as exerting influence or exerting power over one another, certainly there are things that I'm better at than he is, and there are things that he's better at than I am. But at the end of the day, we're still consulting each other because we understand the value of putting two heads together to come up with a decision versus taking it on our own. Now, with that said, that's when it comes to like major decisions, financial decisions, things like that. We're not putting two and two together on which brand of paper towels or toilet paper to use. I mean,
But
when
what
it
happens
comes
when
to,
you guys come to a crossroad where there's an indecision? What is the final decision and who makes it?
we analyze what the situation is and we go based off of the analysis, what is the best situation to go with. So there's no tug and pull of power in my marriage. I don't like being in relationships like that.
Yeah, and
I
fearless.
like, no, go
Go ahead.
ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I like being in situations, not just even within my marriage, but in general, where everybody has the ability to express themselves because nobody knows everything all the time. So there may be something that someone else sees that I would never consider because I'm not walking them out in their shoes. So
But
as a result, in my marriage, we go by consensus.
let me get over this because I think Chris or whomever keeps thinking it's a dictatorship. I don't have a dictatorship, man. My wife probably makes 75% of the decisions. It's just decisions that are, that are very difficult, that need to be done, that we come to a tie break. I am the tiebreaker.
Mhm.
That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with one person being the lead, or the final say. It's just that every family doesn't necessarily need to be that way. I know personally, I wasn't seeking that in my first marriage. I'm not seeking that in my second. Unless unless the circumstances call for that. Like if I have something like kind of like what BA was saying, it's like if my wife is better at logistics than me, I'm letting her run with that. If she's better at taxes than me, I'm letting her run with that.
But that's what a good CEO does. The CEO isn't the CFO. He isn't the information officer.
Yeah.
All he does is that, just like in the Army or whatever service you guys served in, that sergeant may not be the best. He can delegate people to do things. He just has that final decision on the mission. That doesn't mean he's saying, hey, I got to do the taxes because I don't know nothing about taxes. No company would survive like that. A good leader finds the quality in other people and brings that out and
And
makes
you have
sure
to trust them.
yeah, that's what a lead. It's not manager. A leader trusts his people to make the right decision, and he empowers them to do so. That's all.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you guys are like, oh, he's missing nothing like that.
No,
Any leader of
Well,
a company makes sure that he puts the right people in the right place and trusts their decision to make it. But there has to come a time when someone at some point has to say yes or no.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, marriages have different dynamics. There's some situations where there's a sole provider. You can do that if people can do that if they want to. I ain't doing that. I'm just saying, unless my next wife and I agreed that that's the best thing to do. Like I think you brought up a good point. Like once you start a family, maybe there might be some circumstances where it might be better for one person to stay at home because of childcare. If that's not the case, and we agree that it's better for both people to work, then we're going to do that. But what works for your household is great, but I just think we don't need we don't need to push, tell other people how to run their household. I'm not telling people, hey, have two leads. That might be what I'm going to end up doing. And like I said, like the situation with my ex teammate where he's kind of being the de facto leader. I'm like, I don't want to be in that position. I have blind spots, and other people might be stronger in certain skills than me. And I want teamwork. I want discussion. I want transparency. And I want a mutual decision on some cases when it's needed.
So when you have children and they say, well, I don't want to do this, Dad. I don't want to do this. Are you making a decision, or are you a father by democracy?
I'm going to try to work with my spouse as best as possible. I mean, I'm
talking about with your child.
Yeah, I'm saying, but that's how we parent. Like, I think we have to agree on.
No, I'm saying your child is telling you they want to do something.
Oh, you mean
that's different.
Are you negotiating with your child?
No. But my wife is not my child either. I don't know where you're going with this.
I'm saying you're saying, hey, I want to live in harmony. Well, what happens when your child says, hey, I want to do this, and you say, well, I'm a father. I know where I don't want you to do that. I want you to do this.
I think.
Are you taking? Is it like you don't make the final decision? You say, oh, well, you do what you want to do.
No. What I'm saying is like me and my spouse would work on a parenting strategy, and whether that includes discipline or not, or a different form of discipline, we subscribe to that. And maybe to your point, maybe there's some situations where one of us is making decisions off the cuff without consulting the other because we can't. But no, we're not gonna. I'm not letting the child is not the parent.
Would that be a problem if they did that though? Would that be a problem?
Always in the household,
huh?
I know one thing. You want to spank, she don't want to spank,
right?
And the child does something.
This is a great combo. I like this one. I grew up disciplinarian. I got spanked. I needed spankings. I wouldn't be the same Chris if I did.
What if your wife says no? I do not believe in that.
Let's bring it back to the person, the person everybody loves, the married woman. If let's just say the married woman doesn't spank her son, I ain't doing it. I'm gonna respect how she wants to parent her son.
Don't talk about her son. This is your son.
No, but I'm assuming that if we were to,
she has a son.
Yeah, she does.
I don't want no stepson. I don't want that. I'm talking about your wife birthed this kid, which is your son, and now he did something. I don't know what he did. He did something real bad, and she's like, "No, let's just punish him and put him in timeout. Let's just talk to him." And he's like, "I'm about to whip his ass."
I'm saying like I'm gonna defer to what I'm gonna have those conversations before we have a child and say what do we want to do in terms of discipline? Because like I said, I was a kid. I needed spankings. It helped me understand and respect authority. I was just a very kind of knucklehead type of young kid.
Yeah, that's a factor too. Every child is different. Some children, you can just give them a mean, nasty look and that'll settle them down. And some kids, you give them a mean, nasty look, they're going to laugh at your face.
Let me put it this way. I was raised with corporal punishment. I did not corporal punish my kids, and I have all sons.
Yeah.
But I'm still going back to who makes that decision.
I gave them consequences for their inaction.
Yeah. But who would make that decision? If you, Chris, if you grew up,
yeah,
I'll give you the scenario like this. You grew up and you said, man, discipline helped me out.
I know where you're going with this, Fearless. I'm going with my wife's decision. Because I think
you're going to let the wife decide whether to punish your son?
That's her son.
No, it's not her son. No, it's not.
Oh, you're not talking about the stepson. You're talking about a son.
I think Ronin's doing a hypothetical saying it. I think he might have been saying my ex-wife, if her and I had a son or something like that. I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your ex-wife, you had a son.
Yeah, I'm not one of those Fearless that's saying,
oh man,
I gotta punish the child the way I want to punish the child. Because a lot of people would go above that and say, hey, you know what? If I move into a blended family, I'm gonna punish your children how I want to punish. No. Like I understand Fearless, and trust me, I'm team spank. I'm team spank. But for certain kids, I'm not saying spank all kids. Some kids might not deserve to get spanked. My ex-wife probably needed to get spanked. She did not get spanked enough. I mean, but we're living in a new day, Fearless, where spanking people are taking different positions on spanking and discipline. And
I'm not just saying spank. I'm just saying at some point somebody has to make that final decision. Whether it's and I'm just using spanking as an example.
Yeah.
Because what you would say is, hey, because how I would look at it if we're just using spanking, I would say, look, I know as a man what it means to be a man and how, I'm not killing my son, but I know how to physically discipline them to let them know that this is not correct. That may be your position. Where she says, no, you can just talk to him,
I heard this kind of stuff at the pool hall, and I think to kind of split the difference, there might be certain situations, because I heard a situation like this where this pool player was telling me he had a blended family, and he was like, it might not have been spanking, but he was like, I need to kind of step in and kind of discipline my child in a way to kind of help him understand that we're not going to either do his homework for him. He's going to have to learn. He's going to have to do it himself. He's going to fix it and do it himself to kind of prepare himself for the world. So yeah, there will be some situations where probably the mother and or the father has to step in and kind of, parent to that same gender in a way that maybe the other parent doesn't. And I think that's maybe what you're getting to, I'm assuming.
Yes, but let me give you another scenario then. You marry someone who has a 3-year-old child, 3-year-old son. Then you and her have a son.
Mm-hmm.
They're in the basement doing something. I don't know what the hell they doing. They in the house. They done they keyed your car, both of them. You go to spank your son, and she says, you can spank your son, but you can't lay a hand on my son, the other son.
I'm gonna be, like I said, I'm gonna be consistent. If she doesn't spank her child, I'm not gonna be spanking mine.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm gonna be.
So
let's hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. If he grows up to be a kid like me, though, I'm gonna be trying to, advocate for team spank because, listen, in my household, and we weren't getting spanked. We did not get abused. We didn't get hit with a switch. We didn't get hit with pots. I'm just saying belts, and it was a village. My grandfather, he could spank me. So again, I hear what you're saying, and it's like, to your point, these are situations that you're going to have a plan, and what you're trying to say is life is going to make you divert from that plan a little bit, or at least consider it or discuss it.
Well, let's think about this, Chris. Yeah. Her son, you can see that because he isn't getting disciplined, he's kind of ornery, kind of out there.
Yeah.
And now your son, and I know they're both yours, but to just make this, your biological son is picking up those traits, and he knows that the only punishment is just time out. Now, what do you?
Me, just for disclaimer, like I said, I didn't get physical abuse or anything like that. They never put their hands on me. It was belts, and they would take my stuff away, like take your Xbox away. You can't go over to a friend's house, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I think this is key. One of the things, this is leading to something I wanted to talk about. Therapy/counseling.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought it up.
Therapy/counseling is going to be financial counseling, marital counseling, parenting counseling is going to be major, because that's one thing that I think that failed with my marriage. Is like, we really didn't. I don't know if I said this on these podcasts. I did not take to counseling because I was really checked out. I wanted to talk, but I didn't really want to work things out because I was so disgruntled. But and I needed to be in therapy prior to, and we needed to wait. We needed to go to therapy before things hit rock bottom. It hit rock bottom pretty quick. But what I'm saying is, like, taking it forward, as now that I've been divorced, I know some of the things I've gone through, and I'm saying, no, we're going to be going to financial counseling. We're going to be going to marital counseling. We're going to be, if we have children, we're going to parenting counseling before shit hits the fan. So we can find a common, hear each other out, find a plan that works for both of us, talk through things that are, challenging and stuff like that. And that's the best way I can do it. Cause I'm like, I know with me, I don't want to leave myself on an island where emotional intelligence is going to make or break something, and shit hits the fan because I misinterpreted something, or I did something, or I didn't communicate, or I wasn't able to resolve something. I want to have that extra person there. And you can't have them always, you can't have them there forever, but like, I want to try to build the frameworks of, let's build these frameworks before shit hits the fan and we're coming into counseling disgruntled and shit. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And in my first marriage, I was a step parent. And one thing to consider is that when the child is going back and forth between different households, different rules. So you got to show a bit of patience when they come back doing stuff that you told them not to do in your household when they just came back from the other household. So all kinds of things can be a factor. If it gets to a point like that where they're doing bad things and the other kid is catching on, it's best to involve family counseling, not just to haul off and hit them with belts and switches.
Yeah, a famous fearless fear is, and they told me this at the pool hall. He said, I caution you about having stepchildren because there might come a day where this happened to him. Not talking about fearless, but the guy at the pool hall. He said the stepchild might say, "You're not even really my dad, though."
Yep.
So you know what I'm going to do with that situation? I'm gonna be like Red Fox and Friday and say, nope, I'm gonna go talk to the wife. I'm not gonna just uppercut him like Debo. I'm gonna talk to the wife, and we're gonna figure out what to do about that and try to maybe stop that from happening.
You don't want to know?
Kids are gonna do that.
Hold on, I had a stepson, and didn't do it until I got married to his mom when he was 8. Didn't do it until his junior year in high school. He got frustrated. And he punched a wall in my house.
Mm-hmm.
out of frustration. And I understand the frustration, but we ain't punching holes in no walls.
Right.
We ain't damaging shit up in here. You know, there's other ways to work that out. We got a whole gym downstairs.
Yeah.
You know, but at the end of the day, I got into a conversation with him, and he never tried to do anything like call me out of my name or say you're not my dad. What he did was he called me dad ever since I married his mother.
Yeah.
He tried to call me by my first name, Alex. Oh no, we're not doing that.
Right. Right.
You got one chance to fix that real quick. And he reverted back to dad real quick. I said, don't ever call me Alex again.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I do agree with you, Chris. Prior to getting married to someone as a child, you I think you all have to be on the same page. That is very detrimental. If not, I'm just a firm believer that, you know, the ship only sails one way. So we all have to be sailing in the same direction and have like the same goals. If not, we kind of have mutiny on the ship.
Right.
And that becomes very difficult when you you know, you have one child wanting to do one thing and another child wanting to do something else, and you know, you and the wife don't agree on anything, and it just becomes hectic where, you know, everyone's in mutiny.
Yeah, and people don't know. Like I said, marriage is beautiful, but y'all don't know what that misery is when that household is not working, and when it's not in unison. That is, and that to stay and fight through that, which my ex-wife and I did, we did not want to quit. And I think that's one thing that I'm going to be bringing to like the next relationship is just like, again, I'm not going to be wanting to quit, but I'm going to also come equipped with, hey, I'm ready to go to therapy. I understand what this means. I didn't go to therapy really for real until I was going through my divorce. And I knew, yeah, I'm going to be struggling emotionally through this. And I was. It took me a long time to get past that. I still think about it from time to time, but I'm glad that I went to therapy and, you know, continued with it. And as I dated, people suggested like, hey, continue to go to therapy. And I started to understand, oh, you know what? I'm done with my divorce, but no, I need to keep therapy just along with me, period, just to continue to work on things or whatever. So like I said, when I went through my divorce, I was telling my brother, and I told my siblings, don't you dare get married and not go to financial counseling. Start doing that immediately. I mean, because people have different styles and or just in general. And then with the with just the regular therapy too, it's like it shouldn't be any shame in trying to. Sometimes it's. I remember my sister who went through a divorce, and I was pleading with her, don't get a divorce. You haven't even gone to counseling yet. Listen, I can only talk so much because I went to therapy, 3 times. I didn't take it seriously that one time because I was already checked out. But I was like, try to go to therapy. And like I said, because they had never gone. But I don't know where I was going with that. But it's just like, I wish I was going to therapy personally by myself, so I could understand it and be able to go to therapy and do the work. I think me being disgruntled in that marriage, I wasn't willing to do the emotional work to take the next steps and really get the marriage where it needed to get to. I was kind of checked out and disgruntled because of some of the stuff that had gone on before and not being addressed and festering on and stuff like that. But like I said, I want to change that next time and start on the right foot. And like I said, I'm gonna be coming in stronger because I'm gonna be someone who's already willing to go to therapy. Shit, I might want to go to therapy in some of my dating relationships. I mean, I'm not against it. I'm not against it. Like, I thought about it maybe a day or two ago. I was like, if the married woman and I continue dating, I'm like, I'm not against us going to therapy and just hashing some things out and trying to figure out as we figure each other out. If things reach snags or whatever, just talk about things. But like therapy I was one of those people that just, hey, if you don't have a mental illness, like, why are you going to therapy? And now when I went through my divorce,
Everybody
I was like,
has a mental illness. You just not aware.
But I was like, I remember I go to therapy. I mean, I went to pool like after my divorce, and I was wearing this, like, hey, I'm back, be right back. I'm in therapy. And then the bartender was like, hey, you go to therapy? I'm like, yeah, I actually have 2 counselors. She was like, do you have any mental illnesses? I'm like, no. I mean, we talk about jobs, we talk about dating, we talk about, the decision making, we talk about a lot of discussions that y'all are having with me, the therapist has with me, like dating intentionally. Why are you dating the married woman? And well, wow, FLA truckers like bucking shots. But
That's not my person. I don't know who's.
No,
That's
it's cool. It's
his.
cool. It's
That's
cool.
his troll.
It's cool.
That's his
That's
troll.
It's
Chris's
cool.
troll.
Everybody else's
It's
troll.
cool.
Yeah, that's
I got
Chris's troll.
it's cool. I got thick skin, but it's just like it's therapy is very important. That's one thing I can like tell people is like don't be one of those people. I think what I was trying to say about my sister was don't be one of those couples that's like, nah, our relationship's so strong we don't need to go to therapy. That is a mistake. Go to therapy. There's no shame in going there and saying, oh, we're going to therapy. I think, like I said, I think my sister kind of took that route of like, we've never had an argument. We're good. Next thing you know, they're on the rocks. They're out. I mean, and they don't
Exactly.
So let me say this real quick, and I'm an advocate for therapy big time. Gone are the days where, you know, the family used to say, don't say nothing. Just be quiet. Deal with it in silence.
Right.
Or we'll go talk to the pastor or the deacon. They are not therapists.
Right.
Keep God out of it and go get the help. If you're Black in America, you need to go to therapy. Right. You have lived a traumatic life dealing with how many times you had your parents say, you know, you got to creep around cops. There's certain things you were programmed as a kid that's traumatizing and you just don't realize it.
Yeah. I was mentally unraveling, I think, at the end of my marriage. And I'm a very strong-willed person. I said to myself, I can handle these thoughts. I can make these thoughts. I don't need anyone else to. And I did, but just like, I guess, like that misery that and it's, I guess I had a great wife, but it's just like not being where you want to be. It hurts. And sometimes in marriage is like, you got to reinvest. And I think that's one thing I failed with is like, I was not willing to make the reinvestment.
Only the green grass that you water grows, my brother.
That's true. But I'm a lot older now, a lot more mature. And I know I can try to do the best I can to know what I take the knowledge I know to not make the same mistakes. And one of those is like trying to go to therapy and trying to start before it gets too bad, before there's too much bad blood or too many mistakes that people are going to hold grudges or be kind of like not let go of. So that's what I think. That's my parting thing is like go to therapy. Don't be that couple that's that's above it. And transparency.
I think somebody like FLA would do good in therapy. See, what therapy will help you with FLA is to figure out like why a person like you would be in the chat trolling, things like that. It might be some underlying trauma that you have where you don't get a lot of attention where you were young. You feel jealous of other people. So, you know, it might help you with that underlying trauma because normal people just don't get in and just go against everything. So you might have some underlying issues you need to discuss with a therapist.
Yeah. For me, one of the things that I really like about therapy is that it's almost like an accountability partner for life. Like I said, like before I went to therapy, I always thought like, oh, it's guess people are schizophrenic or people are this and that. It's like, no. It's not. It's that too, but it doesn't. It's also just normal people who are just talking through. If I have something like a bad week at work and I'm dealing with like really difficult people, I talk about it in therapy. I'm like, man, I'm just dealing with these people and they're getting on my last fucking nerve.
I think Herb Benista said it best, where she says therapy should be proactive and not just reactive.
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of
Definitely.
times you go to the doctor. I go every year to get a yearly checkup, not because I'm sick, because I just want to make sure that I'm on the right path. You know, I don't exercise when I can exercise. I exercise to stay healthy. And I think a lot of people don't do that to stay healthy because even very intelligent people and CEOs go there to therapy to say, hey, you know, am I doing something wrong? How can I be the best me I can be?
Yeah.
X.
I like the fact that because I've seen families going in and out of therapy that were smiling and laughing as they were leaving. And I like the fact that it enables people, it makes sure that everyone's voice is heard. And if anything needs to be said out loud, it's said out loud in an environment where people can ingest it with a trained professional nearby to help them to process whatever they're hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree.
But yeah, I mean, it's a great conversation. Yeah, just like I said, don't do life alone, especially in marriage. Like it's like I said, I think the last thing to say too was like, again, I was the oldest in the family. There's certain things you can't go tell your mom. There's certain things you can't tell your family. There's certain things you might not even be able to tell your friends. So, and it's like having that therapist would have really helped to kind of have a safe space to speak.
Yeah, you don't want to say certain things about your marriage because then your family's looking at you all kind of crazy because you're still with her after you told them and you guys already went back and made up. So now they're looking at you like, well, I thought she did this, that, and the other thing. We made up and we worked through it, but they still got that grudge based on what you said.
Right. So
and they might be the source of your need for therapy.
Sometimes
that's what I'm saying.
Family gets in your business. Yes.
That's what I'm saying with that ego. It's like they kind of sometimes people, your friends, your family, could put a battery in your back or whatever. You know, it could be, you know, yourself too, but it's just respect has to be there in a marriage. You got to forgive. I struggled. I'll be honest with you. I struggled with that. I could definitely, you know, hold some grudges. But it could take me some time to cool off or whatever. But like, you know, I had to change. I got, I think one of the things like I said, I had a really great wife. I saw her grow leaps and bounds, emotionally. I think that was kind of where I was struggling.
I got a question there for you, Chris. Yeah. All right. You've been out.
Yeah.
You went through therapy.
Yeah.
You know, you getting yourself together. Could you revisit that relationship?
Hell no.
You mean with my ex-wife?
Yeah, I mean, you haven't said anything bad about her. You basically just said,
she's a great woman. When I was going through my divorce, I'm going to go off topic, but I'm like, all I really wanted to do is go back and be friends again. Like I missed the friend. I hate that I lost that. I haven't spoke to her since. But I think there's just too much. I think the answer is theoretically yes, but the true answer is no, because it's like, it's just like me with the married woman. If me and the married woman were to break up after dating according to the way we've done this year, we just need to stay broken up. We might maybe just stay friends at best, because with me, bring it back to me and my ex-wife, like we were with each other for so long. My decision to leave was like, I feel like we're not bringing out the best in ourselves. Maybe someone else can do that. And we have wasted time. We have not wasted time, but we have not made the best use of our time. Another person, the woman from St. Louis, like I haven't talked to her in 3 years. If she would have come back out and be like, hey, let's give it another try. No, like if you want to give it another try, you shouldn't have taken 3 years off. But again, with the ex-wife, it's like we had our opportunities, and it doesn't warrant. I don't think it warrants. And I'd love to be friends again. I miss the friend, but I don't think it warrants another try. We had plenty of opportunities in the 15 years that I squandered.
What's stopping you from being a friend? Why not just say, hey, you know, hey. I mean, because it wasn't like y'all. I mean, damn, y'all spent. It had to be like half your life together, really.
Yeah, like 20 years. I think it was like 20 years.
Yeah. So, is there a reason why you can't just say, look, you know,
we're
not relationship wise, but
I hear you, and listen, I'm team, you know, don't throw the whole person away. But the problem is when people break up traditionally in dating, like, man, they throw the whole person, they block the whole person. The married woman already told me, she said on the podcast too, she's like, there's no spinning the block on her. So this is my only chance. So no, I mean, I would love to be a friend again, but I think it's going to hurt. What I've seen, Fearless, again, I talk about the on again, off again X. It was hard throughout the years, because like when you try to become a friend, you don't know if that other person's on the same page. They might be friendly to you, but they still want a relationship. And I just don't want to, as the last woman I dated said it best, is like, you have to kind of take yourself out of the picture to stop complicating things. Because my brother, I think I'll say this, I'll keep going to analogies. My brother, he was dating a woman in Chicago. He lives in St. Louis. This is his last girlfriend. But he had this on again, off again girl who was still talking to mom. Still kind of like orbiting.
No.
Yes, exactly.
You break up with me, you break up with my family.
Yes.
Do not be calling my family.
Still orbiting and pissing his girlfriend in Chicago off. I think it drove a wedge to a degree. But It's just that's the problem with it. Is like I said, my on again off again ex. Like I would do anything for her. I always love her. She's a great person, but I know that if I hang out with her, things are gonna be. If I want to go see a movie, why can't I invite her? Why? Because it's gonna become romantic. I mean, I can't do it. I'd love to go see a movie with her, but I can't do it because if I establish a pattern, it's gonna become romantic. We're gonna be in a relationship before you know it. Even if it's not agreed upon, we're doing relationships type of things. We're technically in a relationship. So it's like I remember the female data scientist said it best. She was like, it's not fair to if I was an ex for you to continue to call me and ask me for favors or ask me for advice because I'm not the one you chose. So you need to kind of let me move on. And I forget how she said, I'm not really saying as strong as she said it, but it was just like, it hit me. I was like, because I'm like, I don't like throwing the person away if I date them. Like, I feel like there's something to be salvaged, but I was like, I realized, yeah, it sucks. But you do have to move on. I'm still kind of struggling with that a little bit, but it's like, I think I'm in a way, way, way better place and I'm not allowing that to like affect relationships. And I'm like, I'm moving on romantically and from exes. But
it eventually fizzles out. I've had some relationships that turned out to be trash, and I cut them off. But I've had a handful where we're both good people. It just didn't work out for whatever the reason. But usually, it just tends to fizzle off. One guy, when my grandmother passed away, he came around. He sat with me and my family, just being a friend. And another guy, we just kept in contact. But I got into another relationship. They got into other relationships, and life just went on. So it can happen. Not every breakup is a bad one.
Yeah. I do think, though, I mean, I'm in agreement with you, Chris, that you may want to be friends, but you kind of have to just
cut
in
it
that
off.
chapter of life. Yeah, because when you hold on, you may be holding on to memory.
Cut it off so bad that you don't have a picture of her around.
I still got
her phone and her number in your cell phone, even the ones you don't use no more. You're disassociated from all her social medias.
Yeah.
Because you're always going to be tempted to look.
Yeah. And if not, then what happens is you don't let go of the past. You're looking her up on Facebook, on IG, she talking to something, whatever it is, you're comparing yourself to whomever, and it never lets you be free. And there was always going to be a guilt feeling there where you just say, all right, this chapter ended. And now, the next chapter has to begin.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I hate throwing the whole person away, but you will cause collateral
would that
damage.
be fair to whomever you're going to be with, though, Chris?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be fair to the next person.
It's not. And I had to learn that. It's like, I had to learn that in dating. It's just, that's why I kind of, when the married woman was like, hey, I just want a boyfriend, I knew I was not ready at a place with my on again, off again to say I no longer want to talk to her or just only as a friend. And I was like, until I get to that point, which I'm at that point now, I was like, I can't afford to take the next step and not do it with both off 2 feet. I need to bring 100% in it. So I'm ready to do that now. Like I was saying on a previous podcast, like the recent ex who I was dating came back. She was orbiting, and I was like, I had to break up with her and say,
it's
like,
the holiday season.
Yeah. Well, I did it before the election. And I was like,
they're always going to come back around right around the holidays, bro.
Yeah. Well, she came back around August. It was like right after her, right close to my birthday in September. She came back around, and I was like, you know what? I can't do this dating multiple people. And some people, she was like, hey, I'm cool if you date multiple people. Listen, you say that until it gets disrespectful after a certain point. So I'm like, let me just cut this off before it gets disrespectful. So that was a big thing for me, because like it'll cause collateral damage. I want to be able to give this opportunity with the married woman, it's proper shot. And if it breaks up next year, okay, but we're not going to be doing it with collateral. We're not going to be breaking up off of collateral damage. We're not going to be doing that. Like, so I'm trying, like I'm doing my best. I'm growing. I think I appreciate the advice.
Chris, I'm gonna say this to you.
Yeah.
I know that you go to therapy.
Yeah.
You say you do that.
Yeah.
And you keep saying next year. So I'm assuming that's when her divorce is final or something. But I think before you ever get there, man, you need to sit down with her and have the conversations now. You need to sit down and say, hey, all right, year from now, what happens? Where do we go? What's the scenario? Things like that. Because if you don't have those conversations now, you might have wasted a year just to have those conversations and then find out we're not even on the same page. And there goes another year behind you.
That's 100%. Like right now, I think the first year, to be honest with you, and it shouldn't have been a whole year to do this. We've had a great time. We've had a lot of fun. I don't regret anything. She's great company. And it's like we still are, trying to make things work despite, kind of doing things very unorthodox or whatever. And I told her, like, we hung out last week and we got to really chop it up for the first time in a long time. And I said, we both kind of agreed, like, hey, we got to do some things differently in next year. I got to speak about one of them, how do I want to say this? Like needs, I think emotional and affection needs need to get met. And I'm not talking sex. I'm just saying, like, her and I got to like sync up on some of the needs we need to have a conversation about what are her needs, are they getting met? What are my needs? Where are they getting met? And stuff like that.
Are you going to be honest about the conversation?
Yeah. Like we were talking about this last week. We were talking about, I was like, listen, I
because
really,
at this point, your needs should be like a little more physical.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to try not to talk all our business.
Because I'm sorry, if I'm around a woman I'm turned on about, I can't. You ain't going to just sit there and have me, taking cold showers and my nuts swelling up and all that. I can't. Blue balling the hell out of my ass. You can't.
I mean, one of her recommendations was like, you know what? There's these apps. I really wanted to talk on these this podcast about them, but like, there's different apps. Like, it's not the right way to do it. But there's apps where people who are looking for, like, no strings attached. And I told her on the last date last week, and I said, married woman, like, I don't want to get my needs met from anyone else but you. Like, that's it. I don't want to be getting my emotional needs through the on again, off again X. I don't want to get physical needs for someone else. I want that through you. So, but yeah, to Felix's point, like, her and I gotta have, like, we had a conversation last week. It was very productive. She gave me some feedback. I gave some pushback. I gave some feedback. She might give some pushback. But like, we need to have some conversations. One of them is the kids. Is like, married woman, do you want to have additional kids if it was left up to you? Because if it's a no, then this might be a wrap.
Why are you waiting so long to have that conversation, man?
You're right. I feel like her and I have had a lot of conversations about kids.
And I know FLA is okay. Actually, he's trolling his ass off with the, spoken like a true passport bro trick. But I'm telling you, bro, 7 months, FLA, if you really know the story, 7 months is a little long.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in the same city.
Yeah, it's long.
You see each other on a regular basis.
It's long, Ronin. Like, we were on the date, and I was like, listen, I was team this for about 6.5, 7 months. After 7, I'm struggling to kind of really make sense of. But I did this for a person who I wouldn't have done this for another person. I think there was a saying of like, when will a man be ready? Will he do things for the right woman? I'm showing y'all I'm doing that for a special person. I don't want to ever do this way ever again. Like, for the sake of time that I can't spare. But this is a very special person to me. She's made a big impact on my life, regardless of whether it goes anywhere. Yeah, that's one that, yes, I've always had that. Like,
I'm gonna start calling you Job, brother.
That's been my nickname.
Boy.
A lot of patience, and it was really delightful to see that her and I were going through the same thing. I don't want to put a lot of information out there, but I was just like, this has been a hard situation for both of us because we've been kind of both.
But what's going to happen, Chris? I'm going to let you know, man. What's going to happen is the longer you spend, you just become comfortable.
Right.
And comfortable doesn't necessarily mean I'm in love. You know, and I've seen this happen with a lot of women or a lot of men. They date somebody for like 8 years.
Right.
And they're like, well, why you get married? It was like, well, they was with me for 8 years. It wasn't that they loved them or anything. It was just they got comfortable.
Yeah, I'm gonna really hammer on that, to be honest, because like I think that's one of the things that kind of like plagued my last marriage. Is like we were young, we got married out of love. We didn't know the right questions to ask. I didn't know how to ask certain questions about, hey, you know, what do you envision your household to be like? Because if she would have said, well, I envision the guy to be the head honcho and to be the main provider, I would have said, okay, I'm just graduating college. I need some time to get to that point. I didn't ask any of those questions. I just said, hey, I love this person. I'm getting married. I mean, I don't want them out of my life. I want to get married. And I don't regret that decision. I married someone who I love. But to your point, I got to hammer that in with the married woman. I'm in the sense of, like I said, I talked about it with the kid conversation. Her and I need to have a conversation. Don't do me any favors, married woman. If you're not happy, we're not going forward. Don't do this. Don't have a kid just for me. If you want to just stay with the kid you have, then say that. Don't do me any favors, because you're going to be hurting me and I would be hurting her if I did the same. If I said, you know what, I've just been with her. I'm just going to stick together. I'm just going to stay with her. No, because, you know, marriage, you can't cheat your way through marriage. It's got to be genuine. Both people got to want to put in the work. So you're right. I mean, her and I got to talk.
You definitely do not want her to be your regret. I don't know how many books you read, but I had to even have my wife listen to this book on a long way, and that is The Alchemist. So if you get a chance, have you ever read The Alchemist, Chris? You know that book, Angie?
I've heard about it.
Okay. Well, I won't give you the whole story, but it's basically about a teenager, a young adult that's on a journey to find some gold. And throughout his entire journey, he gets stopped at different locations. One where he's working in a glass shop, and he turns it around, and the person wants him to stay there longer. He meets a girl, you know, that he falls in love with. And one of the things she says to him, which kind of sums up the book, she says, you know, you'll stay with me and you'll be happy for these 2 years. Year 3, you'll start to, think you should have left because you wanted to get the treasure. By the time we get to year 5, instead of looking at me with love, you'll be looking at me with resentment because I didn't fulfill things. It's all that to say, you don't want to get with someone who they do something and then they start resenting the actions that they did. So make sure that is not a factor in what you do. Because if that person is only having a child for you, they're going to resent you later on. And
right. I don't, no disrespect to Maya, but like, I don't want the Maya situation where she says, I'm having another kid, but that's your kid if we break up. No. This is our kid.
Has she told you up front that she doesn't want to have any more kids?
No, I think it was like when I first started dating her, she was like, I'm open to adopting. I really can't have another kid. I don't think I can have another kid. I'm not confident I can have another kid. It's like maybe a medical complication or a high risk pregnancy or whatever the heck. But I was like, she knows how much, family means to me and how I want to start a family. So I just need to double down and just get some extra fine print questioning in and say like, hey, when you said you're open to adopting, are you doing that just to do me a favor, or is that actually what you want to do?
Fine print sounding real close to a prenup.
Nah. I mean,
no, the reason why I'm asking is because generally we women that have children already, I don't have any kids yet, but I'm a woman and I know how we are. Generally, when a woman don't want to have any more kids, she's typically very upfront about it. Like, this is it. The boat has sailed. This is all I'm gonna have.
Yeah.
So.
Her and I need to just continue to have. We had a great conversation last week, and we need to. We'll see each other again later this month. But Darnell, I do not have any children. Ozzy, I'd like to just have one. FLA, yes, I'm terrified of being a baby daddy. Don't bring me to one of those shindigs like Insecure, and then we're over there like Lawrence and Condola fighting over the baby. Give me that. No. Don't have me. No, I'm not putting myself in that Lawrence situation. First and foremost. But yeah, we're gonna. I'm well on my way. I've been. I just need to have some. We don't know. We don't know what we don't know. Fearless and Ronin and Angie, but we'll figure it out. We're gonna make sure that 2025 is a different year. There's gonna be some changes. There's gonna be some. We're gonna kind of communicate specifically to the married woman like what we want, and hear from her what she wants, and try to see how we can do that. And if things don't work out, it's fine. I think we both agreed, like, hey, we just both want each other to be happy. And we don't want to steal each other's joy. So it's like, I think we've been good. I think one of the things I said was, and to her was like, seeing that she's going through this divorce process or whatever, when I initially matched with her on Bumble or whatever, I was just like, I just want to help her. I just want to be a part of her journey and show her that, like, hey, there's people out here who, that aren't looking to just date selfishly, that are, really nice people. Show them, help them kind of go through a time where they're going through a divorce and, not having, a complete miserable time in dating and stuff like that. Like, understanding where you're at. So people did the same thing for me when I was going through my divorce. Like, they weren't, they understood what I was at and, tried to apply pressure accordingly or whatever. But, I could talk about this forever, but I'm keeping y'all up forever. Sorry.
You can't live in the gray, Chris. You gotta go with that black and white, and you gotta nail it down, because if not, it's too ambiguous, and that's where you're gonna get hurt in that.
Yeah,
living in the gray.
Yeah, we gotta apply some pressure to the married woman, and she's gonna probably do the same. But we'll just her and I just need to talk more and just continue to bond and stuff like that, and just figure out what do we want and if it's compatible. And I think we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out one way or another, by hook or by crook. And like I said, like, y'all giving great advice. Me personally, I'm kind of just comfortable taking gambles, taking risks, and sometimes you win the risk, sometimes you lose the risk, and I'm okay with both of the outcomes.
No, but it's called calculated risk, Chris. You got to take
caught something in your conversation. You said the next couple of weeks. Do you guys not talk on a regular basis?
That's a good question. That's a good question. You gotta keep us up all night. I'll say this: we're starting to talk on a more regular basis now, but it got to a point where, like, early on, like, we didn't really talk on the phone. We just had great dates, texted really great, and I think where it went south a little bit was like the text started to get a little bit dry, started to get a little bit infrequent, but we were always having great dates. So it's like, that was one of the things that we talked about on the date last week. And we were just kind of like, man, how do we, voicing frustrations, this and that. And like I said, I've been just making like a more of an effort to like call and talk to her and stuff like that. Cause I'm like, I know she has her kid like every other week. And I'm like, I don't want to get in the middle of that. Those days when she maybe has a kid, I'll try to be selective of that. And she's like, when she, lays her kid down to bed, like, she'll call me and stuff like that. But like, the long story short, it's like, I started to understand the impact when the last person I dated came back, and we started talking like every fucking day. And I was like, shit, she's catching ground. She's making up ground. And I'm like, how much further along could I have been? The married woman and I could have been if we were talking on a more regular basis.
Do you know? I know you said that you are dating exclusively. Have you asked her if she is dating exclusively?
I kind of alluded to that a little bit. It wasn't obvious, but
alluded.
Yeah, I alluded, but it wasn't obvious. I didn't.
That should be, Chris. You got to, brother. You living in this gray, man, and that's really not good, because you're giving up any other options for someone that you don't know if they've given up any options on their end.
Well, the thing is this:
you're making a lot of sacrifices for someone you don't know if they're making those same sacrifices.
The thing is this: like, in dating, there's going to be competition sometimes. Like, I welcome that. Sometimes people have rosters. I welcome that. May the best man win. But I think, again, I believe I'm the only person she's dating right now. I think it's been that way for
A lot of men
bit.
believe that was their child too.
Oh wow, here we go. But
hey, real quick, I got a
$5
super chat. Chris, he's just saying if she doesn't, he said if she said she doesn't want children, I think you need to go ahead and end it here. Sometimes we men don't listen unless you are okay with having children, aren't having children. But he already said, Darnell, that he doesn't mind adopting if he can't have his own.
And I said that's if I haven't made that if I haven't made that clear, that is the condition. I'm not getting with someone if I'm not I'm getting with someone to start a family or extend a family. It's not going to be, oh, we're just gonna not have kids. Oh no, that was the on again off again. Like, I love her to pieces, but I had to walk away and say, I think this person was willing to have kids. I don't think she really cares to have kids, and I'm not okay. I don't think I'm going to be okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to be okay with not having, being a father in some type of capacity or whatever. But like, I agree with what he's saying, Darnell. Like I said it a little bit, maybe 30 minutes ago, I was like, her and I need to have some conversations, figure out exactly where she stands on the kids. And if she's kind of like wishy-washy on that, I'm like, hey, you know what? I respect that. Maybe this isn't the right situation. Blah, blah, blah. So there's conversations yet to be had, but I think
Chris, my question is this. I know that you say that I'm kind of abrupt, a little straightforward, that's
cool.
I know that's how I am. I go straight for the
cool.
jugular vein because as I told you before, I don't want to waste time.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you haven't had these discussions
earlier?
That would seem like that would be the first part. Hey, I'm Chris. I want to have children.
Yeah.
Are you seeing anybody? I don't want to see anybody. Are we girlfriend and boyfriend? What are we? Where's this relationship going?
Yeah.
I need to get to that up front.
Yeah. I think the issue is that I think when we first started dating, we were having these conversations. We talked, like I said, we talked about kids. We talked about, I think that when we first started dating, it was kind of like, hey, we're not exclusive. We're going to, you feel free to date other people. I think part of it was because she was going through a divorce or whatever the heck. But, and then, like, again, let's just be clear about this. Someone who's going through the divorce has every right to date other people. I did the same thing when I was going through my divorce. I didn't just date one person. I eventually settled on one person, but
then why are you limiting yourself to being loyal to her when you don't know if she's being loyal to you? And I'm not saying loyal because maybe y'all aren't anything, but why be exclusive and not have that conversation
outline that you need to be?
Because I think that regardless of whether she was being exclusive or not, I needed this for my growth trajectory. I needed this to be able to get to the next, get closer to being ready to getting married. I say I want that. I feel like I want that. But I have with the
what are you proving to yourself by doing this, though?
Yeah, that's what I keep saying.
I need this.
But
what are you proving to yourself by you doing this with no commitment on her end, aside for your
how is this getting you ready? I think that's
what I'm trying to say, and maybe it's kind of weird to say. It's like I don't need her. I don't need in this situation. I was able to I guess comport myself and show up in a way that was not incentivized. I needed to do this because I wanted to do this, not because, oh, well, she decides that we're sure. If we're deciding to be exclusive, sure, that's understood that we're not dating other people. I wanted to do this in a different way. And I said, I'm ready to focus on one person. So when they are ready, I'm already ready. Not where, hey, I'm dating this person, I'm dating multiple people. That's where you're gonna really get Chris fucked up. Where you say, hey, we can date other people. And then tomorrow when you say, I just want to be exclusive, we gotta slow that train down, buddy. I'm trying to, so what I did with the married woman is I said, we're gonna just keep that train on the tracks. We're not gonna put any coal in it. We're not gonna be doing none of that. So we're gonna be ready. We're gonna get ourselves ready. And it was doing that, and then also saying, let's slowly wean ourselves off from an emotional standpoint of the on again, off again X, and not going to apps, not going really not going on any other dates and stuff like that. And like I told you on a previous podcast, maybe not you specifically, I knew I had changed by doing this, and I'm not going to do this ever again. But like when we went to go see Deadpool and Wolverine, and I went with my red pillar best friend and my friend Eugene and his wife, and his wife was like, "Hey, I know someone I would love to introduce to you." And I said, the married woman is coming here. I'm about to introduce you to y'all. Listen, if y'all met me a year, if I was here a year ago or 2 ago, I would have said, slide me that number. I'll talk to her. I said no. I said until I'm single and not focus on anyone else, I don't want to do that, because it's just going to be kind of like a distraction. It's going to kind of get in the way, and I'm just not in the place where I'm able to do that. So it's for my own personal development. I needed to do this to just be ready and not have to deal with that slowing down of the train, because that could be a very hard thing to do.
Chris, if I gave you a scenario where you went to a job and you put in that one application and you stopped looking, and that job says, hey, we may be looking for other applicants.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how it is, where you
we want to try you out. So you're going to be an intern for the next 9 months to a year.
I understand where y'all going with the job analogy, but just look at this like this. Even if the married woman and I break up, let's just say we broke up tomorrow.
But you're not going to break up because
you can't break up because you're not together.
Let's fine. You can call it that way. If we stop dating, let's put it that way. If you want to, because I use words in a different context sometimes. When I tell y'all on the podcast, hey, I dated this woman. We might not have never been in a relationship. We might have gone on 1 or 2 dates. I have dated that woman. I will say I was a person I was dating. To y'all, that might not be dating, but I'm just saying, if the married woman and I never decide tomorrow to not go on any more dates and never talk again, and we block each other, whatever the heck, this experience has made me a better man. Made me, like I said, like to have relationship discipline and stop, seeking other opportunities and, hey, there's someone else that looks interesting on the apps, let me talk to them too. No, I'm focusing on, if this person makes me happy, that's enough. I'm happy. I don't need to try to find, I'm happy with 2 or 3 or other. No, I'm going to focus on one person at a time.
But from your conversations and from what I've heard you talk, through high school,
right,
through college, through marriage, you've never had that issue. If you were saying you were me, if you had my life and you were saying that, I could understand you. But you've never had that life, Chris.
What life are you talking about?
Where you're dating multiple women.
I've done that. That was 2021, 2022, 2023, a little bit of maybe 2024, a little bit. Mostly not really.
When you say multiple, I've only heard you like, I went on this date and I kind of went on this date. It was never like I got multiple women. You kind of always have one woman that you deal with.
This might be for another podcast, but when I was dating in 2021, I had something that I called the stack. It was multiple people that I was dating. It was called the stack. It was like at least 5 people. So this is a change, and it wasn't serious. It was like initial dating, and it might have gone down to 2. And I don't think you might not remember. I was dating the on again off again ex, and I was dating the one in St. Louis. So it got down to 2, and it went beyond 5, because like again, people were like, hey, you know what? I got my brother and his last girlfriend were like, hey, we got a great friend for you. We'd like you to talk to her. And I'm like, all right, fine. And that became more than 5. And then I forget, there might have been others or whatever the heck. And so like,
but when you say dating, Chris, does that mean like, hey, I went on one date with this girl, then I went on another date with this girl?
Yep.
Or you're repeating that what did I used to call them? I don't even know what I called them back then. My Rolodex, my stable, as we would call it. Were you repeating, or was it just one date and out?
It was going on dates with like maybe 5 women at different times, like 2 1 week, 2 another week, 2 of those, the first 2 the next week, stuff like that. And then, like I said, with my brother's girlfriend talking to her remotely or whatever, and just one time, and that was it. But like I said, like and then eventually the woman in St. Louis or whatever the heck. It's just like it was a paradigm shift for me, because when I first got out and started dating, I was like, listen, there's no harm in getting to know multiple people at the same time. And there really isn't. It gets to a problem when things start to get beyond the dating and things start to become affectionate. And I don't mean sexually necessarily, but that could mean that. But it's just like, you couldn't tell me not to date other more than one person at a time. I just felt like, hey, it's a waste of time not to, because you get to meet multiple people, you get to figure out who's the right person for you, blah blah blah. But like,
what changed your mentality from that to this? Because that's the way you should be thinking.
Seeing collateral damage by being indecisive or not being able to sever that connection with someone that's like, again, on again, off again, or something like that, or just an ex or something like that. And I had to see that collateral damage. Like the last person that I dated, it really affected me. And it really shut the train down and stopped it. And I said, I'm not going through this again. And it was one after another. It was the woman dating the woman in St. Louis, losing her to while dating the on again, off again. Then losing the last one I dated because of the on again, off again. And then I said, you know what? I'm showing up differently. I've seen this story happen 2 times. I don't want to see it happen another time.
Chris, how can you lose the one in St. Louis if she was exclusive for you? When did she have time to go and find somebody to replace you?
What do you mean?
You said you lost the one in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Were you guys exclusive or in an open relationship?
I left St. Louis. Like one of these days I'll have to tell that story, but like I left St. Louis. She said, hey, we're gonna be dating other people. Well,
she threw that up.
She did. But then see, here's the question, here's the statement though. People will say that shit, but they don't really want that. So like the last woman I dated,
if a girl says it,
she means it.
No, she doesn't. No,
if she already did it.
Not in my experience.
Gonna do it.
Not in my experience. Like so, like the last woman I dated, she said, "Hey, let's just see other people." Well, the problem was, I was having a ball, and she was not. And she was trying to have these conversations about, hey, basically kind of like, I kind of want to be exclusive. Hey, we're gonna take things to the next level. Hey, can we stop seeing other people? And I was like, I'm still operating under the 6-month rule. I might have been dating her with like 70% exclusivity or whatever. But
wait a minute, you have a rule?
What do you mean?
6-month rule.
Yeah, so like what I'm saying is like when I first started dating, after my divorce or during my divorce, that I started to come to know like how these women, they'll have I've heard it from multiple women that there's this rule of 6 months they want to be exclusive, 12 months they want to be like engaged or on the path to that. Or some of them even married. Some of them probably even kids, or at least engaged or something like that, on the path to marriage or whatever the heck. So I was like, I remember the last woman I dated, and she hit me with this conversation of like, where do you see us in 6 months? And I was like, I see us exclusive. She was trying to get me to say, let's be exclusive right now. I didn't hear it in that conversation. I was like, don't leave me with a question where there's a bad answer. Steer me in the direction and say, hey, I want to be exclusive right now. And I would have got it. But she said, where are you going to see us in 6 months? And I said, exclusive. But until then, I'm going to still be dating other people.
But here's the thing, Chris, there was nothing wrong with that, because when you meet that one that you don't want to date anybody else, that's who you be exclusive to.
No, I get that. But I'm like,
meaning those other women, there was probably something about them you didn't really want to settle down with them anyway.
No, I hear you, Fearless, but what I think the problem for me was, even if I would have met that person, until I met the married woman, I was like, I'm running the clock out in the 6 months. No, why rush into it? What's the problem with running out the 6 months if I'm giving you 90% of the bandwidth? What's the problem? But now I said, you know what? Regardless if it's 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, I guess in this case, 10 or plus, like whenever she's ready again, I'm going to be ready this time. I'm not going to be, oh, you know what? Shoot, I got like a whole entanglement, emotional entanglement. So I'm ready. I don't have any, how you want to call them, any kind of like baggage or strings attached. I don't have any.
Are you ready for St. Louis or the married lady?
St. Louis is done.
Okay, so there's no recovering that.
There's no recovering that.
So then you're saying you're going to be ready for the married lady?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Or like I said, if the things don't work out with me and the married woman, y'all don't agree, but I feel like she has made me a better man. I am going to be. If I go, let's say if we break up, we stop dating tomorrow, I'll be ready to do this exclusively with someone else. So that's like I'm trying to explain it in that way, but it's just like I said, it's been a journey to transition from dating multiple people to dating one. Like I said, you could not have told me why this is necessary. I remember telling the on again, off again, I was like, I don't understand why y'all dating one person at a time. And then you trying to date someone who's dating multiple. I don't see why y'all doing that. I think it was like y'all putting yourself in a bad position. But now I realize, like I was talking to Prism and or other people, and they would say like, no, I'm dating multiple people. And I said, I get, and I'm not against dating multiple people. I just know that shit has not worked out for me. And after a certain point, and I think I now understand why people date one person at a time. It's like, it's simpler, even from dating, it's cheaper. You don't have, I'll tell you where it really gets you fucked up.
No, see,
I'm gonna say you where
you
really,
messing up, man. You going too long, brother. For instance, if you date multiple people, it's like, hey, what I say before, I don't take them on no expensive date. I got to go out, meet you. The cream rises to the top.
All right.
If they are not where I'm at, and it's not about sex or anything like that, I'm just moving on. Okay, I'm putting somebody else. Somebody's replacing you. So I'm not. You have these emotional attachments because you're dating people for so long, but you're not getting to the crux of what's going on.
No, I think I want to make it very clear that like what has been transpiring with a married woman is atypical from my dating experience. Let's be clear. The last woman I dated, we were moving to another level 2.5 months. The on again, off again, a woman I dated, it was like maybe a month and a half. And that month and a half was like maybe 3 or 4 dates. The one in St. Louis, it was maybe we had known each other for like a month and a half. I went home to I don't know if I told you, I don't know if y'all heard, I went to St. Louis for a whole month because she lived in St. Louis. And I was like, this was during the pandemic. And I was like, I could work remote. We didn't have to work in the office. I'm just going to go home and work from remote from St. Louis and really get to know her, because I didn't feel like it was fair to like date her and come back to St. Louis every once in a while for 3 days, for a weekend. I went there for a whole fucking month and left there saying, no, this is going to be the person I want to go forward and date. But so no, I don't want you to get this picture and think that, oh, he dates everybody like the married woman. He just like, everything takes this absorbent amount, this egregious amount of time. No, like, this one has, but like, and like I said, I don't want to ever do it again, but like, I am grateful for the fact that I have realized a lot of personal growth.
If you don't want to ever do it again, why are you doing it now?
I keep saying, Fearless, I needed to do this to prove this to myself that I could do
all right.
this.
So let me ask you another question. Have you not already proven it to yourself that you can do it?
I have.
Then why are you continuing to do it?
Because as I was telling my red pillar best friend, it's kind of like, have you ever seen the Saw movies, the horror movies? I want to see the end of this movie. I'm committed to it. I'm pot committed. I'm emotionally committed. I'm gonna be riding till the wheels fall off, and they're not gonna be staying on for another 10 years if it's not meant to be.
Chris, the Saw movies didn't end too well, sir.
I'm not saying they do. I'm saying this could end. What if the married woman and I stop dating in a month or two? Okay, it's over. There will be some losses. There will be some time loss. There'll be some this and that loss. It's okay.
But that's the most valuable asset you got right now.
And it is, brother.
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's like, I agree if that time is important, but in this case, if things don't work out with me and the married woman, I have had experienced personal growth. This wasn't just fucking around. Like, I have grown. I have proven I'm prepared.
Okay. Let's ask this then, Chris. How much more do you think you'll grow with this situation? If you say, oh, we're going to December, we're going to January, we're going to February, how much more growing do you need to do?
That's a hard question to answer, but I'm just going to say, like, I think I'm good for now, but I think, to be honest with you, it's going to take conversations with the married woman, because what I need to understand what her expectations are, and figure out Am I meeting those? Is it going to cause me to stretch? What does being in a relationship look like with her? I don't know that, and that's what I'm trying to say. So I don't have those answers yet. It might force me to grow. What if she's like, hey, I'm expecting, I don't know. I don't throw hypotheticals out there, but I'm just saying, I just don't have the answers for you for that yet. We're not at that stage yet.
What do you mean you're not at that stage? You've been dating her for 7 months, bro. What stage are you at?
I'm saying her and I are not in an exclusive relationship. That's a stage.
And that's a problem after 7 months.
It's more
No, 10 months. What are you talking
I'm
about?
sorry.
He locked it.
But
But I'm just saying, I don't regret the time that I spent.
Understandable.
But what I'm saying
time
is
that you're spending, even though you're growing, that you could be learning and getting closer to the person you're supposed to be with.
Well, for me, I always lived by the thing that like the right person, the person who there's tons of women out there, plenty. And the benefit that we have as men is 90%, depending on the type of women you're attracted to, 80-90% of them at least are marriage minded. So like it's not gonna be hard.
You're gonna start sounding too much like us.
No.
Are you just giving her time to process this change in her life before like making any attachments?
Who do you mean?
Well, she is going through a major life change.
Right.
And so I kind of get it because, hey, been there, done that, been divorced before,
Right.
dated while I was divorced, had some great dates, but I just needed time to like settle into the new reality that I was in while going through that process. Is that what you're kind of like allowing her the ability to do?
Yeah, like I think we've been keeping things kind of hands off. It's like I'm giving her space that she needs. She's not in a rush to get remarried. Makes sense. I wasn't either when I got divorced. So it's like I think that the answer to that question, yes. Like no one is like really smothering the other person. We just go on. We have great dates, and I think we just need to kind of talk and figure out like what is the strategy going forward. What does that look like? What is she? When I talk about like what does she need? It's kind of like including the stuff that you're saying. It's like, do you need like what do you need? Do you need, what does dating look like next year? And to get to honor that space or whatever you need coming into that new reality, blah, blah, blah. So that needs to be a part of the conversation.
Yeah, I get what you're doing. And it's wise because if you're too pushy, then the door will be shut. I know I would have been like that. Like, the last thing I wanted to do was get married again after all of that. I needed to breathe, whatever. I got through it, but I get
Angie,
it.
the difference is, I understand what you're saying. You needed to breathe and you need to do that. But if the guy you were dating during that time was like, look, I don't have kids. I'd like to get married and I want to have kids. You're on the breathing aspect. You're on the I need some time and space to get over this. The person you're dating isn't. Chris isn't on that same time. Well, so he does need to be either pushing or doing something because his time, he's on a different timetable than you are.
But he understands the situation that he's in.
Yeah.
Listen, you really need to read this. You really
nobody's
need
a victim.
to read this out loud, Chris.
Yeah. What?
And hear this from somebody else.
Yeah. Read what the guy says on here?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. His last sentence.
I'll read it for you.
No.
He sounds like a guy who can get any woman that he wants. He sounds intelligent and very conversational, as well as mature. He can find a single lady very easily. But you're in this situation. And this is an outside subject matter guy. This is not me or Fearless saying this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to say is like I agree with that, and I've said that. Like I just said that. Like I could, but I'm saying I want to give the married woman the space that she needs. Absolutely not. Are we going to
do that, but disconnect yourself from her and just go out and date?
That needs to be a conversation that her and I need to have, and I need to understand.
Do you need her permission when you're not exclusive?
I'm saying, let me just put it this way. I don't want to lose her in my life What if I do that? And she's like, oh, outside out of mind, you're blocked.
That'll backfire. I get what you're doing. She's a great lady. You can foresee a future with her, but right now she just needs some time to adjust, and you're giving her that, and that's cool.
Yeah,
but Angie, he does not know if she wants what he wants.
No,
you're saying it like oh yeah, she just needs this space and this, but he has no idea.
No, I wouldn't.
He hasn't broached an exclusive relationship. He hasn't broached a lot of conversations.
No, I think we've had a lot of conversations to Ronin Fearless, but it's just been a long period of time where, like, like on a job they have like a mid-year check-in.
Oh my god!
In your review
to a job,
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I'm terrible with analogies. All I'm saying is, like, her and I needed to talk more often. That's a better way to say it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and that could have sparked some other conversations of like, hey, how are you doing? How are we feeling? Our needs getting met. So we're gonna tune that up in 2025. We've had a great time in 2024. Yeah, we're gonna tune it. We're gonna tune it up.
I don't know if you heard little sound effects in the background. You know how much I'm getting text from an LDR that I'm in.
Oh.
And you go maybe days without talking to this lady.
Well, we see each other every other week, and I think what I did was I got too confident in, hey, we're having great dates. Where the texts were really strong for like the first 5 months or something like that, and then I think what I realized is, and she even told me like, hey, let's try to make more of an effort and talk on the phone and stuff like that. I dropped the ball on that. And now I realize, that was a miss on my part. And I call her like every week, and we check in and stuff like that, and text throughout the week. But like we talk throughout the week too. But I think everything is gonna be fine. Like we just need to put our heads together. And
Chris, my brother, man, I'm trying to say this the right way.
Don't say it.
You don't blame women for anything, even when it's you.
Wow. Why would I blame?
You don't. You find no fault in in anything. It's like, I dropped the ball. I did this.
No. She dropped the ball. Look, she dropped the ball on. We both dropped the ball on the affection piece. I'll address that. But I'm just gonna say this. She is the one going through the divorce, Fearless and Ronin. So she has, like, to Angie and TJ's point, she has the ability to, after she gets divorced, and get to say, I need some time to just kind of like settle into reality. I need to have some time to be able to have some fun.
Is she living with the guy? I mean,
no.
That's what I'm saying. So you're saying in like time, she's away. She's living they're living like a divorced couple.
If you ain't got a midnight call that says, hey, I'm freaking tonight, let's at least have some kind of like,
I'm a gentleman.
And busy mother of children who's now newly a single mom.
Like busy moms do not get horny.
Almost say this.
He says that she's on and off. Like I'm supposing that either every weekend or every week, every other week he doesn't. Am I correct?
Yeah, every other week she's got the kid. But I'm saying,
so that means, Angie, that's 1 week without the kid.
But she's still adjusting to a new life.
Yeah,
she may be over the dude. She may be over the husband. I'm sure by the time speaking from experience, by the time divorce happens, the relationship is over with the dude. But there's still like a process. I don't know if it'll be right to call it like some form of grief or just adjustment to what your new reality is. And it can be exhausting. I wouldn't put that off on her. Now, yes, are there a handful of unscrupulous people? There always will be, but most people don't move like that.
I'm not saying she's being diabolical. Let's take that out the thing.
Let's just say
what I'm saying is, Angie, would you put a man that you cared about truly in that situation and make you wait? Or make him wait for you?
It's not about putting him in a situation. We're all adults. So if the man knows that I'm going through a situation, that's where he met me. And so I'm not going to harm myself in the long run while I process through that situation. I have to go about understanding what my new life is going to be And when I get comfortable, then I can go to another level. And I'm speaking from experience. I've been through divorce, been in the situation that the married woman is in right now with a person that were, with people that wanted to date me and probably wanted to do more. But I needed some time to adjust.
To say, like, I've been in places where I'm like, look, yeah, I care for you enough to not be with you right now.
Yeah,
I'm sure after like listening to the lady, I'm quite confident that if she felt that way about Chris, she would be woman enough to let him know.
Yeah,
we're talking about two adults who've met each other at the situation that they're in. This is not a situation of victim and victimizing. This is just two adults.
Yeah, and I just want to throw a little bit out here, just a little bit behind the curtain. The same conversations that I'm having here with y'all here, her girlfriends are grilling the fuck out of her. Like, yo, why are y'all moving? Why are you moving like this? And she's going through a period where she's getting back into dating, where I think she's been off the market for, I don't know, like 5 something years. Maybe this relationship might have been like 7, 8, or whatever the heck. But it's like, I'm trying to be patient. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna be dating like this next year. We're gonna sync up with some of these expectations or whatever. But like, I've gotta just kind of try to talk to her more, be more. I dated very well this year. Next year, we gotta communicate. We gotta apply that same energy to communication and expectations and stuff like that. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Like, I don't regret it. I would regret it if we spent the next year like we did this year. That wouldn't be any progress. So I want to see some more progress next year, or whether that's a decision to stay on or step off. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Chris,
so objectively, what would be your goals of change? What would be your goals of change objectively on what you guys did this year for the last 10 months?
Yeah.
To what you're looking forward to? What kind of objective or goals would you be setting for your partnership with?
First and foremost, like, we're gonna change the way we've been dating. I want above and beyond this year, and we're gonna still be going on dates, but we're gonna be spending some more time. Like, hey, sometimes it's gonna be walking the park. Sometimes we're gonna be talking on the phone a whole lot more. We're gonna spend more time. We're gonna focus on bonding a lot more next year. We did a great job of, like, we proved that, like, the dates, and that's not easy to do. Like, if someone's like, again, to Angie and TJ's point, if someone's not feeling you, you can't get them past 3 dates. It doesn't matter how many great dates you take them on. If they don't like you, they're not going on those dates with you. And if you pick the right people, if they really care about you,
that's true.
So, I'm gonna stress that next year of, like, I want what?
How is that true? We just had a whole interview. Well, we didn't interview her. She gave another interview. She's on video. We can send it to you. The lady sat there and said she's married.
Who?
And has a side dude and calls her husband a simp.
Okay. But does she love her? This might be entertainment. I think I might have seen this clip. Like, send it to me anyway. But
you got it. Send it to me.
Yeah, email it to me or something like that. But, like, some of this stuff online is not real life. It's people just, like, making entertainment, like the Cheesecake Factory lady. It was fake as fuck. But all I'm saying is, the married woman understands who I am to a degree. She understands what I want. I told y'all on her profile, even though Ronin was laughing at it, I'm
laughing at Jack.
No,
Jack
I know.
You in the chat.
I know.
Jack is killing you in the chat.
Wow. But what I'm saying is y'all, Jack, you need to listen to the Married Woman and I Date in Real Life episode. Go listen to that and come back. It's not too long either. But listen to that and tell me how many women that don't care about you, don't want to be that are using you, would actually do an in real life date with you. I don't know anybody who's done that. But what I'm trying to say is this.
Jack's been married after meeting his girlfriend or his current wife at Halloween 27 years ago. He got married a year later, and they've been married ever since. This is why Jack is having a hissy fit right now in the chat, because he's listening to your story.
I'm missing the math. What was the math again? 27 years they've been together?
Yeah.
And how long
after
did they date?
1 year,
they
got married.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, it might not have been a situation where someone was going through a divorce and it's not even final yet. This is to Jack he said he loves you, but damn, man. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Like I said, I want to do right by this opportunity, and if I lose the opportunity, I lose the opportunity. But I don't want to squander it to collateral damage. I don't want to squander it due to a lack of effort. I'm just going to try to, apply some different type of pressure and have more. And some of it is just going to be in the form of conversations, intentional conversations, trying to understand where we're going, maybe setting some. I don't know. This is analysis paralysis. I'm just going to flow. I'm going to flow, and I'm going to just make sure we communicate more.
I wouldn't look at it as applying pressure, but just asking for clarification. There's nothing wrong with that, but applying pressure may come across a little pushy, but asking,
After
the clear
10 months, that would come across as pushy.
No, I agree with what she's saying. I try to back off it, but I'm just saying I want to apply it I just wanted to assert.
But these are conversations you should be assertive about after 10 months.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not pushy to be that way after 10 months. You should have some leverage as far as how you guys are moving forward.
Yeah.
Sir, are you a woman that's dating men?
As a woman, if you don't know what you're doing after 6 months, you're going to ask the man, yo, what are we? So why are you telling the man that he needs to step down and not ask her the same kind of question? Her girlfriends are drilling her on why she's moving that way. Did you miss that part? If her girlfriends are on her, why isn't she on him?
But the thing
where they stand in a relationship.
But the thing is, too, I agree with I see what you're saying.
I said clarification,
but
I just reworded it.
The thing is, Ronin, just like she is doing, even though my friends and you and people on the podcast are grilling me, I'm ultimately doing what I want to do, regardless of whether it makes sense to other people.
We know you have free will.
There you go.
Same thing with her. Her friends are like, yo, y'all should have. They're talking like you and Fearless and whatever the heck, and she's like, I'm still gonna do this, because she's gonna.
And me, I'm offering a suggestion.
Say that again, Angie.
No, I was just adding. I was just offering a suggestion. Don't come with pressure. Just say you need some clarification. The conversation may go a little smoother.
Pressure was a strong word. I just mean like we need to communicate more, and some of that communication needs to be, hey, where's your head at? How are you doing? What are we doing? Where are we going? Kind of one of those conversations like my ex hit me like, what do you see us in 6 months? Stuff like that. And it might not. And hey, if you're not ready for this, I'm ready. I'm willing to hear whatever. I don't want to judge you by that answer. I just want to hear how you're feeling about that.
Yeah, there you go.
And so I can get a gauge of like, how do I need to move or whatever that I keep to myself. But yeah, everything will be okay. I think
Jack is telling you a story. He said he had a married woman, his first wife. Go ahead, go down. Yeah. She left her husband for him. They got married. And by November, they were done.
Okay, I'm missing the point. Like, what's the point? He married someone
into a relationship with another guy, which was him.
Okay.
Right after marriage.
Okay, and that's why I said like
take the proper time.
That's what I'm trying to say, Jack. It's like we're taking time. We've been giving a lot of time. Like we've been doing this,
but the time doesn't really start until she's actually away from her husband.
Well, I will say this. I hate to make I'm gonna make another terrible analogy. Remember how you go to jail before you get sentenced? This is what is that called? Like it gets to count as like time. This is probably going to count. Yeah, this is going to count. This is going to count as time served.
You're already in jail. Yeah,
this is going to count as time served.
You think?
I hope.
She's still dealing with the guy. So until she's not dealing with him 100%,
she done.
He's still somewhat in her mind.
She done. No, she done. She done.
Nah, she's divorcing.
She's still got to fight that battle in court. So he's still in the back of her mind.
No, she done.
No, you can be over the person and just. The next step is just to go through the process, but you're completely done with the person.
Traumatic.
But it doesn't mean that that's all the more the reason why she'd be over him.
Yeah.
But Angie, if what you're saying is true, if she's over him, then where's Chris in the picture? Meaning, I can understand if she was going through a divorce and it's traumatic, and I'm going through a bad divorce and I still want my husband. Yes, then Chris is on the side. But if she's at the point where she's like, I don't want that dude, I'm just waiting for the paperwork to go through. Chris, where are you falling at, man? Because that's where my confusion comes in. If she's through where she's at, that's in the past.
Right.
Then you should be lined up right there.
I'm trying to. I was trying to make a terrible analogy again.
Well, I just explained it earlier. She just needs time to adjust to what her life is like. When people get married, they're not thinking about the date that they're going to divorce or how many kids they're going to be bringing with them. When people get married, they get married thinking it's going to be forever till, that final day. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out like that for some of us. Divorce happens and it's an adjustment. So she's adjusting to her new life. She's getting back into knowing herself, relearning herself, because for a while she was married and in a routine with kids. Now she's got to adjust to that. It's a handful of things that go into it. And Chris being a friend as well as dating helps out, but fostering that friendship really pays into it.
Word, because that's like what I'm feeling like he's sitting in is the friend zone.
She's not dumb, and neither is Chris. They're going on expensive dates. Eventually she knows that the time is going to come where he's going to ask for clarification on where things are going.
Ronin, I hate to say this, we're hanging out for New Year's Eve, if that means anything to you.
Well, it depends on what happens on New Year's Eve. That's
wow.
I mean, there are certain things that happen on New Year's Eve, mistletoes, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, it is the Christmas season, but you can suggest that y'all hanging out, but when you suggest that, that means certain things are going to happen on that night. You're making a commitment to each other. You're ringing in the new year together. Traditionally, that's the person that's your number one, right?
All I'm going to say is that regardless of what that happens, that's a special day. I've been told, hey, even just bringing someone out and hanging out with them, bringing that person.
Yeah, it's supposed to mean a lot when you bring in the new year with somebody.
So I'm trying to give y'all a little bit of color to this. It's like, it's not exactly, it's a very unorthodox. It's been an unorthodox year, but we're landing in some of these meaningful places. Would I like to be further along? Absolutely. But
Chris, you've taken her to a lot of meaningful places, and you've shown your true self to her as far as what you're able to do.
Yeah.
Chris, my question to you is, how much is reciprocated back to you?
I think
action or
I gotta I've said it in other podcasts. It's like, I appreciate that she's made me this experience, even though it's been very difficult for everyone to see me go through it. It's made me a better person. It really has. It's made me it's given me a lot more relationship discipline. I've been able to execute that. And it's made me stronger. She's invested into my life. I really tell her, like, I love, even though it didn't mean the housewarming gifts didn't mean anything to Fearless. When I moved in this house, she got me a whole basket of housewarming gifts. And I was like, you know what? I didn't ask for that. She did that. And that was a little bit of thing that she showed me she cared. She, kind of followed my pool. She kind of listened to the podcast. She came on one of those podcasts. I appreciated that. And I have to be patient. And this is part of when I try to speak on these podcasts about, there are certain women that certain guys are just not going to qualify for because they're not going to have the patience to deal with it. And this is not one of those situations where you could just strong arm your way through it, Fearless. You have to kind of be patient. It's good.
Yeah, especially with kids, because that's another aspect of it. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
If this is going to last, she needs to see, how that's going to work out before introducing the kids to you, because that comes with a whole nother dimension.
She said the kid is going to be the last step.
I'm not going to be that patient, Chris, because there's too many women out there that don't have any kids, that's not going through a divorce, and are ready to make a commitment that I don't have to wait 10 months. So I
respect it.
But that doesn't guarantee that he'll be compatible with them.
Facts. But what I'm trying to say is,
even attempting to date him. He doesn't even know if he's compatible to this lady.
Listen, if I hate to make another turbo analogy, but if I saw Thor's hammer, you might try to give 3 tugs and walk away. I'm gonna sit there for a year and try to pull that bitch, and I might be able to pull it. That's all I'm saying. I got to wiggle a little bit. It might get lifted on.
Yeah, but if you even know the mystic idea behind the Thor's hammer, only the just can pick it up.
Yeah, and
so I don't care how long you tug on it, a year, 3 months, 2 times, 4 times, it ain't coming up if you're unjust.
And you're just wasting your time.
No.
And you're still just standing there wasting your time.
That is the point of patience.
Are you going to automatically become just after you're unjust?
That is there. If you know the lore of the millionaire, sometimes you had to go through a process and prove yourself. Certain characters weren't ready to wield it, and then they went through something, and now they were able to wield it. So that process is patience, Fearless and Ronin. Patience can end with a loss. You don't get any reimbursement for patience. You don't get any reimbursement for courting a woman. And I'm doing this in a very unconventional way. I'm dating a woman probably in a Regency period-esque way, and I am okay with that for the time that I've spent this year. There will be some adjustments next year, but I'm doing it for a person that I'm willing to lay it all on the line for. And if it doesn't get to the finish line, I'm gonna live with the results.
Chris, do you think what me and Ronin are telling you is because we want to see you fail?
No, I didn't say anything of that.
I know, but do you think that when people in the chat are saying this, do you think the intention is to see you fail or to see you succeed?
It's to see me succeed in a conventional way, and I'm doing something with an unconventional woman, and who's going in for a woman who's going through an unconventional time. That's the problem. Is I think people would typically say, avoid a woman who's going through a marriage because you can get away from all this messy and all this patience and all this unclear times. I get that,
Chris. Now I understand why you got your ass whooped.
What?
When you was a kid, you just didn't listen. You did. You said, "I'm gonna do what I want to do, no matter what."
Where did he get the ass whooping from? Oh, when you were a kid.
Chris was a kid when somebody said, when everybody's like, "Chris, don't do that. Don't do it. That's not
okay."
Good.
Okay, let's get to
Chris
that.
was like, "I'm gonna wiggle it. I'm gonna touch it anyway."
I mean that too, but I got whoopings because I had a smart mouth. They whipped that mouth out of me. I was a very adventurous kid. I remember telling this story that McDonald's has a drive-through. I remember, and so cars go through that drive-through. Probably motorcycles did. One day, my brother and I biked away from home, probably like 6 miles, both ways, because we wanted to go through the drive-through on a bike. We just wanted to try it. We didn't have a car. We were like, I don't know, 10 and 12 or something like that. We got home. We got an ass whoop. We got spanked. I don't want to say I got an ass whoop. We got spanked by my grandfather. But like I said, like just talking back, and I think getting spanked helped me understand to stop talking back. That was one reason. But like I said, like I was just kind of like a mischievous, adventurous kid or whatever. That was the only time I did something like to that level, I think. But I always tell people on these podcasts every once in a while, I say like I'm feral. That was one of my feral moments of like getting on that bike and just biking miles, to a McDonald's and they rejected us at the McDonald's. They wouldn't let us go through the drive-through on the bike. I was really disappointed because that was the whole point to do it. But yeah, I mean, I needed to get spankings. I did. I had a very smart mouth.
Well, you saying you're going to therapy. What does your therapist say about the situation?
Yeah, the therapist, I think at the beginning she was kind of like on the side of everyone, and on the side of like, hey, this might not be the right person to date because she loves to drill on the sense of like, hey, you want to be able to have kids and you love dating, but you love dating women who are at an age, and she's really strict with the age. Like she doesn't want me dating like people who are like older than 35 or something like that. To be able to have kids or whatever. And like I listen, I'm with that. As soon as if I stop dating the married woman, I'm gonna be making some serious adjustments. But for right now, I'm gonna ride this out. But
listen, I want you to play this back. So I want you to listen to this. The reason I asked you that is because everybody in the chat is saying the same thing. Me and Ronin have been saying the same thing. Your therapist has been saying the same thing. And you still trying to pull that hammer from Thor.
I'm gonna pull that.
That's what I'm saying. So there has to be an issue where it's like you won't listen to anything. I'm sorry, but it's like you are just going against the grain to just go against the grain. You go to therapy so you can find out why.
Yeah.
And it's like you bucking against the therapist.
Well, I mean,
hey, part of your therapy, did you ever do your 16 personality test?
not with these therapists. I've done one in the past.
Do you know what it is?
I don't remember. It's like a
You need to look it up and read into it, because there's certain patterns that display in your 4-digit code or your 4-letter code.
Yeah.
That will help you kind of understand why you do certain things.
Yeah.
Specifically. It's cleared up a lot of things for me once I did that.
Yeah. I mean, the difference is, like I said, like the therapist should give great advice, but like she knows what the married woman means. And one of the things I think that she has, you know, where I struggled with in therapy too, was like just make a decision.
Why are you paying for somebody that you're not listening to?
That's not true. That's not true. Because she helps me a lot. Like I said, at the end of the day, I listen to her a lot of. We work on a lot of different things: the dating, how to handle how to handle certain situations. I'm listen. Call me hard headed. Certain romantic. Call me hard headed, but certain, and I definitely am. Certain romantic situations, I'm gonna be making that decision. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna take that advice. I'm gonna keep it in my back, in my head. But I'm gonna make the decision that I want to make.
But I'm sure she told you to fish out some determining factors.
And like I said, she wants me dating a younger woman, and I'm like, listen, as soon as I stop dating this married woman, it pains me to do it, because you guys know I love dating age appropriate women. I would be dating 40, 45. What? Listen,
Jack, are you really going to take them on an elk hunt, or is that meaning something? Is that code for something else?
Huh?
I don't know too many women up in elk hunting country, Wyoming, Idaho.
But the bottom line is, like I said, like if I stop dating the married woman, I will be making serious adjustments. I'll be dating. It'll pain me to do it, but
that's quite though.
I'm gonna be dating a lot younger, because I've run against that wall of, hey, can't have any more kids. Don't think I can have any more kids. Have a kid. Don't want to have any more kids. We're nipping that in the bud next time.
How old is her son right now?
3.
Oh,
You're gonna run into that if you need. She gonna need therapy with you, and I just say that. And the example I gave, Chris, was not me. There was a woman that I worked with, and what happened was she said, I thought that her and her husband had the same kids, but I found out later that she had a kid prior, then they had a kid together.
Yeah.
And something had happened, and she said, he ain't gonna touch my kid. And I was like, what do you mean? He ain't gonna touch your kid. That's your kid. And she was like, no, that's his kid, and this is my kid. I came into a relationship with this kid, and we always gonna be together. And I was like, wow. And what it made me infer is it makes a house divided, because now there's different rules for different children, and they start to grow up with resentment, which his child, his biological child, feels like, I get a different punishment or a different outcome than, my stepbrother, half brother. And, that's a lot of things you got to take into consideration, with that. And so that's one of the reasons I brought up, say, how do you punish? How do you do that? Because if not, your child can grow up with some resentment because they aren't treated the same in the same household.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think we talked about this a little earlier. Is like, if I end up being with someone who already has a kid and we adopt a kid or have a kid, I'm going to try to do the best I can with the help of therapy to kind of like, and that partner is to kind of like parent with one voice and with one strategy. But I think everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. Certain people need to be in your life, Fearless. I'm not saying it has to be like this. But they leave an impact on your life. And like I said, there's no guarantee that things go, more than 3 months or 6 or another 9 months. There's no guarantee. But
I'll give you the exact quote, Chris, so you know how it really goes. People are in your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. Mm-hmm. And when you figure out which they are, you'll know what to do.
Right. Yeah, I'm saying that in this conversation. I said, I haven't got the information, the data to figure out which one it is. When I do, I'll make the decision accordingly. That's it.
Wow.
There's too much. There's more data to gather. I know.
I guess somebody is asking in the chat, how old is your
40? Just turned
she's
40.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I welcome this. It's therapeutic to kind of talk through these things or whatever. And like I said, her and I need to talk a lot more, but we'll figure it out. And like I said,
that is definitely
Yes.
you gotta communicate on a regular basis about a lot of different things.
Yeah, that was a ball I dropped this year. But everything evened itself out. And like I said, like we're here, we're hanging out in New Year's. I think that's a big step. We'll see how we want to proceed going forward, and we'll figure it out from there. But like I said, I think time matters to both of us.
But see,
like I said, in those conversations, you got to be able to say y'all are an exclusive relationship. She's not dating anybody else. There's nobody else in her phone. Right. There needs to be some clear defining lines on what is really going on.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was kind of alluding to it. I need to be a little bit more clear about it in further conversations, but I was alluding to it last week.
Crystal.
Yeah.
There should be no guesstimation on what you're talking about and why.
Right.
There was this time when I remember a basketball player, I forgot his name, he was telling a story. And the girl was saying, I know he liked me because he be giving me $970 every week. He like $970. And she thought in her mind, he really liked her. But it was just his stipend. It was Shaquille O'Neal. And he was, they get a stipend. It was like a check he wouldn't cash anyway. To her, she thought that meant he really loved her. But to him, it was just throwaway money. I say that because you keep emphasizing certain days and certain things. It must mean something. It may mean something to you, but it may not mean the same to her. New Year's Eve could just be another day.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, look, all I'll say is this. I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm going to say is I have to use my instincts to the best of my abilities and not tweak out on what could be happening. I need to, like Ronin's saying, and we've all said, talking is extremely important. Setting the expectations and syncing up with that, so no one's confused and stuff like that. We'll be fine. Like we'll be fine. And there's no guarantees in this. Like it's okay if things don't end up, if things don't last another day, it's okay. I've had a great time and it's made me a better person. Someone will reap the benefits of it. And I will, including myself.
Are you scared to have this conversation before New Year's since we've already made plans? Just out of curiosity.
No, I mean, that's a good question.
There's nothing wrong with it. If you've invested money and you've done that, you may say, look, I need to wait until after this.
No, that's a good question. Me, I would love to just let it wait. But it will get had. I expressed that on the last date last week, and I said, yo, next year's not gonna look like this year. I mean, absolutely not. We basically need to kind of sync up. And just kind of move a little different. And I think we definitely had a great conversation. We had some great conversations. I was saying I was trying to get us here and have these conversations, trying to do it by having 2 or 3 dates in a day. I just lucked up this time when I think we both really felt like we needed to talk, and we were both kind of sick of the I forget the word, but we were just sick of the kind of like the gray area, I guess. And we just started talking about things at dinner, and then it spilled over to like a speakeasy or whatever, but we'll be fine. I mean, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
I'll be praying for you.
Yeah. Do that. Do it. Do that.
I'm thinking what y'all got going on is promising, and you'll be okay. It's appropriate to kind of take it easy, and certainly for her with the length of time, I'm sure that she's anticipating such a conversation. But just like I said, clarity.
Read what D Ward said. He's thanking you, Chris.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I want to approach the I want to approach this. I want to be patient about this. I think both her and I both want to get remarried. She's not in a rush to do it. That actually kind of plays into my favor too. I can kind of get some things together, work on myself, take that focus and kind of put it into career, put it into something else. Like her not rushing me. Let's address that. Her not rushing me was one of the best things. It was a gift and curse. Because in other people that I dated in the past, they would apply some pressure after, like I said, it's the 2, 3.
But the
whatever.
reason they're applying pressure, Chris, is because one, you guys got end goals. The end goal is you wanted to have a kid. Well, now, the other girls are going to rush you because they want to have kids earlier. No, you're not in a rush because you're going to wind up having to adopt because you can't have one with her.
Well, I'm saying like they apply pressure because it's like they either things got physical or things, they want to date you all to themselves.
Right. Because they want an end goal. They want to be married. They want to have children. They want to have a home. They want to have all these things. And the longer you're teetering around with it, there's no straight commitment to where they can get to the goals of the things that they want to achieve with you.
That's true. That's true. But I want to be patient with this. And it's been testing my patience. I think it's a damn near new chapter in the Bible type of biblical story. But I'm a very patient person. This is, like I said, it's tested my.
You up in a Buddhist temple, up in a mountain somewhere, really going Dam-yo Rengeyo all day long up in your brain.
Yeah. But it's like I said, I committed to the fact that it's made me a better person. I thank the married woman for that. And it's given me, like I said, her not pressuring me is allowing me to show up as a complete person versus rushing and getting the Chris that's like 85% rate, the first Chris that's 65% rate. It's not going to end well. So I gotta, I don't want to bring in those kind of issues or those kind of like snags. I don't want to bring that in. So when she's ready, I'm ready. To give it my all. That's all I'm saying.
You're already giving it your all. What do you mean?
No, we haven't even started yet. For real. I've given my all to your point. I've given my all in the courting. No one else is going to outdo me in that. But I'm saying we haven't gotten to the bonding, and there can be challenges with that of not being in.
Whoa.
Yes.
When you say you're courting, the courting is the bonding.
I'm saying that there's a different bonding in courting than. Let me use my words correctly. I'll change it. There's a different bonding in going on dates and getting to know a person than being in an exclusive relationship and getting to know a person. Does that make sense? Okay. When I told you earlier,
I get what you're saying.
When I said hours ago, Ronin and Fearless, when you get married, it just hits different. You are now confined in one space. You don't get to home. You don't get to go home to your own house. You don't get to do whatever you want to do whenever you want to do. Same thing happens when you get in an exclusive relationship. There ain't no swiping anymore. There ain't no looking anymore. There ain't no.
I never had that issue.
What do you mean?
I'm from an age where there was no swiping. We didn't have all that stuff.
Okay, well, if we bring it back to your level, back in your day, there was.
So I never had a distraction like that.
You probably did. There's probably like some people that you had your phone number, maybe gave you a call or
the little black book.
Yeah. Someone to come to your church, a little old church lady, stop by your house.
Not even a pager, mail.
Okay, but they might pop up by your house. They might just pop up.
Pals.
They might pull a Kendrick Lamar, just pop out and show niggas. They might just pop out and show and just pop
up to your house. That. Courting does not take years. You're right.
But I'm just saying everybody had that in some different form. All I'm trying to say is the challenges that I've gone through with a married woman in just dating is going to pale in comparison to the challenges of just trying to now get into an exclusive relationship and be vetted for marriage. That's a whole nother level.
Let me help you out in this.
Yeah.
If you're having challenges in the dating part, you shouldn't be getting married.
That's good advice. I hear you on that. But
all I gotta say is, if this does not work out, and I pray to God it does for you for all the time that you did invest, you never. This is like going to Vegas. Everything that goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Right.
Never bring this up in any other relationship you ever have.
I don't know about
Never
that.
tell another woman that you ever went through these.
I'm transparent, painfully transparent.
Oh, this is going to be a big mistake. Don't do that.
I hear you, but like I said, like you might not be proud of it
because you're going to preset the tone for everybody after this.
No, I don't agree with that. I hear you, but I don't agree with that. I think that some people might hear that and say, "Man, I'm not going to move like that at all." Like like when the ex came back and was orbiting, I told her what I was going through, and she was like, "Man, she's kind of tripping. Nah, it doesn't take this long, man." So the next person would be the same. They would just be like, "No, she was tripping. I don't even know what she was doing with that." So I'm transparent to a fault. So the people are gonna get this content, but shit, this content's right now. Anybody,
Jack is wrong for that.
What?
He said, "I'm praying that it doesn't work out, and I'm for real."
Listen, I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray that there is clarity for 2025. I'm putting that.
I definitely will pray with you.
There you go.
Yes, you definitely need clarity for 2025.
Yeah. There we go. There's no failing in this, Jack. There's no failing in this. It's just, spending time, like choosing the person you want to spend memories with. I don't have any regrets on that.
This is going to be an interesting story when it finally reveals itself.
Yeah.
It most certainly will be.
Either way, I still walk away with, being a stronger person. So I'm walking away. I might walk away with an L, but I'm going to be walking away with some type of positive change. It's not going to be change that everyone else can tangibly get any kind of satisfaction from, but I do. I get to, know that I grew, and I've used this time wisely. What's so funny?
Darnell.
Okay. What else? Like I said, I'm standing on mine. I stand on mine. So I got no regrets.
He's the one that sent you the Bible verse earlier.
I mean, that's what's up. The married woman invited me to church. I mean, I might need to talk to her and say, like, hey,
the audacity of that one.
Let's go back. Let's start going back to church.
Jesus. Okay. You can't make this shit out. I swear to God. She said, let's go to church.
Yeah, she invited me to her church. But the bottom line is this.
Oh my Lord.
That's good. You know why?
She's going to let the whole church know she's got a man and she's still married. How's that good?
She's inviting you around her social circle. And that's also a sign as well that she and the other dude they're toast.
Yeah, it's like the other thing too, Ronin, is like not everybody is like super social at church. Like some people are just going, and it's like they're not like friends. They might not have any church friends. You never know.
You go to church, right? You know the rumor mill that goes around in a church and how much they gossip.
Here we go.
You do though, right?
No, I don't.
They'll talk either way.
But the bottom line, Ronin, like I said, we're gonna pray for clarity.
Yes.
Toast to clarity on New Year's Eve. Just toast to that.
Absolutely.
Toast to clarity.
I'm down for that toast.
I'll make sure the married woman and I toast to clarity.
Spiritual
Heck
clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be fine. I'm almost like a cat. You could drop me from 10,000 feet. I'm always gonna land with my feet. I'm always gonna land on my feet. I'm gonna be fine. I've been very blessed with the people I've gotten to meet. I haven't met anyone who's taken advantage of me. I've met with none but great people. Life will put me through, unique challenges, maybe challenges that no one has ever, been willing to do or ever been put through. I welcome the challenges. This has been a challenge, and I've already walked away, a stronger person from it. It's just now to see what's left in store. But
I'm clocking out from my shift at Keep Africa Passport Bros Free. Y'all have a good morning.
Yeah,
I would say good night, but
yeah, it's already
yeah. Let's go.
It was a pleasure talking with you, Angie.
Good night, morning-ish.
No harm, no foul.
Thanks for joining the panel, Angie.
Hey, likewise. Thanks for having me up.
Let's go. Hey, let's all go to sleep.
Chris, this is the issue with Darnell. See, if you knew Darnell's story, the fact that he said this, is outrageous in itself. Darnell's a man that's supposed to be flying down to the DR. He's flying two Brazilian women to DR to meet him, to possibly be in a poly relationship. But he's telling you need Jesus. You get the audacity behind the comment.
Fearless, I saw your email. I'll respond in the morning. I don't got time for that right now.
That was sent earlier, and I just wanted, because you said I won't bring too much up for the people here.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll address it offline.
Yeah,
I haven't read through the thing. I just
wanted you to know that was not the case. That it was only a reaction and not an action, and I would never do that.
I don't know. Well, I'll read through it. I'll try to process what you were trying to say. I didn't read anything but the first couple of sentences. But yeah, let's go to sleep. I gotta wake up. I gotta be up in like by 8, the latest. But we'll be fine. God's got me under His protection. So,
oh Jesus,
yeah.
Oh man, this was, if nothing, this was comical. This was, I needed a good laugh. This was fun. Like I said, I appreciate you bringing us up, Chris. I do hope that it works out.
2025 brings everything that you want.
Yeah. Also, toast to millionaires as well. Toast to me lifting that. Getting off the ground.
I hope here seriously, I do hope that you have the conversation prior to New Year's, so that when your 2025 starts, you have clarity whether it's going forward or backwards. So I hope that you don't.
You guys have at least kissed, right?
Yeah,
thank God.
Things have gotten. I'm a gentleman. I don't want to tell too much, but I'm just saying.
I just want to know, on New Year's Eve, when you're traditionally supposed to give the kiss, you're actually going to get one.
Well, probably she's gonna kiss me through her hand. I'm just joking. But I'm just saying, things are trending in a good direction. Like, things have not all. It has not been ace with flying colors. But I'm saying,
I'm getting punch drunk right now because these guys are killing you in the chat.
It's fine. Like I said, I love.
He said, God ain't got no slot machines, yo.
God's got everything, okay. But all I'm gonna say is this: I love a good comeback story, buddy.
I do too. I love Rudy.
So
back in the day,
so
you might be the new Rudy.
Yeah, when I lift this, man, this is gonna be like a landing on the moon moment. So just stay tuned.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the story.
Yeah. Just make sure. I just, like I said, I just hope that you clarify whatever direction you're going in.
Yeah.
Prior to 2025, so you can take it in with a different kind of energy.
Yeah, I just yeah.
We may be, as you say, we may be the geriatric people, but we do got knowledge. And
y'all do have knowledge, and like I said, like whether the conversation happens before or after, it's like I have to really make an emphasis on clarity, make that serious to her. Of we just need to talk more. We need to she's really good at it too. Like really asking some really deep questions and digging. And I need to start doing that on my end too, just for my own sanity and for hers too. And we're going to be okay. I promise that. Like, no matter how it ends, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. She's in good hands with me. I'm in good hands with her. We just got to make sure that we really are intentional about 2025 for the sake of each of us. So we know how to move and make the best use of our time. I think that's what y'all been trying to harp on, is like, make the best use of your time. And we will.
You can lose money and get it. You can lose friends and find more. Right. Time is something you can never get again, my brother.
Right. Yeah, I think that if losing this, to be honest, it's gonna make me go harder. I'm gonna feel it, use it as fuel to go harder. And Ozzy, her kid is 3, just turned 3 this year, like mid-year, whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna use it as fuel. I'm gonna give it the best I can, and if it doesn't work, I'm gonna take my lessons learned and I'm gonna use it as fuel to get even more successful with the next opportunity. So I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
I got one more super chat I'd like to read real quick.
Go for it.
From Darnell Elliott, who is pretty much the sponsor of the damn panel.
Yeah.
$2 super chat. He said King Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines.
What is that supposed to mean?
I know Chris is Job. He's not King Solomon.
Thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it. My goodness. What a live.
Right. Like I said,
we appreciate you bringing us up and being a good guy.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all too.
On the panel, man.
I appreciate the questions.
At the end of the day, it's iron sharpens iron. It shouldn't be a personal type of thing. So I never think we have a personal grudge against you or the people in this room.
Appreciate it. It was a great conversation. I appreciate
for all those kind of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree on that. Like, I'm just here to create great content. That's all I've said is like, I think that I just want to see y'all. We need to turn things around and one, hold men accountable, change the culture. And I think that the problem with the manosphere is they want to just target the women, but it's like they know deep down in their hearts the men are the problem and a lot of the things that they're trying to say, but they know they're not going to be able to speak. It's going to go in one ear and one out the other. They just know women are going to be the ones to listen to them. But you're now with women at a place where with a lot of women, you're just trying to squeeze blood out of a turnip. There's nothing rough to squeeze. There's nothing to get out of it. There's a lot of blood to get out of squeezing these men for stuff, for change. But that's the end of the day. It's like I appreciate the conversation. Like I said, stay tuned. I'll give y'all updates. But I think 2025 is going to, one way or another, it's going to be successful for the married woman and I. We're just going to get clarity and
sounds like you got a direction.
Yes.
I'm just hoping you guys are on the same page. That's all.
Yep. I agree. All right. Y'all have a great night.
All right, bro.
All right.
All right. Bye.